It's between Hampshire and Essex. A little while ago, they did get to toss the coin before the rain came, and Essex won the toss and elected to bat first. Your commentary team today is the former Hampshire and Middlesex left-arm spinner Raj Maru. He's on a little later, but to take you up to play and a little further beyond is myself, Kevin James. I'm from BBC Radio Essex. Nick Gledhill. Nick, good morning.
Yeah, hello to you, Kevin. And yeah, the drizzle has been a feature this morning, exactly as per forecast. Actually, quite a nice sunny start, around about 6 or 7 o'clock this morning, but that was deceptive. And more or less as forecast, the drizzle has come in. It's still meant to be around on and off for the next hour or so, but certainly looking a little bit brighter in the direction the weather comes from. And you get the feeling, Kevin, it's one of those situations, once we actually get out there, then it might be easier to continue. And at least we are now going to get some play, and only a reduction of 5 overs per side. And Essex winning the toss with Simon Harmer returning to the side. And there's no Aaron Nijar today. And it's Essex who are going to take first use and bat first for the first time in this competition this year.
OK, let's go through the two sides. Let's do yours first, Nick.
Yeah, so it's going to be Rymel and Das, and then Wesley, Bo Webster in at 4, and then Noah Thane, Simon Harmer returning and listed at 6. Charlie Allison, Will Battleman, Ben Allison, Aaron Beard, Jamie Porter, but potentially Charlie Allison might bat above Simon Harmer. We'll wait and see where Harmer fits into the team as we get to that point.
Hampshire have made 2 changes from the side that played last week here against Middlesex. One out go Eddie Jack, the young quick bowler. Toby Alberts, who picked up an injury during that game, a hip injury, and is probably still struggling with that. In comes the veteran Keith Barker, and an Owen Donald is into the side as well. So Hampshire are Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins the captain, Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Felix Organ, Donald, Ian Holland, who's about to open the bowling, Joseph Eklund, Keith Barker, Scott Curry and Dom Kelly. So Hampshire in there, familiar in this competition anyway. Dark blue tops and trousers. Essex, well, turquoise blue tops, are they, Nick?
Yes, I think you could describe it as that, yeah.
Here's Holland then, runs away with his medium paces. It's a length ball driven back past him, although he got a hand on it. It goes up to mid-on. We are underway, and it's Joshua Rymel, the 22-year-old, facing at the far end. It is quite dull out there.
Yeah, the Essex tops really sort of stand out given the greyness of the skyline, but yes, very bright blue, but let's see if they can get their sort of first decent batting performance of the competition.
Here's Holland again, down the leg side, but it's flicked away to the man short on 45, and there is no run. So Hampshire played just the one game, and it was a Duckworth-Lewis win against Middlesex here last week, in which Fletcher Middleton got 100. Essex, I'll let you do Essex.
Well, yeah, I mean, we had some play at Sedbergh, which was excellent, but probably more play than I think many were expecting, but didn't get to 10 overs of the Essex reply against Lancashire, so that was a no result.
And here's Holland, comes in, always beaten outside the off stump. That's nipped away and gone through to Ben Brown.
And then, of course, you might say the least said about the second match, the better from an Essex point of view, because a pretty strong-looking Nottinghamshire side were bowled out for 237, but armed with a pretty strong pace attack led by Hutton Patterson and Patterson White. It was very much looking like their championship attack at times. Bowled Essex out for 69 to register a win by 168 runs. Nottinghamshire, I suspect, will be one of the 3 qualifiers from the group.
Here's Holland in, it's down the leg side, that'll be a wide. First runs of the morning to Essex.
They are actually playing Leicestershire, the only side above them in the table today, and they've made a pretty good start in that match. But I think Nottinghamshire's sort of strength in depth, obviously releasing quite a few players to the 100, but still able to feel a pretty strong side in this competition, and they're a point behind Leicestershire at the top of the table.
Holland in again and bowls, and that's a better line and length, and that's pushed out into the covers.
So this competition, of course, in its August slot again, I think it was seen as quite a considerable success last year, and Essex actually didn't make the best of starts last year. They had a rain out against Lancashire at Sedbergh, and they got thumped by Derbyshire at Chelmsford, so it's a bit of familiarity to the way it's begun.
Holland in again, 2 slips wait. As he bowls, runs away from us. It's another good length ball that's played back to the bowler by Rymel.
So fair to say that Essex could do with a win here, and it's interesting, there's already some quite interesting net run rates in the table, because Essex are bottom of the table at the moment with a point, but even though their net run rate is minus 3.36, it's still better than Kent's after they lost by, I think, 264 runs to Leicestershire.
Here's Holland, talking of Leicestershire, as that's pushed out on the onside, and that'll be the end of the first over. Effectively a maiden off the bat, although there was one run off it with the wide. Essex won without loss. Talking about Leicestershire, the former head coach at Leicestershire, Paul Nixon, has been doing a little bit of work, we think, with Joseph Eklund at the far end of the ground. And of course he's, I think he's on gardening leave from Leicestershire, or he may have got, I think he's been sacked. Anyway, either way, he's here apparently doing a little bit of work, a bit of fill-in work, because they're a bit short-staffed apparently here while the 100's going on.
Well, very nice to see Keith Barker playing in one of these 50-over games. Keith, who wasn't selected in the championship match between the two sides a little while ago, and but it might be these are just his sort of conditions. Potential for a little bit of movement out there. We've seen it already, and he might just fancy his chances here as we get into the second of these 45 overs. Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat, and he comes round the wicket from the pavilion end, and that's played away uppishly but safe through where probably a force slip would have been down to third man for Das to get his first run, and the second for Essex. So Rymel and Das opening things up and having to proceed with caution in tricky batting conditions. Interesting decision by Tom Westley to bat first, perhaps sensing there's going to be drizzle around, and it may not be easy for the bowlers and fielders out there. Two slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-on and a short fine leg in the ring, as this one is an appeal for LBW. It's a confident shout and given out. That looked confident from Keith Barker as Rymel just went across the crease a little bit, looking to play it away through mid-on, but it looked a very confident shout, that. And looking at the replay, not too much wrong with it, has to be said. It looked very out, that middle and leg. And we were just sensing that Keith Barker might just be his sort of conditions out here today. And he's made a very good start by getting rid of Josh Rymel for a duck in the second over. Essex 2 for 1 in the second of their 45 overs.
It's not really a ball we've seen a lot of Keith Barker bowl this season, where he's round the wicket and the ball just coming back a fraction to the right-hander. It's tended to be coming in with the angle and then straightening and going past the outside edge, and maybe that's a good sign. Maybe that's why he's playing, just to try and get back into a little bit of form. He's had an average year by his standards in the championship. That looked out every day of the week. Didn't it?
One of those that we've got the replay here, but one of those that a nice straightforward decision, just nipping back into the right hander. No question of it hitting outside the line, no question about height, and fairly straightforward one to be given as out. So not the start that Essex wanted by any stretch of the imagination. And Tom Westley is walking out to the crease. Tom Westley's had a fantastic season in the championship. Still captain, even with the return of Simon Harmer, still captain in this 50-over format. But he's had a really wonderful campaign. It's been good to see. And what sort of an impression can he make here on this game? Because obviously with some less experienced players around him, I think he's going to have to play quite an important role over the next couple of weeks if Essex are going to get out of this group.
So still a dull here, although threatening to just brighten up a little bit.
Yes, the radar is a tricky one because the drizzle is so faint, but it's a sort of whether a rain radar might not pick up. But the suggestion is that once we get into the afternoon, things should improve, and there might just be the odd shower. But this sort of heavy cloud cover and drizzle, and potential drizzle, could be around over the next hour or so. So it's going to be Westley to take strike, and so looking to replicate some of that fine championship form, but up against Keith Barker and what looked to be helpful bowling conditions as Barker goes round the wicket and bowls to Westley. It's a good one first up, and it beats Westley outside the off stump. Tentative shot at that. Nice piece of bowling. Just pitching and leaving Westley that one, and a bit of carry as well.
69. That 69 all out against Nottinghamshire already looks in danger here.
Well, not quite yet, but I have to say, it's quite a brave decision to bat first here, but we'll see if it does pay off. Here's Barker going round the wicket and bowling, and Wesley just covering up and playing into the offside, just backward of square, and there is no run. But I say, Essex, their improvement in the Championship this season in terms of, certainly since the end of May, in terms of this run of wins they've been able to put together. Tom Wesley with the bat has played a very big part in that. But difficult conditions for him here today as Barker comes into bowl. He comes down the pitch and looks to loft that away over mid-off, and again defeated by movement. And fortunate not to edge that. If he had edged it, it might have just flown over the slips, that one, Kevin, but it was, again, quite an ambitious shot in the circumstances.
Yeah, it's just nipped away off the seam. That Barker's just getting this ball to talk here a little bit. Come back in, it's moving away as well. Very tricky for the batters.
Yeah, and Keith Barker just the sort of man to, with all his experience, to make use of these helpful conditions. As he goes round the wicket again and bowls to Wesley, who slices that one away for two. It wasn't off the middle of the bat by any stretch of the imagination, but he's got it away along the ground through backward point, and Tom Wesley gets that second run, and Das is with him on one, with Rymel out for a duck and one extra, and Essex are 4 for 1 after 2 of their 45 overs.
So good stuff from Keith Barker. I mentioned about his Championship season this year. 14 wickets, but 44 apiece. So not brilliant really from him, considering he took 50 Championship wickets last year. But he's just having one of those years.
It's fair to say that no one's really got going for Essex with a bat in the competition this season, and certainly today's the day for someone to try and put their hand up.
So it's going to be Holland to Robin Das. Great temperature out there as well as the light.
Yeah, it feels like one of those mid-September games, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like, well, it's not even the middle of August yet. Here's Holland trying to cut that misses. Well, there's certainly a few balls going past the outside edge at the moment, so there's every reason to think that we might have 1 or 2 more wickets yet in the next few overs.
Yeah, good, some quite good carry as well. So there's certainly in it for the something in it for the seamers here. Ian Holland, of course, who had that wonderful game. It was at Trent Bridge, wasn't it? He got the 100 and the wickets.
He did.
In the Championship.
Yeah. Runs away from us. Bounce to Das once more. And it's on the pad. Wicked nip back at that one. And it's probably above the pad, actually, the way Das has reacted. Just bent over. I think we saw this in a little bit in the... Was it in the Essex game? We did. We saw this a few times, didn't we? But we're to the left here. I think we're on the same wicket that Hampshire played Middlesex on, towards the tunnel. But the Championship wicket here, a couple of weeks ago. In fact, we can still see the remnants of the wicket away to our right. There was a lot of nip-backers there, and there was 1 or 2 batters that were feeling the ball on the inside leg and there or thereabouts. Das is definitely in a bit of pain here. He's not ready to face the next ball yet. Still struggling. Not very nice at all. Just trying to recompose himself. He isn't even yet back at the crease.
No, just needs to take his time, which he's doing.
Don't forget, you can pick us up BBC Sport website and app, as well as the live picture feed, Hampshire Cricket website, and the free app to download. You can pick it up on that as well. As that's nicked back. That looks close. It's gone to second slip as well. Well, it hasn't got an inside edge, so it's hit the pad, but that is a wicked delivery as well. If you're watching the picture feed, have a look at this. Here comes Holland, bowls, and that's nicked back, probably a little high.
There's plenty of movement there. Possibly a good toss to lose from Hampshire's point.
No, I was going to say, this is...
I suspect Hampshire probably would have put Essex in these circumstances, but I can see the thought about the drizzle being a factor.
Got to get through this at the moment. As Holland comes in and bowls outside off stump. He's trying to cut that. He's missed that by quite a while. So 45 overs aside, we think this is the old 45 over competition, wasn't it, of about 2 or 3 decades back, where 5 bowlers bowl 9. That would be the obvious.
Yeah, we used to have that. I can't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was an attempt to just make the 40 over competition closer to the one-day internationals.
Yeah. Holland in again to Das. Das gets a straighter delivery, able to turn that away easily on the leg side, and he moves on to 2. Essex are 5 for 1 here in the 3rd.
And you're also welcome to get in touch with us via at BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. If you've got any thoughts about how this competition is going, from an Essex point of view, one suspects that obviously a lot of anticipation is going to be on those 3 championship matches at the end of the season.
You guys won something like 5 on the trot now or something?
Yeah.
Here's Holland, bowls, and Wesley pushes forward, thick inside edge as it goes out to the leg side. That'll be a single. Wesley moves on to 3, 6 for 1, Essex at the end of the 3rd.
And this competition, obviously, just using it to give opportunities for younger players. Obviously, they'd like to get out of this competition, but I suspect a lot of thoughts will be Middlesex, Hampshire, Northants in September, and to what extent that they can challenge Surrey. And certainly they are the most realistic challengers for Surrey now, after the way the results went in the last round of championship games. But that's for another day. Trying to get through this difficult opening spell at the moment as Wesley faces Barker, and Wesley just comes confidently into line with that one and plays a defensive shot up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, but just got onto the back foot, played that one nicely, Tom Wesley. But Barker and Holland certainly a threat so far.
Yeah, not the quickest opening attack, but I don't think
that's
it
right
needs
for
to
these
be.
conditions.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be.
Here's Barker again, going round the wicket and bowls a nice delivery, and Wesley for the second time is beaten as he attempts a drive. This time he was going for a drive over Barker's head, and again a bit of movement has just defeated the shot. He goes to prod the pitch, but just at the moment these length balls from Barker, trying to actually hit them away through the offside and straight, and not being able to get much contact so far.
I was just going to say, on the live picture feed, the camera is just needs to straighten up a little bit. The pitch is now starting to move into the centre of the picture. That's better.
Here's Barker again, bowls to Wesley, and Wesley with an angled bat sends that to backward point, and there's no run. So Essex winning with toss and choosing to bat. At that point we were expecting an 11 o'clock start, but the drizzle began to set in just before that, and then we were looking at 11:40 and a little bit more drizzle. At the moment it's still very much set in here, but certainly conditions are forecast to improve during the afternoon as Barker bowls, and Wesley does get hold of this one and drives it wide of mid-off for 4. It's a slowish outfield, but no one's going to with the drizzle, but no one's going to stop that, and just over pitching there, Barker and Wesley seized onto it and played a good stroke just to the left of mid-off, and away for 4. And that's the first real shot in anger from an Essex point of view in this encounter. It takes Wesley from 3 to 7, and it's 10 for 1 in the 4th.
Gubbins it was at wide mid-off.
Yeah, couldn't get across to that one. It was nicely timed, and Wesley will be pleased to feel bat on ball. First aggressive shot that he's played, but he's got some bat on it, and he did so very well. 2 slips close together. Barker bowls, and Wesley lost this one away and could be caught at deep square leg, and he is just almost went over the rope, but that time he tried to pick the ball up off length and hit it away for 6, but he didn't quite get enough onto it. It's the shorter boundary away to our left, and a good catch just keeping inside the rope, and it means that Essex are 10 for 2 in the 4th over.
Felix Organ.
Yeah, did well there.
Just had to make sure as he took the catch that he didn't overbalance. And I don't blame Tom Wesley for doing that, the way things are this morning. I mean, mind you, it's his decision to bat first, so he's created the situation, but even so, I don't think that's a bad shot.
No.
It's just a little bit unlucky.
I can see, it's obviously it is the shorter boundary out there, isn't it? And he was obviously backing himself to clear it. Didn't quite get enough onto it. So having hit the very good boundary 4, comes unstuck next delivery, and that's a big wicket for Hampshire to take, given of course Wesley's name stands out in terms of experience. Obviously there is Simon Harmer back in the side today, and I think that's probably no bad thing from a Hampshire point of from an Essex point of view, given the score is 10 for 2. But Bo Webster, I wonder if he can, who is an accomplished batsman, got some sort of a start on last Thursday against Notts, but couldn't go on as wickets fell around him. I wonder what he can do here. This obviously is going to be another key wicket for Hampshire to take.
I told you, this 69 all out, it's under pressure. I'm telling you. 10 for 2.
Well, certainly if they were to get Bo Webster early, that would certainly create some pressure. But interesting to see how he goes. He's got a decent-ish record in Australia at each level of the game. And obviously a key wicket for Hampshire to take, having just got Wesley, averaging 32 in first-class cricket, 25 in List A. Strike rate of 71. And it's 10 for 2, and Barker bowls to him, and he gets slightly tangled up by that first delivery, but in the end gets back down onto it and plays it back to Barker. He's also played for 3 of the teams in the Big Bash: the Hobart Hurricanes, Melbourne Renegades, and Melbourne Stars. So he's been travelling from one team to another there. 10 for 2 Essex after 4, with Webster has just faced 1 ball and Robin Das has 2.
Nick Jenkins on the tweets at Solent Sports says, good to see the Norrin Donald given a go, even if it's because of an injury. That's right, he got a broken finger, which was sustained in the warm-up T20 quarter-final here. Still played with that, but has been out since. But he's back in the side. Here's Holland, comes in and bowls to Robin Das. Das edges, whoa, where's the gully? That was in the air, goes down to third. Barker's fielding at the far end of the ground, 11 for 2 Essex.
Yeah, and certainly still ball moving around, very overcast, and likely to stay that way, I suspect, through most of this innings.
Yeah. Nick also goes on to say, interesting to see that Hampshire are the bookies' favourites to win this competition. I didn't know that. It all comes down to really who's got the least amount of players at the 100, really. As Holland comes in, bowls, and that's angled down to third by Webster. He's off the mark, and that's 12 for 2. Hampshire have 10 players away with 100. Essex have 6.
Yeah, I think we think that this is probably the tougher group of the two. Obviously, with Notts looking very strong the other day, Leicestershire not having too many calls for the 100. Ditto Middlesex.
Yeah. 12 for 2 then in the 5th. 45 overs aside as we started a little late. Forward. His Das goes out into the covers. Paul Williams has also tweeted at Solent Sport. He says, a day to sit indoors and listen to the cricket as it's 42 degrees outside. He's in Portugal. I think I read something, I don't know about you, Nick, I think I read something, there's some wildfires in Portugal now. Somewhere.
Yes, that's hot weather around Europe has now moved west. I think it's quite as hot as it was in Central and Southern Europe.
Holland into Das. Bowls. Das gets wrapped on the pad. Ball balloons up in the air on the leg side. They'll come through for a leg bye. Total moves on to 13 for 2.
Yes, certainly tough going at the moment from a Essex point of view, and with that relatively early loss of Tom Wesley, obviously Bo Webster here as the new overseas player for this competition. This could be just the day for him to come up with the goods, but rather un-Australian conditions.
God, certainly not 42 degrees here, that's for sure. That's Webster on the front foot, pushing that length of delivery out into the covers. So Rymel for no score, Wesley for 7, both wickets falling to Keith Barker.
Yeah, he certainly looks a handful out there today. Interestingly, with Holland bowling, with Barker bowling, we have the 2 slips very close to each other. It's maybe a little bit more of a gap.
Yeah. Stable door is a phrase that comes to mind. It's another length ball which Webster quietly plays on the offside. End of the over. Holland's completed 3 overs, none for 5. Barker 2 overs, 2 for 7.
And Leicestershire at the top of the group, playing Notts. Essex will be travelling to Grace Road soon for the first time for a very long time, which I'm sure Essex supporters will be perhaps interested in going to that, just to re-familiarise themselves with the ground. It used to be a very regular venue, but Essex haven't been there for years, but going there soon. Today Leicestershire are playing Nottinghamshire, who are a point behind them, and they're 72 for 4, Leicestershire, in the 18th over. The other game going on in the competition is in the other group. It's Glamorgan and Durham, and it's rain delayed. Here's Barker bowling to Robin Das. Das gets one on his hip, which he just plays away nicely wide of mid-on for a single and goes along to 4. Robin Das had a little bit of a golden patch of form early in the season. Started well in the blast, just tailed off a little bit, but this is a useful opportunity for him to continue his development in tough batting conditions. And just having a look at Barker bowling, and that's just played defensively up into the offside. Yes, a little note from Kevin there, thank you, about how the various intervals being organised today, and when lunch is available. For the players, it'll be sort of, I suspect, well, around about 2:15, something like that, I would have thought, around about there. And they'll have a half-hour break then. So Webster, 1 from 5 balls, facing Keith Barker, and this time getting one that's well pitched up, but he drives it away nicely for at least 2. That's pretty well timed. It's a slowish outfield because of the rain, but it's just going to get to the rope. 2 fielders chasing after it. That's an encouraging sign from Webster. It was a full-length delivery, but he drove it away very nicely. Got it past Barker. And in the end, despite the fact it is a slowish outfield with the drizzle, had enough on it to go straight to the pavilion side of the ground for 4. So it takes Webster to 5, Das has 4, and 18 for 2.
It's quite tall, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It's Mr. Webster.
So 2 slips waiting as Barker bowls again, and this time he's rather wrapped up in that one as he's trying to play it away into the onside, but it nips back at him, and he's caught sort of probably above the pads, and but no appeal, and he remains there on 5. But a good start for Hampshire, who've removed Rymel for a duck and Westley for 7, and the scores are 2 and then 10. It's now 18 for 2, and we're in the 6th over of 45 as Barker bowls, and that one a little bit of bounce and dealt with well by Webster. Just comes forward and just plays it, steers it down from high on the bat up into the covers, and there is no run. Very, very overcast, not too much of a breeze, just see a little bit of movement in the trees beyond the pavilion. Floodlights on, look like good bowling conditions. Interesting to see if it does change as we get into the afternoon. 18 for 2, and Barker bowls again, and this is just steered from the crease by Webster, just back of the square on the offside. He will stay at 5, but as I say, with there is Harmer in the side, but in terms of experience with Westley gone early, this is going to be a big wicket for Hampshire to take, and conversely Essex will want him to make a very sizable contribution. Webster 5 and Das 4, Essex 18 for 2 after 6 overs.
So with Webster, he was playing what? Club cricket for Upminster in Essex. So Essex weren't going to have an overseas player for this competition, and just because he was over here, they've just decided to give him a contract for this.
Well, it's a sort of similar story with Grant Rellifson from last year, who Gloucestershire then snapped up.
Holland comes in and bowls to Das. Das flicks it away on the onside. Comfortable single. Moves on to 5, 19 for 2.
Essex supporters will still, I suspect, feel that Rellifson showed so much in the 50-over competition last year that it would have been nice to have him around, maybe in multi-formats this year. Didn't quite come off for Gloucestershire in the blast. 1 or 2 contributions, but not quite what they would have hoped for, I think, when they signed him.
Holland into the tall Webster off the back foot, flicks that away out into the covers. So Rellifson was not in the country, so he's not over here this year.
Yeah, I was looking to see. I was actually just seeing if he's still with Gloucestershire in the competition, and he's not. So indications are that I think he was just there for the blast, but didn't quite come off, as Essex supporters know he can.
Holland again with his right arm medium paces, bowls to Webster. Webster forward. Again, it's an accurate delivery, which is pushed out to Gubbins in the covers. So, I mean, all that's happening really is obviously Upminster are paying his airfares, and Essex have just said, can we have him for August to play? And so
yeah, I mean, this is just to see the nature of the beast, isn't it? We get obviously these short-term signings, people who are not going to play in the 100, not going to have international commitments, but have got some sort of pedigree, and they took a bit of a, it was a bit of a punt on Robertson that really came off. But obviously Webster does have a decent track record in Australian domestic cricket. So you won't have come across maybe Hobart, which is, if they are going to get conditions like this, it's more likely to be there, I guess.
100 in his last first-class match back in March.
Essex will have noted that, I'm sure.
Here comes Holland. Balls to Webster. Webster drives pleasantly, half stop by Gubbins. Good diving stop from him. Certainly saved 4 runs. Just a single it is in the end as Organ at mid-off mops up behind Gubbins. 24-2 in the 7th over.
Yeah, and certainly the early indications, plenty in it for the bowlers. Obviously, if they err in line and length, capacity for the batsman to get some joy. We've seen nice strokes from both Wesley and Webster. They're certainly going to have to be on their guard here, Essex, to the moving ball.
Joe's tweeted at Silent Sports, he's on the ground. I didn't think that it felt chilly out here, but Felix Organ has already called for an extra layer, even though he's got a sun hat on. As that's a nice shot off the back foot. That's a beautiful shot through point. Past the diving Fletcher Middleton. Just opened the face of the bat there, Das. That is a classy shot to take Essex on to 24 for 2. No sign of a beanie under his sun hat, though. No, not yet. So,
yeah, that'll get Das going. Slightly tentative start, difficult batting conditions, but nice stroke, all timing that. Away through the offside.
A few foothold problems for Ian Holland, just as he gets to the cut strip. Bit of extra sawdust into his footmarks. 24 for 2 then. Das has 9 of 12. Webster has 6 of 12 balls faced, and that's immediately brought a response from Hampshire in the field, with Tom Prest coming out of the slip area and is plugging that gap at mid-wicket, even though that's the opposite side of the ground. And when the boundary's just been scored, here's Holland, comes in and bowls. That's on the line of leg stump, just wraps Das on the pad. That's nice of him, picks the ball up, throws it to the fielder. 24 for 2, 7 gone.
Yep, and 45 overs aside, so we used to have cricket of that duration some time ago now, but difficult for Essex to judge, I think, what a good score is going to be. Obviously the initial issue would be to see off the opening bowlers, very experienced opening bowlers, with this ball that is moving around. We feel a lot's going to depend on certainly the experience of Webster and Harmer later on delivering, as here is a new over from Barker, and just a tentative shout as Webster gets an inside half of the bat to that and plays it up towards mid-wicket. But Barker gets a single, but Barker for a moment thought that he might be through there, but it wasn't to be. But obviously a little bit of movement again, just causing a problem for the right-hander.
Accurate stuff from Barker, isn't he? He looks more of a handful in this game than he has in the Championship, I have to say.
Barker again from the pavilion end, going round the wicket, left arm, and a nice stroke off the back foot here. That's well played by Das. He's going to come back for a second run as it just goes down towards wide third man. Just slightly shorter delivery from Barker, and Das riding the bounce, played it very well.
I think that's Dom Kelly down there, who's not got a number on his shirt. They still haven't got him a number.
Well, carries on any longer, he should be allowed to pick his own number, I suspect, but there's probably going to be a designated number for him at some point. But I'm sure he'd like it sooner rather than later. As Barker bowls again, that's a delivery that's well pitched up and brings Das forward, and he plays it quite securely, bat and pad together, back down the pitch, and Barker fields in his follow through. So this competition continuing through August. There will be a fairly quiet period for those sides not qualifying for the latter stages. A bit of a gap until the championship resumes in September, but it was rather the same case last year. As Barker bowls again. Oh, bowls him! Nice piece of bowling for Barker, and get just nipped into the right-hander. We'll see if there was anything of the bat on that. But again, Barker, who's been getting some movement today, another very, very useful delivery there to Das. And no, I think it just went straight through him, and he's been, in the end, just played inside it, and it's hit the off stump. So Das goes for 11, and continuing the theme of just starting to look good. He played 2 nice strokes there, Das, a 4 and a 2. But the situation here, as someone of Keith Barker's experience in conditions that are helping him, is likely to revel in the situation, and 3 for 15 in 3 overs and 4 balls rather sums it up. 27 for 3, and we're in the 8th over.
If you're watching on the live picture feed there, I'm not sure the bat's come down that straight.
No.
If I'm honest, that just looks like that's come down a little bit from first slip, slightly coming across the ball, which means that makes him really susceptible to a ball that nips back, as that one has done. It's not a big, it's not noticeably coming down slightly across the ball, but it's just enough. When the ball's moving around, your technique has to be tight. So I'm just watching there actually with Keith Barker, just chatting to Nick Gubbins there. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll just see that Barker talking to Nick Gubbins. I think even Barker there has just said to Nick Gubbins the same sort of thing there, and just sort of with his hands, just showing that the bat has not come quite down as straight as it could. And I'll just say once more, 69 all out, that looks in danger.
And I guess it will look in danger until they pass it, but Essex will be hoping that they passed it without any further wickets going down. But certainly you get the feeling that in these conditions you would rather be bowling than batting at this stage. Noah Thane, 18 years old, who's certainly looks to be someone with a good future ahead of him, and selected for the England under-19 youth one-day internationals against Ireland and Australia. He's in the squad for that. Now he's got to face Keith Barker, who bowls a good ball first up, and Thane just gets into line and plays it up towards mid-on, and there is no run. But certainly somebody who's Hertfordshire born, 18 years old, and predominantly batsman, but got say a good chance to make an impression here. And this is played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run. Getting into line nicely behind that one, and it's 27 for 3 with Webster on 7, Thane no score, and Barker has 3 for 15 in 4 overs.
Yeah, not quite his best figures of the season, even though he's had a quiet time in the championship. Actually picked up 4 for 14 in the game against Northants here in the championship. Mike Martin has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Applause for Keith Barker as he walks down to third at the far end of the ground in front of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. That's to the left of the Lord Brasgrove Pavilion as we look. So Hampshire on top here. 8 overs gone, 45 overs aside. Here's Ian Holland bowling to Webster. Webster leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Mike Martin says, always enjoy the competition, or this competition, watching the kids play, he says. On that subject, am I right in thinking if we progress to the quarters or the semi-finals that Dom Kelly and Joe Eklund won't be available as they'll be playing for England under-19s? I think it's Dom Kelly and Eddie Jack. I don't think Joe Eklund was in there. I didn't see him in the squads for later this month. Seems a bit daft to rob them of big matches and the experience that will give them. As Webster drives, that's a lovely shot into the gap in the covers, 4 runs. Ease the ball over the boundary rope, and nice shot. Looks a good player, does Mr. Webster. So yeah, I don't think it's Joe Eklund. I think it's Eddie Jack and Dom Kelly. Anyway, on another subject, says Mike, can't believe that Nye Donald is still only 26 years of age, and is this the year for his obvious talent to flourish? Needs to start delivering, says Mike. Well, he, as I say, he has been injured for a few weeks, but certainly needs to be, as that's a length ball, which Webster was trying to work on the onside, but gets a slight leading edge. Ball goes back to Ian Holland. The score is 31 for 3.
Yeah, I mentioned about Thane on the evidence of the fact he didn't bowl in the Notts game. then perhaps he's being viewed primarily as a batsman by Essex, but he has opened both the batting and the bowling for the under-18s of the Essex Academy.
Holland into Webster. Always wide outside the off stump. 2 bounces through to Brown. Signalled a wide.
But yeah, I mean, I think probably primarily, but it'll be interesting to see if his bowling does come to the fore, and we see some of it today. But certainly very, very interesting credentials with the bat, which Essex are looking to develop. And this is a fine opportunity in very testing conditions against good quality bowling, and with an experienced Australian at the other end.
Holland into Webster. Webster's forward, inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeal as the ball goes out on the offside.
Yeah, still that little bit of movement for Holland, and you know, you would have thought the forecast suggesting that these sort of conditions, thankfully the drizzle hasn't returned. There's still a potential it might do in the next hour or so, and then conditions should improve during the afternoon. Just lost 10 overs from the game so far.
And again is Ian Holland, bowls to Webster. Webster gets well forward again. Tall man gets likes to get on the front foot, that's for sure. Score remains on 32 for 3.
Yeah, obviously Essex will look to score off the bad ball, but the trick is, of course, not to be too ambitious against the good ones at the moment, because they can't afford to lose any further wickets, I think it's fair to say. Need a partnership at this stage.
It's pushed by Webster up towards mid-off, end of the over. That's 9 overs gone. Holland's bowled 5 overs, none for 16, and Essex are 32 for 3.
Yeah, certainly it's been Keith Barker's morning so far in conditions that suited him. I think I'll be doing one more over, I think, Kevin, is that right? And then hand over to Raj Maru, who's going to be coming in for the first time in just a moment. But certainly has been an excellent spell from Keith Barker, who's not going to relinquish the ball in a hurry, I suspect. And Essex have got to contend with him again. So he's not had the best of seasons in the Championship, but everyone knows, of course, his credentials are absolutely splendid, and he's showing it today as he bowls here. And Thane covers up and plays defensively. Nice organised technique, just playing it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So Rymel for 0, Wesley for 7, and Das for 11 in that order for Keith Barker. Essex, I think, just looking to try and see him off. He's doing a lot of damage out there. Essex winning the toss and choosing to bat. Drizzle then settling in. Dry at the moment as Barker bowls, and that's played with an angled bat, and Thane will get himself a run, as that's just steered down through where Gully would have been. So he gets off the mark, off his 4th delivery, and Essex are 33 for 3. In this 45 over side match here at the Ageas Bowl, where it was a reasonable turnout, I have to say. Easy for people to be put off by the weather today, but Colin Ingleby, Mackenzie stand, good attendance there, and indeed in the Shane Warne stand either side of the pavilion. As this again is played defensively by Webster, who with his tall reach gets quite well forward as he reaches out to the ball, looking to negate any movement from Barker. And as ever, quite good numbers in the top tier of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion. Well, it's probably reasonably chilly. They'll be quite well wrapped up today, I think. There's some better weather, though, forecast to set in for the rest of the week. Indeed, a pretty good forecast for Thursday and Friday in particular, as here Webster takes that one off the pads just about. It was almost a shout going up from Barker. Again, a bit of movement, and again it may have been off the inside half of the bat, but he's got it away up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 33 for 3, and we're in the 10th over, and very much it has been Hampshire on top up to this point. Just the one slip in now, and 5 saving 1, as that's just played defensively from the crease by Webster, who started well, plays that up to a short cover, and there's no run. Wind just getting up a little bit. Just looking to see if there's any sign of any umbrellas going up, because the breeze getting up could be a sign perhaps of more drizzle setting in. Rain mainly coming from the west today, but at the moment it remains dry. And here is Barker again, and Webster getting right forward of it as he has been in this over, and playing it up to cover, head over the ball. So these two, can they build a partnership to get Essex back into this game? That's the key thing now. 10 overs have gone. Essex 33 for 3. Webster has 11. Thane has 1. A few more words with Kevin James, and being joined by Raj Maru.
So good start here from Hampshire. Josh Rymel, LBW to Keith Barker in the second over, one that nipped back. He went for no score. That was 1 for 1. In the fourth over, Tom Westley, who'd played a beautiful drive through extra cover off Barker, then tried to flick him away on the leg side and was caught right on the boundary by Felix Organ for 7. That was 10 for 2. And then in the eighth over, Robin Das was bowled between a ball between just nipped back between bat and pad, who was out for 11. 27 for 3. Raj Maru in for the first time. Nice cut shot through the offside, and a good stop by Fletcher Middleton out on the offside. And Raj, I think even you would bowl some seamers here in these overhead conditions, even though you, of course, known for being a spinner.
Yeah, there seems to be very sort of heavy sort of dark clouds out there, and the ball seems to be just nipping around off the deck a little bit.
Certainly is. Here's Holland, comes in again and bowls, and that's flicked away on the leg side. Although Thane took his bottom hand off the bat as he did so, down to fine leg. Score moves on to 34 for 3. Thane on to 2.
I don't think there's much swing out there, but I think there's just the ball seaming around a little bit. I think where it might be just damp on top of the wicket, with hard underneath and damp on top, is just nipping around. Yeah. And with this sort of light sort of drizzle, they're not going to come off in this, and that's just keeping that moisture in the wicket.
Certainly is. Holland was just about to, well, he was running in and then realised that the field wasn't quite right. Fine leg being pushed back at the top end of the ground. Yeah, it was the sort of rain, wasn't it? If they were out there, they would have stayed, but they just couldn't get out there for 50 minutes. Hence why the game is reduced to 45 overs a side. Here's Ian Holland, who's wicketless so far. Webster, the Aussie, just pushes that out on the offside quietly, and there's no run. The ground staff have been hanging around, sitting on the hopper cover for a few overs now, so they're expecting something, Raj.
Yeah, they had a little stroll from underneath the tunnel and walked all the way around and sat on the opposite side of the ground, ready to get those covers on as soon as it comes in.
Yeah, they've been on and off all morning. Say 50 minutes. Oh, it's come down the wicket, hits that high up in the air now. Felix Organ's got a skyer at mid-off, and he's dropped it. Well, that was a difficult one, but I thought he had it in the end. He's only run back about 2 or 3 yards. Webster coming down the wicket, trying to smash that down the ground, got right underneath that one. And actually Organ in the end probably made a bit of a mess of that.
Yeah, I think he got confused on whether he wanted to take it up with reverse cup over his shoulder or wanted to take it at normal height, and he tried to catch it, but he caught it sort of trying to catch it waist high in the end, and spilled it.
Yeah. Well, professional cricketers would always expect to take every catch that comes their way, and I would think Organ would expect to take that 8 times out of 10.
Yeah, they should have done. That's a normal sort of normality, really.
Did go quite high though, but even so, I think in the end he wasn't as near to that as I thought he might be, as that's another one that nips back, and he's called through for a single. Throw comes in at the bowler's end, hits the stumps, but he's run through as Thane.
That was well picked up there by Eklund. He just ran around, picked it up in his right, off balance, but there's no real power in the throw. But the batsman got in comfortably. I don't know what it's like, Kev, but when you bowl seam and you have when just about to take off and you've got some dodgy areas where your foot might be slipping or not taking off properly, does that play on your mind as you're running in?
Doesn't it just? All you want is firm ground, don't you? Holland comes in. Webster's on the back foot, steers that to Gubbins in the covers. Yeah, definitely, doesn't it? You don't want to be thinking about where your foot's landing and what it's landing on. You just want to think about where you're going to put the ball.
Yeah, and I think that's what's been hampering Holland a little bit over the last 2 or 3 overs. where the first couple of overs wasn't too bad, but the last 2 overs he's actually been thinking about, and you can see the sawdust flicking up in the air as he's about to take off. It's not that firm ground, solid base you get to take off from.
Yeah. All you want is some solid ground, right? Just all you ask for.
Yeah, Barker around the wicket now from the pavilion end coming in. He bowls, played down the ground by Thane. Donald at mid-off, just trickled out, no runs.
Well, Thane is playing his first team cricket this year. He played his only first-class game against Ireland, and they had Ireland had a warm-up game at Chelmsford earlier this season. He's played 2 list day games both this season. That rained-out game at Sedbergh School, the defeat against Notts at Chelmsford. This is his 3rd.
Barker in again to Thane, round the wicket, bowls short of a length, plays it up on the up, just drops it in front of him, no runs. Yeah, Essex are 36 for 3. And the 12th over. It's not a bigger crowd as the Middlesex game last week, but with the weather as it is, you can expect that a little bit.
Not ideal. It certainly doesn't feel second week of August, does it?
Barker in again, bowls short of a length. This time similar to the previous delivery, played out to cover and no runs.
It's pretty bleak out there, and you think this time last year we were sort of coming towards the end of that heat wave that we had, the long summer days of wall-to-wall sunshine. It's been nothing like that over the last 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, has it?
We just hope that by the end of this week we might get a few days of that. Round the wicket, Barker bowls back of a length, pushed out to mid-on. No runs. He's bowled a good line, Barker did today. Occasionally he's over-pitched the ball, but generally he's bowled a very good line. But running in, he seems to have a better grounding on his feet than what Holland has got from this hotel end.
Yeah. He's bowled nicely, actually, hasn't he, Keith Barker? Of course, the white ball doesn't do quite as much as the red ball. But he looked quite impressive, didn't he, his first few overs?
He does. Back in around the wicket, bowls, back of length, driven this time through extra cover. They pick up 1. They'll come back for 2. Donald's run round, picks it up. He's got the ball back in to the keeper's end, and that's all they get, 2. Score moves on to 38 for 3.
Nice shot, wasn't it, on the up there from Thane? Just having a look at him in the second 11 championship. Noah Thane has had 5 innings, top score of 84, averaging 35 in the second 11 championship this season.
Barker in again, runs in, bowls, this time just short. The batsman was trying to turn it onto the leg side. They just wrapped him on the thigh pad. Middleton dashes in from backward or picks it up and stops them going through for a single. And end of that 12th over, Essex are 38 for 3.
So Hampshire, he's played a couple of games against the Hampshire second 11 as well. T20 game at Southend back in early June, made 33. And in the championship game at Colchester, second 11 championship, early July, made just 6. Scott Curry on in place of Ian Holland. Nice round of applause from the crowd to greet Scott Curry. In he comes, right arm over then, tall and bowls on the line of leg stump. Flicked away by Webster down to fine. And Webster, the Aussie, moves on to 13. Essex 39 for 3 at the start of the 13th over.
So Hampshire have got a good control on this game at the moment. They're not letting Essex get away with it. I can't remember when the last boundary was hit.
That's a while ago, isn't it? I tell you what, there hasn't been too many boundaries in this innings, as that's a full on the line of leg stump. A bit quicker, but Thane's equal to it, works it up to wide mid-on. There's been a couple of lovely shots actually through the covers. I think Robin Das, didn't he, played a couple of beautiful shots Opening the face of the bat, nicely timed. In fact, one of those actually was. There's a couple of boundaries from Webster, and the other one from Wesley. That would have been that lovely drive through extra cover. Here's Scott Curry bowls on the line of leg stump. Webster turns that away, just behind square this time. They may pick up 2, they do. I have to say, Bo Webster looks quite a good player to me.
It is, he gets in line pretty well. He got in right. Scott Curry is just trying to angle the ball. He's just sort of falling away to the offside and pushing the ball into the batsman. He hasn't just quite got that line right just yet. No. But he's played those balls really well.
Comes in again, then runs away from us. Webster's on 15 now. Again, it's quite straight. Webster able to easily play that away on the onside. Only a single this time. Just needs to get that line of, as you say, Raj, just a fraction more off stump.
Yeah, and the way Webster plays, he sort of favours the leg side a little bit. He just head falls over a little bit, and he's looking to manoeuvre that ball through the leg side a lot more. Obviously, there's a lot more gaps through the leg side to get the ball through.
Yeah. This time he's bowling to the youngster Thane. That's a better line. Thane just pushes that up to mid-off. Webster's the taller of the two. Thane is a bit more. It's a bit short. Well, he's a bit shorter, but he's certainly not a tall man himself. But he looks quite compact, actually. Quite like his technique from what I'm seeing.
He looks a lot more side on than Webster. Webster's got a slightly open stance, and he's looking to open that leg side up.
He does, doesn't he? Even when he's just pushing out on the offside, he looks quite open towards the end of that. That's down the leg side, flicked off the pad. That's going down to third. That'll be 4. Leg byes signalled, yeah. Again, Scott Curry just a little too straight. Even though it's his first over, hasn't quite got that right. His first over going for 5, but extras as well. It just feels, Reg, there's some rain in the air once more.
It looks like that breeze has picked up a little bit. That wind is just coming in. Just looking over behind the pavilion, there's some dark clouds running in, rolling in.
Definitely got more gloomy, isn't it?
Barker to continue for his 7th over. He may look to bowl all 10 out. I don't think he's going to come back on a bit of a stiff body later on.
Bowl his 10. Well, he will bowl 9, won't he? 5 nines, yeah.
In he comes round the wicket to Webster, who plays the ball straight down the wicket back to Barker. No runs. Again, he's looking to hit the ball towards the leg side, but that's just straightened on him, and he's played the ball back down the ground.
Yeah, he's very square on, isn't he, when he plays defensively? Doesn't appear to be initially, and then by the time the ball arrives, he is definitely open, isn't he?
He is.
It's almost like playing a bit of French cricket, isn't he? It's the point of impact with the ball.
Barker in again, lollops in, bowls back of a length, and all Webster could do was knock the ball into towards mid-on. Intercepted by mid-wicket, no runs. Score stays on 47 for 3.
I think it's a good technique one-day cricket, but he is very square on, so the bat is sort of moving sort of left and right, isn't he?
Yeah.
And his toes are almost pointing back down to the bowler by the time he's playing, which is very unusual. That is certainly not side on. He starts side on.
Barker round the wicket again. He's rolled his wrist onto the leg side, straight leg side, and no runs. Yeah, I think he definitely favours the leg side, Webster.
Yeah, got to keep it outside off stump, haven't you, to him?
It's a day where fielders have got to keep moving around, otherwise they're going to get cold and stiff, and I think the way Hampshire started this competition, they want to play, they want to get out there. They've just got to have that in their mentality, really. Yeah. Barker round the wicket, bowls over pitch, and is driven to deep extra cover, and in comes press from deep extra cover and gets the ball in. They only get a single. Yeah, I think the mindset, the mental mindset on a day like this is that it's not cold, it's not windy. It's just a slight breeze in the air. It's just a slight nip in the air. Just try and turn it into a positive of some sort. Otherwise, you could just drag it out, and you could pull your own performance down a little bit. Barker comes in, bowls, just slightly short. And Thane runs it down to third man, and then pick up a single again. So I think Barker's definitely going to bowl out here.
It's been a good exercise for him, Po. I was saying earlier that 14 wickets at 44 apiece in the Championship is nowhere near where he was last year, and for a seasoned performer, it's been hard. It looked as though it's been hard work for him at times in the 4-day version.
Okay, and he comes round the wicket, bowls, pulling it down, just down the leg side, and just turn round the corner, down to fine leg by Webster, and again, only one as Organ comes in from the boundary, picks up and throws in. It's not Organ, sorry, it was Holland fielding down there on the boundary. Used to seeing Holland fielding in the slips and close to the wicket rather than on the boundary.
50 up for Essex, and that's come in the 15th over. Just a reminder, it's 45 overs a side. Looks like Webster's just changed his gloves. Wow. In this temperature. Done well to work up a sweat with those gloves.
It might have been the damp weather, it might have just wetting them a little bit.
Damp is not a batter's best friend. Here comes Scott Curry. It's not a bowler's best friend either, as that's turned away on the onside again.
Just looking at those two little areas where Holland was taking off from, Scott Curry has not hit those marks, but seeing those things in front of him as he's running in, that must sort of put him off and push wide a little bit instead of staying up a little bit taller or getting in as close as he wants to get in.
There's obviously more damp out there than you think. He's very wide of Holland's footmarks anyway as he comes in and bowls. That's on the line of leg stump again, flicked away by Webster, quickly down to fine leg this time, putting the pressure, the fielder under pressure. That's Felix Organ, but he responds well, gets it in quickly, just a single. Again, just a little too straight from Scott Curry as Webster moves on to 19. Let's come off 36. Thane back on strike, the 18-year-old. As Curry comes in again and bowls, slightly slower ball. That's well played by Thane, just waited for the ball, opened the face of the bat, down to Barker at third. Total moves on to 53 for 3. I quite like him, Reg. I like this guy. Thane?
Thane, yeah, he seems pretty compact. You know, he watches the ball, plays it late, and he's playing both sides of the wickets as well. He's not just favouring one side or the other.
Doesn't go at the ball,
no.
Lets it come onto him, which is very important as a batter. As slower ball that's pushed into the gap by Webster for a single. Moves on to 20. Essex 53 for 3 in the 15th over here.
Yeah, I think on a wicket like this, where he's seaming around a bit, as a pace bowler, what would you do? Just come in to hit that back of length and just bowl a line and just let the wicket do what it's got to do, or would you go searching for wickets?
Well, I think Curry likes to bowl different paces, doesn't he? That's a nice shot out into the covers, but finds gubbins. Curry's always like favouring bowling at different paces, isn't he? That's him, isn't he? That's what he's about. Coming towards the end of his second over, conceded 8.
Well, I think when you've got a team under the cosh a little bit like Essex are, 53 for 3, you just want to keep nagging away.
Short, pulled away in the air. This could be out at fine leg, and this time Organ takes it. Well, Scott Curry there's put in the short delivery, little quicker. Thane got underneath it. In the end, he's just helped it down fine leg's throat.
Fine leg where Donald was fielding, they're coming in from the boundary and picking up that catch. But they look pretty similar, Donald and Organ. They've both got floppy hats on a nice cold, dark day rather than a cap. But yeah, no, again, he's sort of got underneath the ball, got inside the line, picked it up, but didn't hit it far enough. I think that boundary in that corner is quite a long way away. The boundaries look a little bit bigger today, Kev, than they did last week.
What do you think so? I mean, obviously the boundary towards the tunnel area can't get any bigger.
No.
But you reckon on the west side of the ground, to our right?
I think that looks a little bit bigger than it did, well, a lot bigger than it did the other day. And the ball's not travelling as far. I think the ball's a little bit heavier in these conditions. Just not travelling as further as they would like to.
So a 26-run partnership has been ended there between Thane and Webster. That 26 came in 7 overs, and the new batter is Simon Harmer, who's into the side. The only change made by Essex for this game. Aaron Nijar, the slow left armer, making way. So it's spinner for spinner, even though there's a slightly different line of attack, of course.
But this could be Essex's final sort of recognised batsman.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's still Will Butterman, Charlie Ellison, who's had a good second 11 season, but probably right. But I mean, Harmer, he's already done some damage against Hampshire this year. Ellis in the over against Hampshire, the last over in the T20 semi-finals, smashing him for 2 sixes.
Barker into Webster, round the wicket, bowls, over pitch, just driven through to extra cover where Pressfield's on the boundary, gets it in one bounce to Brown, and Essex move on to 54 for 4. It brings Harmer on strike. It'll be interesting to see whether he counter-attacks, as they call it now, or he's just going to get himself in and just hold an end up and just play normal cricket.
What do you think about this decision to bat first here? Because, I mean, the white balls we know get soft and go quite quickly, but even so, I mean, it's
a strange decision, because with the overhead conditions and the weather forecast for today as it is, it's going to be heavy most of the day. You on a fresh wicket, you want to get in there and bowl first on it. Barker round the wicket, this time to Harmo, gets forward and leaves the ball. The ball goes over the top of the stumps through to Brown. Yeah, it's a strange decision, because I think on a fresh wicket.
Well, it's not fresh though, is it? It's the Middlesex game last week, isn't it?
Yeah, but it just looks a little bit juicier on top than it did on Tuesday. There's a little bit of a tinge to it compared to last week.
Yeah.
In comes Barker, round the wicket, takes off, bowls. Oh, he's wrapped him on the pads and gone up. And Nigel Long keeps his fingers in his pockets, and that must have been close. As he comes in, bowls it, and that looked very close. It looked really close. It wasn't going over the top.
No, it wasn't.
Just got outside the line, just outside the line, if anything.
Talking millimetres there. If you're watching on the live picture feed, you'll have seen a replay there. And gosh, I mean, I have to say, even the second time around, that looked very close.
Got Barker round the wicket, bowls, and Harmer gets on the front foot and lets it go through to Brown. Been a good over this so far. Barker's best in list day competitions has been 4 for 33 in previous years. So he'll be looking to better that, and he's on 3 for 22 at the moment, and coming to the end of his 8th over.
That's a lot of cricket not to have got better figures than that. I'm surprised.
Barker bowls to Harmo, front foot, just pushes it out to extra cover.
I'm just looking, so Keith Barker, list day cricket. Of course, the older players have played a bit more list day cricket than the youngest ones, because the youngsters are only playing this competition this day. This is his 66th list day game. That's interesting, isn't it? 4 for 33.
Got Barker round the wicket. Into Harmo, shuffles across again. That leaves straight through to Brown. End of the over. A very good over, and Essex are still on 54 for 4. Only a single off that over. Barker is on 8 overs, 3 for 22. Curry's bowled 1 over for 8.
Just a reminder, we didn't get underway until 10 to 12, so we had a 50-minute delay to the start of this game, which meant we were losing overs. It's a 45 overs a side contest, so all 5 bowlers will bowl 9 overs instead of their usual 10. Barker again getting a good round of applause at the top end of the ground. Here's Scott Curry then, runs away from us, bowls to Webster, length ball. Webster pushes that back to the bowler, and there's no run. Rymel for no score, Wesley for 7, Robin Das for 11. All 3 of those wickets falling to Barker. Scott Curry picking up Noah Thane in his last over. Still dull here, just looking towards the New Forest and the west as I look to our right, and it looks like it's raining over that direction, which has done quite a bit this morning. We've missed a lot, that's for sure, as that's open face there by Webster, pushes that quite square behind on the offside, but Barker comes round from third.
There's a better line there by Curry, just off stump, just hovering outside off stump.
Yeah.
And I think he wants to keep that line going, and if he's consistent in bowling that line, then he could possibly bring a fielder back across, or even have a catching man in that slip. I would have thought he would have had one in for Harmer as a new batsman.
Yeah, I know the ball's not quite doing as much now, but even so, here comes Curry, bowls. Harmer plays that nicely on top of the bounce. There was a bit of extra bounce there, works that down to Barker again, who's getting no respite at the moment, despite bowling 8 overs off the reel. He's finding that the ball's coming to him at third as well now.
You'll find, Kev, that when it's like that, the ball will just follow you around all day. As I discovered on Sunday.
Reg played for the Hampshire over 60s in one of his 2 games in the last week. Slower ball, driven by Webster up to mid-off. That's a good stop.
It was for the Kenya Congonis on tour against Wisborough Green on Sunday.
In Sussex?
Yeah.
You bowled, was that the game you bowled a lot of overs in?
Bowled 14 or 15 on the bounce, and the legs weren't moving as well as were at the start of the day.
Can't do that at your age. Here comes Curry, slower ball. Webster pushes that out to Gubbins and the covers. And you play for the Hampshire over 60s as well?
I played for the Hampshire over 60s earlier in the month, early July. Played 2 games, one against Surrey and one against Berkshire.
Over 60s, eh? So it's just the 1 game last week for the Kenya.
Friday at Ditchling and Sunday at Wisborough Green, so played 2.
Wow. Quicker ball. Webster's trying to find an angle, finds Middleton at backward a point. End of the over. That's a good over there from Scott Curry. 56 for 4, 17 gone.
Yeah, you can soundly say that the cricket equipment now is packed away and put away for another rainy day. It won't be coming out too soon.
Oh, so you are going to keep playing? I thought the way you were talking to me earlier, you'd given up for good.
No. I'll play 3 or 4 games a year. That'll be enough. But I'll have to get a little bit fitter. Barker coming in for his last over. His 9th over final. Coming in to bowl at Harmer round the wicket. Ball pulls it down. Bowls it just back of a length. Harmer gets forward and pushes it to Donald at mid-off. No runs. He's bowled pretty well. He's been very consistent in the lines and the lengths he's bowled.
Yeah.
He hasn't been hit both sides of the wickets too much.
Well, I think encouragingly he got the new ball to, well, he nipped around. It didn't really swing, did it? Much.
No.
It's nipped around.
But he does that. He sort of comes round the wicket and he sort of tries to drift it in and then cuts it off the wicket. Off it goes, bowls around the wicket. Harmer pushes it on the up through to deep extra cover to Prest and comes through for an easy single.
Yeah, I think, encouragingly, I mean, I don't think he's bowled particularly badly in the Championship. I say only 14 wickets, which is, a very quiet return for somebody of his nature. But I think he just hasn't looked in great sort of. He's not been in full rhythm, I don't think, which hasn't helped.
Yeah, no, he'd been all right, and he comes again. Still keeping to round the wicket, and Webster again on the up tries to force it through extra cover for a single. So they don't get a single there. And Harmer still on, brings Harmer on strike at Essex on 58 for 4. Barker keeps round the wicket. In he comes, bowls. Takes off, delivers just back of a length, and the ball's pushed to mid wicket. There's no runs there. he'll be quite glad to get his spell over and done with. Get a warm jumper on, field in. Just feel a little bit of drizzle in the air here now coming in. Where it was a little bit lighter in the air, is now Barker around the wicket, bowls. Harmer cuts him off the back foot to deep extra cover, and they pick up a single. So the boundaries are hard to come by at the moment.
They are, aren't they? Just have another count up of the number of boundaries in this innings. Only 4, 2 of them to Bo Webster, and 1 each to Das and Wesley. Okay. That would be, as much as the conditions, an indicative of the tight bowling as well.
It is the tight bowling, and they've kept a good control on this scoring rate at the moment. Barker comes in again, and all Webster's good is just push it to backward point. Doesn't pick up a run. Essex on 59 for 4, only 2 off that over. Barker finishes his spell. 9 overs, no maidens, 3 for 25.
Raj, have an over or so, and then Raj will be back. Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex will be coming on. Good round of applause, and some good stuff there from Keith Barker. Not quite his best list A figures. Had picked up 4 wickets, as Raj quite rightly pointed out a little earlier. But nevertheless, now it must be interesting to see how long Keith Barker stays on the pitch for. Is he gonna have a bit of a break? We'll have to wait and see. But Felix Organ is coming on, and it won't be the first time that Felix Organ comes on and bowls into an end where Keith Barker has just bowled. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, hello again, Kevin. I think we're reasonably well set with the weather. It just occurred to me, the last thing Essex want now is another rain delay, because with their scoring rate somewhere around about 3.3, if it had more chunks of overs lost, it would really play into Hampshire's hands. So it's just getting a little bit brighter, and the forecast is generally better as the day goes on. So I think we're doing okay here. Interesting to see how Felix Organ goes.
Here he is then, round the wicket. He's bowling to Simon Harmer. Harmer gets a length ball. He plays it from the crease, plays it out to extra cover.
Having said that, I just feel a little bit of drizzle in the wind there. So, but now we're on, I think we're more likely to play through anything that's very light, hopefully.
It's never felt the most comfortable of days, has it? Now there's a reverse sweep there from Harmer, and absolutely slaps that hard over the rope, backward of point. Gosh, that was a good strike.
Well, if you think about Simon Harmer, of course, the obvious question is, why is he not playing in the 100, given his batting as well as his bowling? This is the key thing. He's developed so much as a batsman. Obviously, his bowling speaks for itself, and you'd probably still say he's a stronger red ball than white ball bowler, but his batting in white ball is coming on and on and on.
Yeah, you can think of those 2 sixes off Nathan Ellis in the semi-final in the T20. There's a drive through the covers. That should go all the way as well. Not timed as well as the ball before, but it doesn't matter how quickly the ball goes over the rope, as long as it goes over. It's job done, and that's 2 boundaries to greet Felix Organ. Has he played in the 100 the last 2 years, Simon Harmer?
No, I mean, basically there was the year where South Africa were touring.
Yeah,
that was 21, I think. Just trying to remember, it was 21. I think it was 21 where South Africa won the first test. Simon Harmer, I think, played in the second, but didn't have the happiest of times.
Here comes Organ then round the wicket. It's played by Harmer into the gap, square on the leg side. Yeah, he hasn't played any 100 stuff. You're right.
No, I think from memory in that game. Yeah, South Africa rather suckered into their team selection, and they played 3 seamers and 2 spinners and got bowled out for 140, which took, or something like that, which took Harmer out of the game completely. South Africa having won the first test against a very undercooked England side, which happened halfway through the 100.
Flighted, Bo Webster's on the back foot. Ball just may have stuck in the turf there a little bit. Webster plays it back to the bowler, looking to play it in the gap on the offside initially. I
mean, one thing about Harmer is that he's continuing to develop as a batsman.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Slightly fuller this time. Webster plays that out on the onside, fielded by Gubbins at mid-wicket. So Organ's first over has gone for 9, and Essex are 68 for 4, 19 gone.
the sort of story of the season and why possibly Essex might not win the championship is basically May, late April and May, when they just struggled a little bit at times, and they weren't getting enough runs at 6 and 8. Not many runs from the keeper, not many runs from Doug Bracewell at 8. The original idea was to have a Ronnie Irani type signing, a guy called Will Sutherland, who was developing all the time as a young all-rounder in Australia, bat 6 and open the bowling, very reminiscent of Ronnie Irani. Unfortunately, he got injured right on the eve of the season, so Doug Bracewell came in, but it wasn't a light-for-light replacement, in that he struggled a bit to make an impression with the bat, some useful spells, and has done throughout the championship season, but wasn't a like-for-like, and the fact they weren't getting runs from the keeper either caused a few problems for Essex with the balance of the side. But Harmer has been batting at 7 for much of the season, and he's definitely good enough to bat at 7 in the championship side. Here he is on 12 facing Kelly, who comes on from the pavilion end and plays a lovely drive off the front foot away through extra cover, and that's going to go to the rope for 4. Beautiful shot. He started very well. It's almost as if he's playing on a different surface out there just at the moment. This is clearly such a big partnership for Essex to get back into the game. They need something from these two. Webster's got established on 23 and Harmer's got 16 from 15 balls. Batting at 6 here, but he certainly has the ability to bat at 7 in the championship side. The issues generally for Essex were not getting runs from elsewhere, 6 and 8. As Kelly with a straight approach bowls, another good drive. It's over pitching slightly to Harmer at the moment, and that's driven quite firmly but well stopped at mid-off. 72 for 4, and it's a question really as to whether in this 45 over match with another 25 overs and 4 balls to go, Essex can find their way to a total in excess of 200. Certainly a recovery of sorts is on here as Harmer comes forward and plays out up into the covers, and there's no run, but 16 from 17 balls from Simon Harmer, who it was a planned rest. Maybe he saw the weather forecast at Sedbergh and thought there's not much, which was pretty alarming from 2 or 3 weeks out, and thought there's not much point in making the journey up there. But I think it was a longer term plan, I think, for Simon Harmer to have a little bit of a break, because he could well play obviously a key part in those 3 championship matches in September. As Kelly bowls again and driven by Harmer. He's just over pitching a bit in this over, and it just goes wide of mid-off. Didn't time that, Harmer, but on another day he might have sent that wide of mid-off for 4. Didn't quite time it, and just collects a single. Scoreboard rotating very quickly today. 73 for 4. Webster there on 23. Harmer at 17.
I think, just going back to you saying about Simon Harmer improving, I think we saw that at Edgbaston, didn't we, that semi-final?
Radar update says we might get rain in the next few minutes, as this is played off the back foot and nicely played by Webster for a single up towards deep backward point.
More rain, did you say?
Yeah, just an indication there might be a bit more drizzle around, which was forecast, but we'll look to see if that does happen.
Yeah, I'm looking over towards the New Forest. It's filling in over there to our right.
And just feel a few spits in the air. So 74 for 4. Essex do not really want another rain interruption, with these two starting to build a recovery. As Kelly, it's a very straight approach, bowls again and just run down nicely off the open face by Harmer for a single down towards third man. So scoring off most deliveries in that over. 7 have come from it. 75 for 4 Essex, with Webster 24 and Harmer 18, and Kevin's going to have a little bit of a break, and we're going to bring Raj, fresh from his lunch, coming back into having been given an over to eat it, which I think he's managed to achieve, which is very good, and he's just going to come and rejoin us in just a moment. So thanks very much to one of our regular emailers, bbcscricket@gmail.com, if you'd like to get in contact with us. And the Grumbler has done, pointing out injuries that Essex have in this competition, which are quite significant, and he establishes obviously that Shane Snater and Feroz Kushi are both out through injury at the moment. Raj, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing my lunch up for me.
Least I could do.
Organ bowled. Oh, that turned sharply, and Harmer was looking to sort of push it into the offside, and then just come back into him a little bit. Organ round the wicket into Harmer. Pushes it up. That's a better line. Well bowled. And Harmer pushes it to extra mid wicket for no runs.
Good start to the over from Organ.
It is good into the over, and hopefully he can now bowl out of the over as well. That turned a little bit down the leg side and called a wide. But it looks like it's just starting to grip a little bit now.
200 could be quite a useful score.
I think with the addition of Harmer into the Essex side, that will be a good score. It'll be tough to score against
Absolutely.
him.
Let's play defensively up into the offside. Yes, I mean, he's certainly very much welcome back, particularly after that huge defeat against Notts in his absence.
Organ around the wicket, pitches it up. Harmer drives it down the wicket to a deep long on to Scott Curry, who picks up and throws it one bounce to Brown at the far end, and they pick up a single.
Felix Organ, of course, has opened the batting, and one of several players like Ian Holland who can sort of play dual roles in the red ball side for Hampshire.
And he comes again. This one's turned a little bit. Webster was looking to tickle it round the corner, and it's just got a little nick on it, I think. To Barker at fielding on the 45. Harmer then pushes it to mid wicket. End of that over. It's a good over there, only going for 2. Gets the Essex score to 78 for 4 at the end of the over. And Organ's bowled 2 overs for 12.
And the Grumbler notes the absences of Snater and Cushy, saying they're more experienced than their deputies and they would have played throughout the competition, and they also have something to prove and the performances in order to secure the first team place in other competitions, notably of course the 3 big championship games coming up in September. And sadly for Hampshire, I suspect their chance has been and gone to celebrate the 1973 with a 50th anniversary championship win after that defeat against Essex. But I've had another pretty good season. Just get your view on that after the first ball of this new over from Kelly, bowling to Webster, and off the back foot's a nicely played stroke away for a single up to deep cover, the sweeper. And it's 79 for 4, and we're in the 22nd to 45 overs. Yes, realistically, it looks like between Surrey and Essex now.
Surrey and Essex now, yeah. Hampshire, batting has been a little bit inconsistent this season. They started off pretty well, start of the season, but after the break for the T20 blast, they've sort of become a little bit inconsistent.
79 for 4, and that's run down off the open face by Harmer down to for a single. And Fletcher Middleton's father, Tony, would you play with him in that era? Tony?
We would have done I played with Tony from 1980 to 91.
Right.
Tony, 91, 92 when Tony finished playing.
Remember him playing a very significant knock in one of those Lord's finals. Might have been 91 or 92, I think. As next delivery from Kelly is up to Webster, who comes right forward. I like the way he gets right forward to negate any movement. He's got a good reach and plays that defensively back down the pitch. It's 80 for 4.
He made his debut in the NatWest final against Surrey in 91.
Yeah, that might be the innings I'm thinking about.
And he got 70.
Yeah,
74,
and Richie Benno liked him. Richie Benno
yeah.
gave him a good rap. I think he said he played a blinder, if I remember right.
He did.
80 for 4. As that one is driven away wide of mid-wicket and going up for probably 4. It's slow outfield, but it's gone enough to get to the boundary. And Webster playing a really good hand here. It's not particularly sort of what you call blast type express batting, but in a situation where Essex have really been in a lot of trouble in difficult batting conditions. He's survived one chance, but he's played a really good hand for 30 off 52 balls. And if he can bat through and accelerate, with Harmer particularly for company, could yet get Essex up to a decent score. 84 for 4. He's gone to 30, and Kelly up to the wicket bowls, and that's just a little bit of bounce there, but running the bounce nicely. Webster, who's a tall man anyway, just plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. That 91 final, is that the one where Mark Nicholas had been hit by Waka Yunis? I I can't remember if did he not?
We
Did
played
Gower
it-
captain in that one?
we-
Because
we
it
played-
was
we,
the Sandshoe Crusher, if I remember rightly.
We
Is that
played against Surrey in the championship game at the Oval before the final.
Right, come back to that after this ball from Kelly, and this is played defensively from the crease up to cover, and there's no run there. Another rather expensive over from Kelly, 2 for 13. Webster has 30, Harbour 20. Good partnership this. 22 overs gone, 23 to go. Essex at 84 for 4.
And Waka Yunis wrapped him on the gloves and broke his hand in that championship game, and then Gower captained the final.
Yes, it was. Yes, David Gower, of course, was with Hampshire in that era. And did you play? You were playing in that one in
91. I played in that one. I went into bat with 4 to win off 4 balls. I managed to get a single
No
off the
pressure
first
then.
ball, and John Ayling flicked the next ball for 4. In comes Organ, driven through extra cover for 4 by Harmer. He'd moved that man finer on the extra cover boundary by playing the reverse sweep in Organ's first over, and then that one there, he's just slapped it in front of square, and that's run away for 4. It's a very good shot.
Hampshire had an extraordinary record in Lord's finals, having taken a long time to get to one. 1988, of course, against Derbyshire, where they bowled Derbyshire out cheaply, if I remember rightly.
They did. The damage was done by Stephen
Yes,
Jeffries
Steve,
in
that's
that one. They
right.
got 5 for nothing.
Yeah, that one just played up into the offside. Yes, it was. I think, if I remember rightly, short leg was in play a lot with that, with the ball just bouncing and being pushed up to short
They
leg.
did. He swung a lot that
Yeah.
morning. Organ comes in, still round the wicket to Harmer. This time Harmer goes on the back foot and turns it to deep square leg, where Middleton comes in from the boundary, underarms it in, and pick up a single.
Yeah, they had a very good record. They won, I think they won in 88, 91, 92. In fact, it was only until Durham, I think, won their first trophy, I think in the late 90s, and Hampshire's record there was broken.
Organ over pitches this time, and Webster was looking to try and hit that one through extra cover, misses it. Brown misses it, and goes through for a single, but the ball actually slowed down because it went into the sawdust, which is that pile of sawdust on the end.
Yes.
It's gone into the pile of sawdust.
Useful fielder there for Hampshire. Could make all the difference.
Organ this time pitches it up, and Harmer again just gets on the front foot, opens the face, pushes it through covers, picks up a single.
It's a good little recovery this from Essex. Say they do need these two to bat for a while longer. It's Charlie Allison still to come, but obviously the experience of these two from Australia and South Africa very much to the fore.
It is, and Hampshire's experienced bowler, Organ bowls again. Keith Barker has finished his spell. Organ finishes that over, and Essex have moved their total to 91 for 4, with Webster on 30, Harmer on 26.
Yep, and Essex will be relatively satisfied with how things have been going of late after a very difficult start to the game. Quite a bold decision to bat first in these conditions. Might yet prove to be a good one, but we shall see. But interestingly, it's going to be Nick Gubbins suggesting that Hampshire are very much of a mindset here, but they think there's something in it for the spinners. So Simon Harmer could well come into play a little bit later on, that being the case.
Also, there's a little bit of drizzle in there,
Yeah.
in the air, and the ball will be getting damp as well.
Yeah, and feel the drizzle actually, just the wind getting up, and they'll play through this okay. But Gubbins bowls, that's a nice delivery, a bit of turn as well, and Harmer will watch that with interest. It beat him as he was just looking to play at that, and spun past him. Gubbins from the pavilion end, wristy action, and Harmer's looking to back it away and hit it past him, but only hits it back to the bowler. Good start from Gubbins.
Yeah,
Feel the drizzle now.
He's going to try and, because it's the wet ball now, he's going to have to grip the ball a little bit tighter and push it through a little bit.
Yeah, and he's done that. It's another one that's pushed right through, and Harmer just plays it wide of extra cover and gets a single out of a deep cover sweeper.
Very difficult for a spinner when the ball is damp to try and get it up and over and bowl it at the pace you want to bowl it, nice and slow. You really have to try and grip that ball and push it through a little bit.
I was going to ask you the reason Essex batted, and it might be not immediately evident, but I had one theory as Gubbins bowls and it's just played off the back foot and there's no runs, it goes to the Gubbins, and that the thinking might have been the conditions might have been like this really for the whole innings, and basically quite difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball, and the ball will go soft because it would become damp, and difficult for the spinners.
Yeah,
that was just the only theory I could really come up with, as that's just played off the back foot there by Webster up into the covers, because it seemed like the more obvious thing to do would be to bowl first.
The other thing would be that when they come to bowl for the last innings, it'll be the fourth innings on that wicket.
Yes, Gubbins bowls, and it's just to play it up into the onside, and they get through for a single as the bowler has to retrieve it. But neat and tidy stuff from Gubbins. Good move that to replace Kelly with Gubbins. Kelly was just over pitching a little bit, had been a touch expensive, but Gubbins has bowled it over for 2 at past the halfway mark of the innings now. 24 gone, 21 to go. Webster 31 and Harmer 27. Very impressive as well. And Essex are 93 for 4, having won the toss and chosen to bat. 45 overs aside.
So there's a good over there by Gubbins. As a part-time sort of spinner, he doesn't really bowl that much. He's to come on and bowl. He did bowl well last week. He picked up a couple of wickets. Organ persevering with round the wicket, bowls it just back of a length, and Webster's given himself some room and driven it through extra cover off the back for 4. That was a fantastic shot.
Yep, he's done well here, Webster. Like everybody else, he didn't really quite get in on Thursday. He has got in here, and he's played in an appropriate tempo for the situation, realising that there was no point in trying to play big shots early on here, because the way that Holland and Barker particularly were getting the ball to move, it was only going to end one way. But it's been a good calculated innings.
And Organ round the wicket again. Gets it up in the air, and Webster pushes it down the wicket for no runs. Organ, the way he bowls round the wicket, he's just trying to restrict the batsman. I think when Essex were a little bit under the pump, he should have come over the wicket and made them play a little bit. We had more options of taking wickets. He bowls that one, and that one just grips and bounces a little bit. But again, bowling round the wicket limits your options of taking wickets. Here he comes round the wicket, bowls, and he just pushes it through to square leg off the front foot, turns the bat, picks up an easy single. Just looking over to my right, it's raining quite heavy.
Yeah, and also I can just sense that there's a little bit of drizzle on our a couple of our bits of equipment which have just started to gather.
Organ round the wicket, Harmer off the back foot, gives himself some room and forces it out to deep cover and picks up a single.
So it wouldn't be, I think they're happy to play through this for a while. Now that they're out there, it makes a difference, because we didn't have anything worse than this earlier, and of course they weren't out there, so they didn't get out there.
Yeah, I think he's Organ keeping around the wicket. I think he should look to try and somehow come over the wicket. He bowls that one down the leg side, and it's so far down. The umpire calls a wide. He should look to attack a little bit more, trying to get a wicket rather than just stopping on people scoring, making the batsman trying to drive the ball in these conditions.
I think he's being a bit too defensive.
A very defensive mindset. Again, he bowls round the wicket, driven to deep long on, where Curry comes in, picks up the ball, gets it to Brown at the other end of the over. Essex move on to 101 for 4. Webster on 37, Harmer on 28, and now Organ's bowled 4 overs for 26. We may look to have a little bit of a change at this end.
44 over a side game after rain interruptions between Leicestershire and Notts. This game going on at Grace Road, and very much going Notts' way. They look a very strong side in this competition. Leicester 88 for 6 in the 23rd of their 44 as Gubbins bowls, and that's just played away wide of cover, scampers across and prevents the single. Yes, I mean they demolished Essex, and they've had a rain out as well, Notts, but just looking at their side on paper, I thought, my goodness me, that looks strong for one of these 50-over games. That's played off the back foot, good-looking shot, possibly for 2. It's going to be stopped. No, it's parried away over the boundary, and it goes for 4. Probably a little bit tricky fielding out there in the outfield, because it might be getting very damp underfoot, and there's always a chance of just slipping, but looked like that was a reasonably routine stop. But in the end, parried over the boundary, and that's the 50 partnership between these two, of which Webster, who hit that stroke, has 21, and Harmer 28, 105 for 4, looking a bit better now from an Essex point of view. And certainly the fielders having to dry the ball.
And that ball was just running away from Donald as he ran around from it, just going away all the time. As he dived, he just parried it over. Didn't
quite get it, did he? As that just pushed it up into the offside, and there's no run as it just goes to square cover. Yes, again, looking a very strong-looking Notts side. I think they're pretty much unchanged from the Essex game. They've got the likes of Slater and James and Montgomery and Patterson, White and Harris and Hutton and Patterson, so it's pretty strong. 105 for 4. Do you think they'll get out of the group? This is off the back foot and on the bounce back to the bowler Gubbins. It's basically the top 3 that qualify in this, and we have this playoff, sort of quarter-final, but we'll call it a playoff or a quarter-final, and then the group winners will host semi-finals. This is driven away for a single towards deep cover. 106 for 4, but it's a pretty good format, I think, and some reckon that the blast is a little bit generous to the 4th place side, because it can happen. The 4th place side can go to a group winner, as indeed Essex did against Birmingham, and unsettle them. Here's a good delivery, which Harmer is thinking about playing a pull shot, and he's not quite there for the stroke, and a little bit of turn and bounce defeats the objective, and it goes through. But that was a nice piece of bowling, and he's got some good variations there. Gubbins, he's bowled 2 pretty tidy overs for 7. Webster 42 and Harmer 28, but this is the partnership that really had to come off for Essex, and it's threatening to do so. 106 for 4 with 19 overs to go.
So we look to have a change of bowling now from our end. We've got Tom Press coming in to bowl, another off spinner.
So there's no doubt about what the thinking is here.
I think they're trying to get the overs in as quickly as they can, because they're on top at the moment. So try and they sense there might be a rain interruption, which obviously the more overs that they bowl, then the easier the recalculation will be from a Hampshire point of view. So good thinking. Yes, I can see that. In a way, it seems, why are the spinners bowling? Well, it's difficult to grip the ball, but I can see now what the thinking is. I think there might be another rain interruption, and one that may even end the Essex innings if it were to happen. Slightly different mindset from Press, who bowls over the wicket, and the ball is driven down the ground for a single. Still, we've had more play here than we've had at Neath, where it's club ground, and couldn't deal with the rain, unfortunately. Glamorgan against Durham in the other group is off, match abandoned. Nice to see Glamorgan back at Neath. Long time ago I did a match there. You might well have played there, Raj? I haven't played there, but my son Dan lives in Neath. Oh, right. The Glamorgan outgrounds is almost like a tale of the past now, but nice to see them back at one. In come Press over the wicket, and this time it's been driven over extra cover for 4. Although that was a good shot over the 4, it was a chance of getting a wicket. It's an attacking option, because Hampshire really do need a wicket now. They need to get one of these two out and peg them back a little bit, because it's been a good partnership. Harmer again has underlined 32 from 35. He's underlined his credentials. As I say, in terms of the 100, it occurs to me that he wouldn't necessarily bowl all his sets of 5, to use the correct terminology, but goodness me, with his experience with the bat, he would be very useful to any of those franchise sides. Press again, bounces in, bowls. That's a nice delivery. He just pulls it down a little bit. Harmer didn't have any room to try and do anything else, but just knocked it into mid-wicket for a single. For no runs. So important to just have some, the Grumber outlining the fact that there's no Shane Snater, so important to have some experienced players in the side. Press again over the wicket. Harmer pushes it to Gubbins at mid-wicket for no runs. Remember Somerset very much wanting to tell everybody how upset they were, the fact that they couldn't win any games because there was no experience in their side last year. Harmer sweeps this one to deep square leg, but which is nicely fielded there by Middleton. And it gets the ball into Brown, and they only pick up a single. There was a direct hit there from Middleton, but Brown just picked it up. Essex only get a single. They get off the Nelson now. They're on 112 for 4. So looking for that magic wicket to peg Essex back. He's now deciding to come round the wicket for his final delivery of this over. He bowls, and the ball's tickled to the man Donald at 45. There's no runs off that. It's not a bad over. It's just one boundary off that over deep extra cover for 4. But Essex are now 112 for 4.
And just looking at one or two comments on social media, James reckoning that wasn't sure why Essex would choose to bat in these conditions, but maybe thinks there's a knock-on effect from the Notts game, and they want to have a good outing, batting first for the first time in the competition this year. It's an interesting thought, but certainly we're seeing consecutive overs of spin now, and part-time spin at that, as Gubbins comes into bowl, and that's just played with an angled bat between cover and between point and cover, and there's a single to the sweeper on the backward point boundary. But this partnership has been good for Essex. It's more or less doubled the score, 113 for 4, and a further 18 overs to go, including this one. Gubbins bowls a flatter one, which is pulled away on the bounce to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, and this very good partnership continues. Essex sensing that Hampshire trying to bowl a few overs, get through a few overs quickly, but getting sufficient boundaries to offset that threat, and that was a little bit short, and Webster put it away well. 47 from 72, it's been a very good hand from him.
He looks a good player.
Yeah, and a good acquisition, with certainly other experienced players missing. They've needed him today, all right, particularly with the early loss of Wesley, as that one just played defensively back down the pitch. It's been a nicely judged innings, just the one chance that he gave, if I can remember, and didn't take chances early on, couldn't really afford to against the moving ball.
Dropped on 11.
Yeah, that could be important. 117 for 4, and on the drive this goes up through the mid-off gap for a single. 118 for 4, Webster to 48 from 74, and it's been a very good hand, as I say, from him in tricky circumstances. But Essex will be relatively satisfied with this situation now, looking to try and get somewhere around 200. As Gubbins bowls a flat one, and there's that one's got through the defences of Harmer. Bale's whipped off behind the stumps, but it was a nice piece of variation from Gubbins, which we've seen from time to time in this spell from him.
That turned a bit.
Yeah. Let's see yeah, certainly. He's getting a few to turn out there, and Harmer, of course, will be interested in that. As here's one that he goes on the reverse sweep and will date probably 4, even with the slow outfield. That's got enough on it. It was almost a reverse pull. That it was hit quite hard, basically sort of off length really, and hammered away for 4. And this has been a very good partnership. I say Harmer just underlining his batting credentials, batting at 6. 38 from 41, and the two experienced players from Australia and South Africa have dug Essex out of a lot of trouble here. 122 for 4, and we have 17 overs to go.
That was a low full toss, that one from Gubbins in the end.
Yeah, not what he was looking for after some good deliveries earlier in the over.
Pressed to bowl his second over with his off spin round the wicket. Webster drive straight towards extra cover, no run. So 122 for 4 means that these two have put on 67, 69 for the 5th wicket. Came together at 53 for 4 in the 15th. Has flighted this time and driven up to deep mid on. Scott Curry comes in off the boundary. Not seen too much of Scott Curry for a while. 3 overs, 1 for 10.
Yeah, it has been a very important partnership, this, and it could prove to be even more so if certainly Harmer can get similar purchase from the pitch later on.
Yeah. Always has success in here. I can remember success at Chelmsford as well against Hampshire as he turns that away Square on the leg side, moves on to 39 from 42. Essex 124 for 4.
Imagine he's one of the better blast players that's not actually playing in the hundreds, you know, around the counties.
Wasn't even a wild card pick, was he?
Yeah, you think if he wanted to play in it, then I'm sure someone would have him.
Pressed again. Webster gets one. It keeps a little low, pushes that to extra cover. Again, he's very square on. Myself and Raj were talking about that when you were grabbing some lunch there, Nick, and very square on when he plays. Side on when he stands, and then that's turned away fine on the leg side. It'll be just a single. It's a little bat on that one. And that is 125 for 4. 50-run partnership. Sorry, 50 for Webster.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? 78 balls with 6 fours. He's played very well indeed. God, he must have got a ton of runs for Upminster. I haven't looked. But I might try and look at in the break. Must be scoring millions, the Essex League. As length ball, Harmer pushes that out to Holland, who quickly comes round from his position at extra cover. End of the over. Preston's bowled 2 overs, none for 9. Essex 125 for 4, and there are 16 overs left of their innings.
Yeah, I mean, you feel as though if Essex can keep these two together for as much of the remaining overs as possible, given their experience, then they could well go well clear of 200 and really set to Hampshire a very awkward target on a pitch which, I say, is already a used pitch. And I think that, you know, we're looking at the reasons why Essex are batting first, and possibly, you know, you would think the conditions are loaded on the bowlers' favours first up, but you've got the, you know, the fact that there might have been drizzle around and difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball, and the fact it's a used pitch, and they wanted Hampshire to bat last on it. So it's all about a question about weighing up the risks, I guess. But that's the way they've gone, and it might still prove to be the right way. We'll see as time goes on. So here is the aforementioned Scott Curry. Is going to bowl a delivery that is very high indeed, and is actually a no ball, which is not quite a beamer, but it's sort of it's a high full toss, and not quite the James Anderson delivery that we had the other day, but that was quite high, and it was sort of fended off the chest really, as much as anything else, by Webster.
I think this ball's difficult to hold on to.
Yeah, and that might be the reason. As here is Curry again, bowls, and that's driven away on the bounce over cover up to the sweeper for a single, and one more goes to the Essex score, and this partnership continues to build very impressively. Yes, certainly it's still drizzling, but they're playing through it as we thought they might, as Curry bowls, and this is a clubbing drive which goes up towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's stopped. Yeah, I mean, I think part of the Essex thinking, they thought the conditions might be like this for the whole innings, and therefore tricky for the bowlers gripping the ball, and they'd almost rather be batting than bowling, but in such conditions, sensing that the umpires would play through them, which they are at this stage. Of course, if it were to continue, it is meant to get better as time goes on here, but if it were to be raining during the interval, they might struggle to resume straight away. 128 for 4. This one is dug out by Harmer, kept a little low, if anything, from Curry, and placed it up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So Rymel 0, Wesley 7 and Das 11 all out to Barker. Thane out to Curry for 8, caught by Donald. And perhaps the key moment, Webster, who was on 11 I think at the time, wasn't he, when he was put down. Steepling chance, mid-off, could be important. 128 for 4. They couldn't afford to lose him at that point, as Harmer on the drive sends it away just for a single, and they're going to come think of a second, it's not going to be there. It's a longer boundary, but good piece of fielding, prevents any chance of the second run. 129 for 4. Webster 51 and Harmer 40. Very, very good rebuilding job from 53 for 4 at the end of the 15th over, when really Essex were in a bit of a tangle. It's been good from these two since that point. This is a drive, uppish but safe, and away through extra cover. It's a good stop out there actually, because it's slippery, and it was well done to save a couple of runs, with cover getting around to deep cover to complete the fielding. And 131 for 4, with 2 more to Webster to 53.
I'm just looking at the Upminster Cricket Club website, and it's got Adam Wheater as a club coach. Is that right?
Yeah, we've moved on, of course, from his days as a player, and that's just run down with an open face through where second slip would have been, just for a single there for Webster. But he continues to bat stylishly, and very much an innings that suits the order of the day in terms of 54 off 82 balls. Doesn't sound spectacular, but it was very hard going early on. I think a key thing here for Essex is the way that Harmer started. He really came out of the blocks quickly, took any pressure off Webster, and since then these two have sort of been going almost neck and neck, if you like. 132 for 4, Webster 54, Harmer 40, and he's 15 overs left to go.
Trying to navigate the website anyway, it's all over the place. I see Aaron Baird plays there at Upminster as well.
Yeah, obviously a lot of club connections with, particularly with those players, of course, who are not regular members of the team. Aaron Baird sort of has come in and out of the various Essex red and white ball sides, but played in finals day again.
Yeah. He's pressed round the wicket then to Webster. Webster pulls that away. I think he was cutting that initially, and somehow with a flat bat goes down to deep mid-on where Scott Curry fields. This is just not ideal, really. I mean, with rain in the air like this and you're on for a long period of time, everything gets so slippery. I mean, they have to play, but
yeah, and I think it must have been part of the Essex thinking, because you would rather be batting than bowling in these conditions with rain actually in the air, not just overcast conditions.
I think you'd rather be in the pavilion, if I'm really honest.
Yeah.
But 133 for 4, pressed bowls, length ball. They're going to take a quick single. It is to Ian Holland's left hand in the covers. 134 for 4.
Unless, of course, one of the batsmen slips when going for a single, in which case it wouldn't work. But it's still a possibility. Yeah, could be a fairly good bet on how this partnership might end.
Yeah, that would not be ideal. Pressed bowls. He's managing to keep a reasonable control of the ball as Webster pushes that out into the covers. No run. So, looking towards the New Forest, it's definitely rain in the air there. There's light rain in the air. It's just sort of swirling around. It's not really falling as Webster tries to find the angle. Just pushes that to mid-wicket. Gubbins fields there. 2 runs off the 4 balls of this over so far. We've got 14 overs to do after this. 50 minutes late when we started. Similar type of weather, but as we're on, we keep playing. The ground staff have not moved from that cover away to our right. They've been there for quite a while. That's wrapped on the pad, half shot from Tom Prest. Hopeful.
Yeah, so interesting to see what if we've still got these conditions during the interval.
Yeah.
And the accumulation of dampness on the outfield. Interesting to see what happens then.
Not ideal at all. Press bowls driven hard through extra cover. That'll be 4. Well to Ian Holland's left hand at extra cover. That's a nice shot. The boundary off the bat of Bo Webster, who's again calling for a change of clubs. I think they get gloves. I think they're getting more wet than actually sweat on them, I would think. 138 for 4, 31 gone, 14 to do.
Yeah, Essex to be pretty pleased given where they were. Okay, the scoring rate's nothing spectacular, but these two still being together is important. And Simon Harmer has played well, an innings which just underlines how useful he can be, and he's batted at 7 for a lot of the season in the Championship, and now coming in at 6. Obviously, the more he can burden his credentials, embellish them with the bat, the more useful it is for Essex. So it's going to be Curry from the pavilion end, bowls to him, and with a flat bat, it's a well hit shot up into the covers for a single to the deep cover sweeper, and it's 139 for 4, 45 overs aside, And at the moment the game pretty evenly poised after Hampshire were on top for very much in the first hour and a half or so, but these two just turned it around a little bit, and particularly the way that Harmer started his innings I thought was very influential in it. As Curry bowls, that's almost dragged onto the stumps there from Webster, who's a bit lucky there. It's inside edge, goes down to fine leg, but on another day that was just going to cannon into leg stump and he'd be on his way back. But got away with that one, and collects another single, 140 for 4. Webster to 60. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solar, and online via the BBC Sport website and app. And this is a good delivery from Curry, which Harmer's actually threw the shot too soon. Again, he's playing that flat batted shots, which he likes through the offside. If you like, a sort of like a cut that almost turns into a drive. But I think that was a slow ball. He was through with that too quick, too soon. Here's Curry again. That's a quicker one, and he's on the drive there and beaten outside the off stump. It's a good over this from Curry. 1 for 19 in his 5th. Some nice variations.
Also on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, and a free to download app. The ground staff are looking fidgety.
Yeah,
they're looking very fidgety there by the cover.
This next delivery is a big heave from Harmer. It's good over from Curry. Some good changes of pace. He's trying to crash that over the covers, and there's just a cover point there who's catching position, but beyond that there's masses of open space for Harmer. That's a direction that he's aiming in, up towards the Shane Warne stand, but again he's hit thin air for the 3rd time in a row. 140 for 4. It's a good battle this. As this is hit in the air and dropped at mid-wicket. Hard chance, just low to the left, but it certainly is. You can feel the rain now on your face, there's no doubt about that. Wouldn't be surprised if the umpires do have a chat. That was a hard chance to the left of mid-wicket.
In Holland.
Ian Holland not quite able to grab hold of that. Would have been a good time for Hampshire to take a wicket at that point, but the way this partnership has gone. Not to be though, but a good over that from Curry, and Harmer did get he didn't get a single off that last ball, so he remains on 42. Webster 60, and it's 140 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think we're far away from going off here. The umpires are having a chat. No, they've decided they're all right, but we are dangerously close, I think. But it's just because it's the sort of rain that or the atmosphere that, if they go off, we might not go back on for a while. I think. But does it feel worse at the moment, Nick, for you?
About the same as it was earlier on, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Slower ball down the wicket, wrapped on the pad. Webster jogs through for a single, called through by Harmer. That's a leg by, 141 for 4. Got an email here from David Wright, silentcricket@gmail.com. Says, thanks as ever for the great coverage. Being enjoyed from an equally overcast hail in Cornwall. Does anyone know why we haven't seen Jack Campbell in the 50 over side this year? Yeah, he's injured apparently. Has been injured for a little while. He's the left arm seamer that did well last year. Reverse sweep in the air but safe from Simon Harmer. Bounces a couple of times as it goes out to deep point. 142 for 4. Thought he looked a real prospect last season. Ready to move to the championship team as the old guard prepares to move on, says David. Yeah, well, as I say, he's injured, so not even featuring in the squad at the moment. Yes. That ball is just about getting wiped every time it's leaving the bowler's hand now. 142 for 4. We're in the 33rd. 12 overs to do after this, assuming that the weather sort of holds and doesn't get any worse than it is. Although as I look towards the New Forest, it's a little brighter. Clubbed away off the back foot by Webster down to deep mid-on. Curry fields 143 for 4, and Webster moves on to 61.
Well, they'll know from the forecast, the umpires, that it is meant to improve this afternoon, so they're probably thinking, as long as it doesn't get any worse, we'll play through it. But of course, if it does carry on like this, then it may cause a few problems.
Closing in on 100 partnership, these two now, put on 90. As Press gets ready to bowl the next delivery from our commentary in the northern end. Down the leg side, leading edge as it goes down towards mid-on. Closed face there from Harmer, trying to work that away to square leg. Fortunately for him, it was in a gap. He moves on to 44. 144 for 4 now, Essex. Partnership worth 91 for the 5th wicket. Who would have thought that at 53 for 4? Webster already being dropped at 11. Difficult chance by Felix Organ at mid-off, but he didn't have to run back very far, and it was a steepling catch as that's pushed quietly off the bottom of the bat out on the onside. Interesting, the spinners are able to keep hold of this ball in these conditions. Pressed this ball quite nicely, really, into his nearly completed 4 overs, gone for 18. Bowling to Webster. The field on the offside has been reinforced. Big gaps on the leg side now as Prest comes in, flighted outside the off stump. Webster deceived there a little bit. In the end, didn't play a shot to that as it went through to Brown, standing up. Prest 4 overs, none for 18, 144 for 4, 12 to do.
Yeah, and Essex will be pretty pleased after the damage at the top of the innings to have got to this point, 144 for 4. So if these two stay together, they'd be thinking it's going to be difficult to really force the pace in these conditions, but something around about 215, something like that. If they could get to there, they'd be pretty pleased with that. And Hampshire were looking to try and find a way to keep them to around 200. Obviously, taking a couple of wickets could make a very big difference. Bit of a consultation amongst the Hampshire think tank now. Dom Kelly, who bowled 2 pretty expensive overs earlier, just overpitched a little bit, is coming back into the attack. And it really is very set in at the moment. You can see the drizzle a little against the trees, quite misty, much as it was at about 11 o'clock this morning. But good stoical crowd here who knew what the weather was going to be like, but they've still turned up in reasonable numbers. And here's Kelly from the pavilion end with his straight approach, bowls to Harmer, who runs it down off an open face down to Scott Curry at third man for a single, 145 for 4, and that run for Harmer gives him his highest score in list day cricket, which might come as a bit of a surprise, but what it does do is underline how his batting has improved over time. 94 matches, and his best to date was 44 in his debut season for Essex against Surrey at the Oval in 2017. That was in the Royal London Cup. He's never bettered that. Now, of course, he won't have played an awful lot of 50-over cricket for Essex since then, as this is played up towards mid-wicket. There's going to be just the one, I think, of a second, but good alert fielding to make sure there was no chance of that second run being achieved. Have to settle for 1. Of course, there was none in 2020, and in 21 there was that South African tour of England. So I think it just underlines the fact, it was a bit of a surprise when I saw that stat, but it just underlines how much better he's got. 146 for 4. Harmer on 45. It's one of his looser shots. So a ball there from Kelly that gets a good carry. He's looking to just hit that away into that favoured area in front of square on the offside, but again he plays and misses. He's just lost that shot a little bit just in the last couple of overs, just lost his timing with it. So failed to connect on a few occasions as well. Played some very good strokes right at the start of his innings, which are very important in the context of this Essex recovery, when they needed a little bit of impetus to go their way. Kelly bowls to Harmer, and Harmer looks to hit it away into the offside, gets it down to backward point, and they scamper through for a single. Good call to... Again, it's evidence of the fielder just slipping there a little bit when completing the fielding. 147 for 4. It's far from easy out there. So if Essex can go on and win this game, having chosen to bat in these conditions, it could look to be a bit of a masterstroke from Tom Wesley. It didn't look obvious, I think, in the first hour that you'd want to be batting, but these are conditions that he might have envisaged, as this is clipped away off the pads by Webster for a single to deep square leg, and continues to go along very nicely. 63 from 94 for him, and 148 for 4. He hasn't got a particularly staggering strike rate in this day cricket. I was going to look it up again, actually, Webster, but what he has done is produce just the right innings in the situation. Kelly bowls, and Harmer gets a delivery, just cuts back into him slightly. He's just able to run it down to backward point, and they're taking singles every time there at the moment. So the end of the over, the end of the 34th over, which means that there are 11 to go. And Webster 63, Harmer 47, continuing this partnership, 149 for 4.
Well, these two batted very nicely indeed, I have to say.
Strike rate of 71 in list A cricket, Webster. So he's pretty much up almost alongside that. And he'll have batted in much easier conditions than this in Australia.
I was just having a look. In early June, he got 145 for Upminster in a game against Shenfield. That's the only game I've managed to find so far. And that's the one. And straight away is 100. Here's Prest round the wicket. And Harmer gets an inside edge, trying to hit that down the ground. Goes short on the 45. I think that's a Nyren Donald there.
Yeah, again a little bit lucky. Could easily have gone into the stumps, that one off the under edge. Hampshire not getting too much luck at the moment, and difficult for these spinners having to dry the ball all the time.
Definitely a bit more rain in the air now, as just looking towards the scoreboard, where to our right, where it's darker and it's easy to see the rain. There's a reverse sweep, and that's a good shot. That's gone very quickly along the ground, backward a point. Two men are there. I wouldn't say it's quite split them, it was just hit so well. And that is a 50 for Simon Harmer.
Yeah, and his first in this day. Very, very good innings. And I think so important the way he carried the fight to Hampshire when he came in, because he suddenly started scoring at a run of ball from the word go, didn't he? And that sort of took the pressure off Webster a bit, allowed Webster just to carry on playing in his normal mode. And there was a danger time about an hour ago where if it had rained and the players had come off, Essex would have been had a real problem, because they were only going at about three and a bit and over. But now it wouldn't be quite so bad if there was a rain-kill turmoil.
100-run partnership, which has come off 117 balls. Good scoring rate. So Harmer is 51 of 60 now, as Prest continues to wipe the ball as he comes in now with his off spin. There's another reverse sweep, which is almost a Yorker, but he still managed to get a bat on that, but goes to Barker, one of two men at backward point. It's 35th over here. Ground staff still sitting and standing around the cover as they have been, almost attached to it for quite a while now, expecting this rain to get worse, which it hasn't really. As cut away by Harmer. There's going to be work to do here out on the boundary, but just a single it is. I think that's Joseph Eklund out there, just in front of the tunnel. 154 for 4. Now the umpires are having another chat.
It's just the persistency of it now, isn't it? And
yeah. No, they've decided they're going to carry on, even though we're in the middle of the over. I don't know if they were just looking at the ball. I don't know what they were doing. I thought they might have waited till the end of the over, because certainly things are no worse. Conditions are no worse anyway. They just haven't been very good for quite a while. 54 for 4. 5 runs off this Prest over so far. 2 more balls left of it. Comes in and bowls. Quicker ball, but still worked with an open face down to third. Very fine. Won't quite go all the way. Barker slides into that. Great day for sliding into the ball. Got no worries about sliding alongside it there, as Barker does so. 3 runs to Webster. Takes him on to 66, 157 for 4.
Yeah, very, very good partnership. At a time when Essex didn't have that many realistic options left, these two really had to deliver, and they have.
They certainly have. Webster dropped on 11, looks expensive now, in the context of his innings and in the game. Prest stays round the wicket. Slog sweep from outside of off stump by Harmer, all along the ground out to deep mid-wicket, fielded by Fletcher Middleton. And that's the end of the over. Prest has completed 5 overs, none for 27. Not quite sure how many more he'll bowl now. 158 for 4 with 10 to do.
And I'm going to bring Raj Maru back in.
So Kelly, 3 overs, none for 18. The umpires are having another chat here. Now for me, the conditions overhead anyway aren't as worse. I'm just wondering if Nick Gubbins is saying, look, this is a bit ridiculous here, because the guys are really struggling, and in fact they're trying to dry the ball all the time, and it's taking quite a while in between deliveries. I think Gubbins must be at Raj talking to the umpire about, can we really stay out here in this?
Yeah, I mean it was okay when it first started, but now the ball's getting really, really wet. And they've had a couple of chats. The two umpires have had a little chat the previous over, but umpire Long is adamant that he wants to stay on.
Yeah. So here we go then. Here's Dom Kelly with his right arm paces. Bowl shorts. He's trying to pull that away on the leg side. Misses it. Now we're seeing the effects really of the constant light rain that's going on the pitch, because it's making it very skiddy indeed. And Kelly is getting that ball to go through to Ben Brown, the keeper, at pace and with bounce.
It's not going to grip into the wicket as much now with the seam being wet as well.
Yeah.
Just going to skid on now.
It must be difficult for the umpires, Raj, because as Kelly comes in from that pavilion end and bowls to Harmer once more. So that's that wide outside the off stump, called wide as well. 159 for 4 that'll be. Because if you've been out in this sort of weather for so long, how can you then say, do you know what, we'll call it a day now?
No, you can't. That's right. They've made that decision, and they've got, unless it gets a little bit heavier than this, I think they'll stand up, or that ball is completely like a bar of soap where you just can't grip it. That may change their minds.
That's right. Here's Kelly again, and that's pulled high over Barker's head over mid-wicket. In fact, wide mid-on, and that's gone for 6. Barker's just signalling, helping the umpire out there. Clubbed over mid-on by Harmer to a ball short of a length. And that's the area where Harmer did the damage in the T20 semi-final against Hampshire. 2 6s in the first 3 balls that Nathan Ellis bowled to get Essex through to the final on that day.
And that's, I think Essex will be trying to make the most of this now to score as quickly as possible, because the ball will be coming onto the bat a little bit more, so they can play their shots, and these two have now got in.
Here's Kelly again, bowls, length ball, Harmer pushes that into the gap. Good diving stop at extra cover by Gubbins. Even when they go to ground, the fielders are still sliding by a yard or so, as Gubbins did there. 166 for 4. It does feel as though it's just filled in a fraction more. Our friend Neil Halsworth has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. Neil from Explorer Coffees near Portsmouth, who was very kind and brought us a box. Have you tried it out yet, Reg?
I haven't as yet. I haven't been home, but I'm looking to try that out.
Well, ours has just gone into our coffee container today, because we've been away for a few days since the last game. Oh, that's smashed away on the leg side. That's big. That is big. And that's one bounce, and that's gone into the nursery ground. Bo Webster, slog sweep on the way on the leg side, and it hits the Bowen, and the ball's bounced like a super ball. Remember those super balls? Way onto the leg side. That will have gone quite a long way over the nursery ground as well. 172 for 4.
How expensive?
Now I'm sure, well it is, but I mean look, Nick Gubbins, both hands on his side, is saying, look, this is just not fair. He's having another word with Nigel Long. This is a difficult decision for the umpires.
It is a difficult decision, but the ball is now got so wet that it is difficult to even stand up. The fielders are struggling, the bowlers are struggling to run in. And I think umpire Long is just probably trying to say, listen, get this over and done with, and then we'll see.
Well, yeah, but they've got to be consistent, haven't they? 172 for 4. Webster moves on to 72. So Neil says, who's on the other end of the ground, says catching increasing amounts of drizzle at the back of the stand. That's at the Rob Bransgrove pavilion end. But interesting that not many folk are moving to cover. Well, it's that sort of rain, isn't it? It's in the air, but that's wide outside the off stump. Now that's signalled wide. Now see, every time this happens now, the fielders and Nick Gubbins, I guess, will get a bit more frustrated. How's it looking over yonder? Any sign of improvement? Well, every time I think it's getting a little clearer, the next sort of mizzle really comes in. So it's changing almost by the minute, but overall it's just not great. Surprised that King Keith bowled through. Could do with a brief spell of magic to break this partnership. That says Neil. Yeah, well, 9 overs and he bowled really well. 3 for 25 at the start of the innings. That's a length ball which Webster pushes back to the bowler and there is no run. So
this field is now like a spinner's field at the moment. Dom Kelly coming in, but it must be again very difficult for the bowlers to try and grip that ball. As soon as the seam gets wet, there's no grip on it at all.
No. Well, I don't want to take anything away from the batters, but when you get these situations, it suits the batters, doesn't it? Well, in fact, yeah, we are. We're getting a bit of rain coming in here now. There's a drive by Webster that's not timed. That's off the bottom of the bat or somewhere near it as it goes out to deep cover. And Webster's going to keep the strike. Now, Nigel Long has signalled for something. I don't quite know what, but that was towards the pavilion. That's certainly not where the cover is.
It's either that or he's asking for the box of balls to come out or drinks to come out.
Well, maybe Hampshire was saying, look, can we at least
change
the ball?
Yeah, there's a box of balls coming out now.
I'm not sure I've seen this before, Raj, where you stay out in this sort of weather but just change the ball instead. Have you seen that before?
No, not really. Not while it's still raining. Once it stopped raining and the outfield is still wet and then the ball gets wet, I've seen it being changed, but not whilst it's still drizzling.
This is almost like a compromise, isn't it, really, for the field inside? And maybe this has set a dangerous precedent as well in terms of this game. Because if Essex at any stage feel that the ball's got a bit wet, they'll just say, well, we'll change the ball. You changed it for Hampshire, so we want it changed. But this, for me, has been quite a while coming.
I think you might even see this, I mean, in the next 3 or 4 overs, if the ball gets wet again, they'll change it again.
So this partnership came together at 53 for 4 in the 15th. And they are putting Essex in a very, very good position here. And we've got the last power play here, and we have 9 overs.
You see Holland now coming back on, been brought back. See if he can make this magic work again. It was off him that drop catch Felix Organ-Webster early on in his innings. It's proved to be very costly.
Certainly has. He was on 11 at the time.
So Holland is just adjusting his field, getting backward point to go a little bit finer. Just setting that, comfortable with his field now. Just comes in, ready to bowl. Ball's on a length and it's chipped up. Change of ball, change of bowler, and well caught there by Gubbins extra cover. The ball just seemed to stop on Webster there, but that ball, because it's a drier ball, it didn't skid through as much, just gripped in a little bit more and just stopped. But this is where you may say that, you know, is it okay to keep changing the balls and not and this and that and stay out in here? But it's not an even contest, I don't think.
No, there comes a point, doesn't it, where it, you know, as gallant as the umpires have been trying to keep them out there and keep the play, and they're probably thinking, well, it'll clear at some point, but it hasn't, and that's the trouble. And it's cleared for now, but that's been the story of the whole innings, really, where it's still overcast and it still looks as though that mizzle will come in at any moment, and it just disappears for a little while and then it comes back. But that's interesting, isn't it, really? Immediately there's been a change of ball, immediately he's behaved slightly differently. And again, you see Simon Harmer will take a note of that. And at any stage, should get a partnership going, and Harmer feels that they're under pressure, but he'll just put pressure on the umpires himself.
Yeah, that's true, and they've set a difficult precedent now that they've got to be more consistent with their decision making.
So those two batted for 22 overs.
I feel as though Harmer has got the physio out there. He's got a problem of some sort.
What's he done there then?
It looks like his quad muscle or a hip or something.
He's just putting one leg across the other knee. I'm just trying to work out what muscle that might be.
It could be in here, the hip.
Hip, yeah.
Hip, the waist, that sort of area.
121 partnership, those two put on in 22 overs. which is a very, very good effort in these conditions, and of course at 53 for 4 in the 15th.
A new batsman coming in now, Charlie Allison.
Yeah, brother of Ben Allison.
They're both playing in today then.
Yeah, younger brother as well, 5 years between them. He's 18. His brother Ben is 23.
Comes Holland into Allison. Balls again. That just, there's no sort of pace in that. The ball seemed to have gripped in the wicket. Just stopped on him.
Got 124 in the second 11 championship match recently against Hampshire. The second innings of that game.
And he would have had most of these bowlers playing against him as well.
We had 1 or 2 maybe, yeah.
Holland in over the wicket to Allison, pitches it up, he drives it straight back to him, 1 bounce. Holland fields it very well off his own bowling, no runs.
He got 100 in the game before against Middlesex, and that was his maiden second 11's 100, and then went and did it in the next game at his hometown club in Colchester against Hampshire.
Holland pitches it up and he flicks it through to long on. Curry comes in from the boundary and they only pick up 1.
I can tell you
Harmer on strike.
Yeah, I can tell you who he would have faced in that game. Ian Holland bowling now, Scott Curry playing in this game, Felix Organ playing in this game.
3.
There you go. So he's had a good sighter of them.
Yeah. It's just a horrible day to be around in the middle, isn't it? It's just not going away anywhere. Holland in, bowls, pitches it up, and Harmer drives it through to deep extra cover, and they pick up a single.
Well, it's not raining at the moment, so we should.
No, it seems to have sort of cleared up a little bit. It seems to have sort of blown around.
I think the weather, to be fair, I think the weather forecasts have been that it will stay dull all day, but the rain would slowly but surely just sort of disappear. But it hasn't, is it? It's always been hanging around.
There's no real strong breeze to take it away.
No.
So Holland comes in for the last ball of the over. Bowls. Couple of steps down the wicket by Allison, and he misplays and misses. Ball goes through to Brown. Score stays on 176 for 5.
Well, it's interesting now, isn't it? All of a sudden, a dry ball, and it just looks like it's offering a fraction again.
It's just starting to grip again a little bit more.
Yeah, just a different game again. And so I'll repeat that if we get a similar situation in the Hampshire innings and that, where the ball gets really soft, and of course all Essex have to say to the umpires is, well, you gave Hampshire a drier ball. But they just felt that Hampshire were bowling with a wet ball for quite a while there. I don't want to sound too biased, but I mean that's fact. I
think that they bowled for well over 15, 20, nearly 20 overs with a wet ball in a drizzle.
Yeah. Looks like 1 or 2 of the ground staff that were around the cover have started to make their way back towards the tunnel. The cover's parked to our right.
Might have grabbed their hot lunch.
There are still, though, 3 of the ground staff still by the cover. So we've got 8 overs to do here. Remember, it's 45 overs per side because we started 50 minutes late. Essex 176 for 5. Harmer is still there, 61 of 67 he is. And he's facing, or was going to face, Scott Curry, who ran in about halfway and stopped because he wants to change the field. He's now got deep mid-on instead of mid-on, and Barker, who was at mid-on's gone to mid-off. I think that's Donald at the far end at deep mid-on. Here's Curry, bowls to Harmer. Oh, that's a low full toss. Harmer almost turns away from that, and he's called a no ball. Now, this is where it gets a little bit silly again, because, you know, again, the ball is still wet, even though it's been changed. Oh, he's been taken off. Oh, that's the second time, so he's had to come off. Oh, this is farcical. And
that will be, you know, that will hurt Hampshire now, because that takes away another 1 seamer, and they're down to the spin option now. There's no real seamers available.
Well, I mean, it's not even as though it's intentional, and this is just because of the conditions. So now Hampshire have got to think differently. I think Don Kelly might have to take over, but That is the second time that Curry's been warned for a dangerous delivery, but it's not of his making. It's simply the conditions here, which I have to say, it's leaving a bit of a sour taste, if I'm honest.
Yep. As I said, it's not a fair contest when you have that happening.
Well, it'll be interesting getting the thoughts of both these teams at the end of this game, however this plays out. I'm sure we'll, depending on the result, we'll get two contrasting opinions as to how long we've played through this. But when you get bowlers taken out of the attack simply because the ball has slipped out of their hand through no fault of their own, because the umpires have kept them out, then interesting. Kelly takes over and clubbed away by Harmer. That'll go over to the boundary, wide of mid-on. Can't remember if it's your over or mine, Reg. Apologies if I've just taken it. Is it my over?
It's your over.
It is my over. 4 runs to Simon. Harmer takes him on to 65. That's off 69 balls. Fantastic strike rate.
Now we're talking about the ball getting wet, but we've also got to remember underfoot is going to be wet as well. So although they got spikes on it, it's going to be hard to grip.
So Kelly is kind of expensive here. Start of his fifth. He's gone for 38. Comes in and bowls. Harmer clubs that away on the leg side, but finds the fielder at deep square leg. One bounce. That's Eklund, I think, out there.
He'll be looking to play some shots now as well to try and get that Duckworth Lewis up, because if this kick keeps up and gets heavier, overs are reduced, then Essex will want to have a healthy run rate.
Certainly will. 183 for 5. There are just over 7.5 overs left of their innings. And I suppose the rain that we've had and the conditions we've had, we'll get the whole innings in. I don't think you'd have to deteriorate massively to get these umpires to get the players off, as that's pushed into the gap by Allison on the offside. Moves on to 2. 184 for 5. You feel like there'd have to be a snowstorm for these umpires to get the players off here.
It will, and I think the only thing which will happen now is that if the ball slips out of another bowler's hand and goes full, then they may have to rethink.
Yeah.
Because while the ball's been getting hit out now, the ball's getting wetter and wetter.
Here's Kelly bowls.
Just slow ball.
Yes, slips it away on the onside. There are 3 fielders out on the boundary. It goes out to Curry at deep mid-wicket. I think what we're seeing here as well, I mean, listen, as we said earlier, the umpires have to be consistent, and by keeping them out in the sort of weather they have, it is then difficult to say, well, we'll play 5 overs and then we'll go off. So we get that, but I think it just shows that you now know why players don't play in the rain at cricket, because it's almost dangerous, and we've seen it just with the ball slipping out of the bowler's hand. Slower ball, driven by Allison into the gap once more in the covers. Just a single though, moves on to 3. And 186 for 5 now, Essex, with 1 ball left of the 38.
It's not a sponge ball, it's not a tennis ball, it's actually a rock coming towards you, and from 20 odd yards away, when that ball comes at you at speed, at your head, you know, it is dangerous.
Yeah, it is. So Kelly in, right arm over, bowls to Harmer. Harmer comes down the wicket, just pushes that up to mid-off. They'll take a single. Harmer quite deliberately keeping the strike there. 38 gone then. 187 for 5. There were 11 runs off that Dom Kelly over, and he's bowled 5 overs now, none for 43. Kevin James and Raj Maru with you here. It's
just the fact that when they changed the ball over, they didn't just change 1 ball, they changed 2 balls.
Because you have to, don't you?
You have to. So they've now got 2 dry balls. The ball from the far end, where it's been hit in the last over, has got very, very wet. But the ball this end, not so much. Holland has taken that wicket. It is now off, and Gubbins has brought himself on at this pavilion end. Comes in, bowls on a length, and the ball just knocked in front of him by Harmer. No runs scored. Harmer will be looking at every opportunity to take these bowlers on now. As Gubbins comes in, just short of a length, goes to play a reverse sweep, and he misses it. Well taken there by Brown, who whips the bails off. So no score. He seems to favour that reverse sweep and that smash over extra cover over the spinners.
Yeah.
Gubbins in again, 3 or 4 paces, bowls, and that has bowled Harmer, nipped the top of his off stump. He doesn't want to go off, but he is going off. Try to give himself some room and trying to hit it over extra cover, and missed it. And Gubbins has picked up a wicket, a crucial wicket as well.
Well, I was just trying to watch on the replay there. I think that's definitely turned. Whether it turned as much as I thought it did, I don't think it did, but it certainly straightened. Harmer just gave himself too much room, didn't he? I
think he gave himself too much. It might have just turned and skidded through a little bit more and got onto him a little bit quicker than he thought.
187 for 6, but a very, very good innings from Simon Harmer. His top scorer in this day. And Gubbins picks up his first wicket of the game. I've got a tweet here from Richard Vaughan, Solent Cricket at Gmail, at Solent Sport. Can I ask why you're talking about a hypothetical ball change for Essex as such a bad thing, after talking so supportively of Gubbins' attempts to change the ball? Well, I think they just wanted a dry ball, and we saw for a couple of overs how the dry ball actually it changed its nature, didn't it?
It has, and it's picked up 2 wickets from this end, where it's gripped. It hasn't been hit into the outfield as much as the other ball. But when they change one ball, they have to change 2.
Yeah. And also, it won't last for long, the dry ball. Once it's hit out of the outfield a few times, it won't be far off the ball they've just changed.
And this now brings Buttleman to the crease. We've got Allison on 3. Buttleman's just come in. 2 new batsmen in. And this will hopefully score this score rate down. Gubbins bowls. He's knocked down back to him. No runs. Yeah, this will definitely slow the run rate down, and Hampshire will feel as though they got a chance to get back into the game here a little bit. Gubbins in for his 4th ball, bowls short and gone off the back foot, punched through to point. It's well fielded there by Kelly, and no runs scored here. It's been a good over this by Gubbins so far. This could be a maiden over. He's got a chance of bowling a maiden here. He bowls, pitches it up. It's been played down the wicket. No runs again. And that is the end of the over. A wicket maiden there for Gubbins, who's now bowled 3-4 overs for 17 runs and picked up a crucial wicket of Harmer.
So Harmer's particulars in his innings: 75 balls with 8 fours and 1 6, shared in that 121 run partnership for the 5th wicket with Bo Webster. He went for 73. Webster with 99 balls, 7 fours and 1 6, and that ball change, which came at the end of the 36th over at 174 for 4, has definitely had a bit of a say. 187 for 6 now. Essex with 6 overs left of their innings, and here comes Dom Kelly again, driven by Charlie Allison, out to a deep point, and he'll move on to 4. That's off 7. Essex 188 for 6.
I'm not sure the ball fielder's throwing the ball in from the boundary on a bounce on a wet outfield does the balls any good.
Well, I suppose,
especially when you're not going for a run out.
No.
And you're just trying to keep the ball up.
The ground staff around the cover are back to their full contingent of 7, I think that is, or 6 anyway. Here comes Kelly, slower ball, driven by Buttleman out on the onside. They'll take 1, may not come back for 2. Yeah, that's good running. Very good running indeed. 2 fielders converging onto that one. That's Middleton, I think, and Curry. It was hit perfectly actually out on the 30-yard circle at mid-wicket.
Yeah, the ground staff, they've been there, they've picked up their packed lunches, and they're coming out there and tucking into those quite nicely.
They are, aren't they? Like they've been the takeaway there. They're out of the old, looks like from here, the old polystyrene box.
The old fish and chips.
Doesn't it? It does look like it, doesn't it?
Somebody's been down the chippy. I remember playing at Derby in a county championship game where they went and ordered us some fish and chips.
driven by Buttleman up towards mid-off, and Barker slides into that one as well.
Yeah.
Seems to be the order of the day, isn't it? Fielders just sliding in to do their fielding.
Yeah, we had to place our orders in and start a play, and somebody then went over at lunchtime and brought you your cotton chips or whatever it was.
Oh, there you go, eh?
Those
Nice
days
healthy
have changed.
eating. Nice healthy eating, that. 191 for 6 in the 40th. 45 overs aside, remember this game, because we started 50 minutes late, and I have to say, for the large part of this Essex innings has been through sort of mizzle, really. That's a nice shot, backward a point, but straight to an Irene Donald by Charlie Allison, the 18-year-old.
On a day like this, sufficient chips with a bit of salt and vinegar would go down really nicely.
And a hot chocolate.
And a hot chocolate.
Or even a Bovril. Other hot drinks available. Makes a hot drink. Not quite your summer fare. This really has felt, at times, I mean, forget the temperature, this felt like a middle of December. Temperature virtually hasn't matched, fortunately hasn't matched. There's a lovely shot, drive from Allison, which has split extra cover and mid-off. That's beautifully timed. And now umpire Nigel Long is having a word with Dom Kelly about running down the wicket. Is there something that Nigel Long isn't going to get involved with here? Having to make a decision on something?
I think as a senior umpire, he's having to make all the decisions.
He is.
This will be interesting now how wet the ball has got, because that went all the way along the ground to long off and actually rolled onto the covers. So whether the covers are wet as they are, we'll see how it goes.
Jack Chantry is the other umpire, by the way, former Worcestershire left armour, as that's slogged away on the leg side by Allison, who moves on to 9, and he's going to keep the strike as well. So that is 40 overs completed, so 5 to do. I have to say, it's just, I suppose because the conditions aren't great, it's just felt, even though we're doing 5 overs less than normal, it feels as though we're doing an awful lot more than 45 overs. It's obviously been hard work for the fielders out there, and the drawing of the ball and what have you, and just seems to be longer than maybe it should. I might change you in a minute, Raj, because I've got to do an update, and I'm going to let Nick do it. Is that all right, Nick? Or should I could leave Raj on, or are you all right just to come on? All right. Thank you, Raj, for the moment. In fact, we'll see you in the second innings. I'll bring Nick Leadhill in, because I've got to disappear for a couple of minutes in a minute. Here's Gubbins then, bowls. Oh my word, that's a horribly slow, short ball, which is clubbed back past him. Oh, and it's gone for 4 as well. Past the outstretched, diving Felix Organ on the boundary just below us here. He'll have a nice wet front part of his body there as he picks himself up. And that's the Essex 200 in the 41st. There's obviously a few Essex supporters here, enthusiastically applauding the 200 up for the away side. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, and we're fairly pleased, I think. Nice stroke that from Allison. It's been a really tough outing for Dom Kelly. He's had to bowl with the wet ball really throughout his spell. 6 overs for 52. There's one very expensive over, wasn't there? And he's not had an easy time of it at all. Gubbins has bowled pretty well, has to be said. And the single off his first balls is pushed up by Allison into a big gap on the onside. There's always a thought of a second there, because the bowler, deep mid-wicket and long on were all converging on it. And it's one of those situations where there could almost have been a 2, but it wasn't quite to be. They have to settle for 1, but Allison has done nicely for 14 from 12. Buttleman on 3, Essex 201 for 6. I was suggesting 215 a little while ago. They might get a few more than that if they can carry on finding the odd boundary. There's Gubbins bowls, and there's an attempted reverse sweep in LBW. One of those where if it doesn't work from Buttleman's point of view, he's likely to be plumb in front. He went across looking to sort of, play the lap shot over where point would have been, and unfortunately from his point of view he missed it, and fairly straightforward decision from the umpire's point of view. But Gubbins, Hampshire will want him to have a good day with the bat as well. But he's done a pretty useful job here. 2 for 22 in 4 overs and 3 balls. 201 for 7, and Buttleman brief stay ends on 3. But certainly the whole centrepiece of the occasion for Essex so far has been that partnership between Webster and Harmer. And really it was pretty much essential from an Essex point of view to give them a real foothold in this match, which they've now got. And they'll sense that with the ball turning, and with Harmer probably being able to use, Harmer in particular, being able to use a drier ball by the time he bowls, if the forecast is right. And that might just help. Might have all been part of the thinking of deciding that Hampshire would field first and Essex would bat first, which was looked a decision that might not have been right after an hour, but you can see the thinking. This is a used pitch, and senses it's taking increasing turn. Could be that Harmer is going to have a big part to play with bat and ball here. It's going to be Aaron Beard, and Essex have just given themselves a decent chance in this game with the runs they've got. It's a question of how many more they can add with the time left. So it's going to be Gubbins to bowl to a left-handed Beard at 201 for 7. And he comes into bowl, and Beard off the back foot plays a nice stroke out to a sweeper, gets himself a single. It's 4 overs and 2 balls to go. 6 runs and a wicket in the over so far. 202 for 7. Allison with 14, and Beard has just got himself off the mark. Gubbins with 3 men saving the single on the offside and just a short fine leg on the leg side. Everybody else on the boundary. And that's a well pitched up delivery from Gubbins and played back on the bounce by the right-handed Allison, who's acquitted himself well for 14 from 13. Looked to give the strike to Harmer as much as he could. 202 for 7. And Gubbins bowls flat 1, and Allison just comes forward and paddles it just back at the square on the onside for a single. He'll go to 15 with that. And Essex 203 for 7, but useful stuff from Nick Gubbins, occasional bowler on a pitch that's taking turns. His figures of 2 for 24 in 5 overs suggests that there will be plenty in it for the Essex spinners later, particularly with the advantage of perhaps bowling with a drier ball than the Hampshire spinners have had. 203 for 7. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Solent, online via the BBC Sport website and app. We also have a live feed here, which you might be looking at the moment. And we have Ian Holland, who's bowled pretty well today. I think up to this point, I think he's bowled exclusively from the northern end, but he's now on at the pavilion end. And he's going to bowl to Allison, who's on 15. So Allison taking strike, just having a little look around. Can he find the odd boundary here, which would really boost Essex? 203 for 7. As Holland bowls, and he slices that one through, so where second slip would have been for 4, so that's as useful as anything else. Threw the bat at it, just a complete edge really, nothing more than that, and went at a catchable, what would have been a catchable height through where second slip would normally be, but no slips in at this stage. That's a very useful addition from the Essex point of view. 4 to the total, which is 207 for 7. It hasn't been updated, but I make that 207 for 7 with that boundary, which hasn't been put onto the scoreboard yet. Definitely sliced it away through the slips.
I think they think you've got enough.
Maybe, and I'll leave the rest of the over with you.
Oh, okay. Looks like it's filling in again a fraction. Here's Holland switching ends to that pavilion end, and there's an edge over the top of Brown, well over his head, and that's going for 4. As Allison was trying to slog that away on the onside. That's 4 more. I hope they put those up.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune. Essex had just a touch of fortune during the innings. Obviously, the fact that they played on for such a long period with the wet ball, I'm sure, was more beneficial for Essex than for Hampshire. But I'm going to make your luck, of course. And Allison's had a little bit in this over, but he's managed to go. They have now added that previous 4, so he's gone from 15 to 23, seemingly with 1 shot. But it hasn't quite been off the middle of the bat, but it's been effective.
Oh, I thought Webster in particular looks a super
He does,
player.
yeah.
73 off 99.
Yeah.
And Simon Harmer, as you say, keeps improving with the bat as he goes through his career. 68 off 75. Those two have really given Essex what looks to be a decent total here in these conditions. Here comes Holland and bowls to Allison. Allison hits that into the ground. It goes back to Holland, and there is no run. But yeah, it's quite interesting with when you get light rain in the air over a period of time, how it makes the ball skid on to the batters. They would have loved that, absolutely loved that. Taking nothing away though, they both played absolutely superbly. But then when the ball got changed and it was harder, all of a sudden for 2 or 3 overs, it changed its behaviour when it pitched. I mean, now of course it's getting back to a soggy old ball, but it's quite interesting there, just for a 10-15 minute period as Holland comes in and bowls. That's clubbed away but not timed up towards mid-on. They may get 2 here as Prest comes in quickly. That's a lot of work to do. Trying to heave that away on the onside. That's right off the bottom of the bat. And that is a single.
Yeah, well, he's...
Two.
Sorry. Nothing too much has come off the middle in this over from Allison, but he has got, 10 runs?
Yeah, it's
and
a good late cameo, isn't it?
Yeah, doing well.
25 off 18 from the 18-year-old. Oh, that's a better shot. That's only but actually that might not have gone, and it could be caught at deep square leg. Oh, and he's taken at the second attempt by Joseph Eklund. He was about 2 or 3 yards inside the boundary. Took it as easy as you like, and somehow it just popped out of his hand, but then he grabbed it at the second of attempt. Maybe that's because of a wet ball and it's just slipping around, but great effort. The crowd over that side enjoyed it as well. We did.
Maybe that's his party piece, to look as though he's dropping it, but in fact to take it nonchalantly at the second attempt. Well, a nice hand from Allison, 25, and Essex will be pleased with how they've got out of real trouble here. But Allison, as you said, the ironic thing there, Kevin, was probably the first one he got somewhere off the middle in the over, and they didn't quite have enough weight on it to carry for 6. But in the context of what he needed to do in that match situation, got his runs at a good pace, and just I'm sure it's a useful contribution from the Essex point of view at this stage.
Yeah, I must admit, my first thoughts were that actually he'd got hold of that a lot, but just seemed to go straight up in the air more than any distance. But a good catch from Joe Eklund, who would have, just for a fraction of a second, his heart would have leapt out at the thought of him having dropped that catch. Second wicket of the innings for Ian Holland.
Just feel, in terms of the overs bowled, Hampshire might sort of look back on this. Curry's only bowled 5 for 21.
He's been taken out the attack.
Yeah. And that's significant because, he was bowling well enough.
Yeah.
And I think it probably meant that Kelly had to bowl more overs than he might otherwise have done.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Kelly, expensive.
And I suppose Organ could have bowled a few more, but it was difficult for the spinners with the wet ball.
Yeah, Kelly 6 overs for 52. Now field is changing for the new batter, Ben Allison, the older of the 2 brothers.
Yeah, Curry was having problems gripping the ball, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
That's the issue there.
Second full toss. Off you go, son, into the deep as Holland comes in and bowls. Leg the ball, nicely pushed by Allison out into the covers, picks up a single first ball he receives. 2:14 for 8, and we still have 3 overs to do.
Yeah, it's relief for Jimmy Anderson he didn't bowl a second of those in the Test match, because that would have been the end of his Test career, I think, and that would have been an awful way to go out, giving his order off in Scottish football parlance, which would have been the way of it. I think the first one was enough of a shock. I can't remember who the batsman on strike was, but I think was it David Warner? It might well have been, but played it very well. So Gubbins, 5 overs, 2 for 24, and it's going to be Felix Organ. So I was thinking Organ could have possibly bowled a couple more, and indeed that might well be the way of it. He's bowled pretty tidily. Don't often see spinners in the last 3 overs, but obviously Hampshire feel that might be the way to go as Organ bowls, and that's just played from the crease, into that wide open gap on the onside where a 2 is possible because it's the long boundary and you've got boundary fielders and the bowler converging on it, but as happened before, it is only 1. You've got to hit it in exactly the right spot with exactly the minimal pace to get the 2, and again it wasn't quite there. But what that has done is taken Essex to 215 for 8, and Ben has replaced Charlie out in the middle, and Ben on 2, Ben Allison on 2, and Aaron Beard has to strike on 1. Here's Organ Bowl. It's a wideish delivery outside the off stump, and reaching for it. Beard deciding he's not going to get a wide call, so he's got to play it, and only manages to play it up towards long off for a single, and looks actually slightly disappointed with himself. Maybe he's thinking he should have left it. I'm not sure quite how wide it was, but he had to reach for it to get it, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just think Organ will be thinking about that short boundary side.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to give Baird a chance to heave it over.
No.
Next side.
216 for 8. 2.4 overs left. This is a nicely pitched delivery from Organ, right up, and batsman's bootlaces, not much you can do about that, and Ben Allison just plays it up into the offside, and there's no run. Should be a good contest, this. I mean, Hampshire will know that they won a game the other day where they had more than 300 posted by the opposition, but slightly more clement conditions, I think, as this is a sweep away for probably just the 1, because it's gone straight out to deep mid-wicket. No chance of a second run there, but a nice stroke from Ben Allison, who was certainly more than capable with the bat, and adds 1 to his score there. 217 for 8, but all about that partnership, without which there wouldn't have been too much for Essex to write home about here. 53 for 4, 174 for 5 when Webster was out, and this is pulled away. Good shot by Beard. It's going up towards the deep middle wicket boundary, and it'll bisect 2 fielders. 1 bounce for 4. Ian Holland in the end not too far away from it, but it was one tantalising possible catch for 2 fielders, and in the end it just bounced between the 2 of them, as so often is the case.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious that Baird's going to target that short boundary side, or shorter boundary. It's not particularly short, but certainly shorter of the 2.
Good connection there, and in the end very good placement, because he had 2 men to take on and he hit it straight between the 2 of them. 1 bounce for 4. 6 from 3 for Beard. 221 for 8. And last ball of this over sees Beard going for a big heave through the onside to that short boundary again, but he's beaten in the flight there by Organ. I wonder if he'll bowl the last over, Organ. He could do. 5 overs for 33. Holland, I think, will certainly bowl his last over. 8 overs, 2 for 32. Allison has 3 and Beard has 6, and it's 221 for 8.
John on the grounds tweeted at Sunnet Sports, says you've got to feel for Scott Curry. Conditions really horrible for the fielding side, and the umpire's decision to play on could well affect the outcome of the match. I suppose it depends on what the conditions are, of course, when Hampshire come to bat.
Yeah, and what seemed a curious decision to... Well, there are 2 reasons for doing it, I guess. The conditions which Wesley correctly predicted. He also correctly predicted the umpires would probably not take the players off, because if they had done, that would have possibly scuppered his plan. And the third thing, of course, it's a used pitch and it's spinning.
Holland to bowl his last over, 2 for 32, 9 overs per bowler, of course, as that's pulled away on the onside by Ben Allison. Goes for a single up towards deep mid-on, moves on to 4, 222 for 8.
Yes, nice knock from his younger brother Charlie, and just a question of playing innings in the team's course, and he gave the strike to Harmer while Harmer was there, and then when Harmer got out he actually took it on himself. And to say, next time he'll probably like to middle a few more, but it didn't matter, because if you at this stage of the innings you're just looking to get as many as you can, and he did a good job there. But it has been the more experienced players in terms of Bo Webster and Simon Harmer who've been very much to the fore in this innings.
Certainly have. I'm just trying to think, normally we'd have a half-hour break, wouldn't we, in a 50 overs a side contest. Do you think that'll be cut?
It was interesting, because the original start time was 11:40 and 46 overs, and it was 11:50 and 45. So that just felt for me maybe they might be taking 10 minutes off the lunch break, and that's built into the equation.
It's not going to be half an hour, I don't think, that's for sure. So Holland's round the wicket, gives himself some room, Baird crashes that away straight to the fielder at deep point. That's Scott Curry. Didn't have to move Curry there, hit hard and on the ground. Baird moves on to 7. 2:23 for 8 in the 44th over, aren't we? Yeah, 44th. 10 balls left.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, 11:40, losing 10 overs from the match, probably about right. But we'll wait and see. It's possible it might be cut back.
Hotland bowls. Oh, it's another full toss, which is up in the air, but it's going over short third. Morgan's running back, or is that Donald? It's Sir Donald. Now, that looks to me about a similar height that Scott Curry let one go. And there's another no ball. Now, there's no warning there. I don't think there is anyway. But again, it's just the ball that's coming out of the bowler's hand that's just slipping.
Yeah, you wonder. I think you were talking about it while I was off air, but you wonder whether Curry should have been given some. I suppose it's a danger that the full toss, the high full toss presents, isn't it? But whether the umpire should have some option if they are going to stay out there, of giving the quicker bowler in this situation some leeway.
None given for Scott Curry anyway, as that's driven into the ground, fielded by Holland on his follow through. Good bowling full.
Essex will be looking to see if conditions are similar when it's their turn, of course, which no immediate sign of things greatly improving. Still very, very heavy cloud cover, but we haven't had any drizzle for a while. There's no umbrellas up.
It's just one of those sort of dank December days type thing without the temperature, isn't it? That's clubbed away on the onside all along the ground. I don't think they'll get 2. Oh, they are. They're taking Barker on. Good running. Comfortable 2 in the end. That's really good from Baird. Gosh, he's quick between the wickets. He was comfortably home there.
Yeah, it's turning into a very useful score in these conditions for Essex here. In a game that, in this tough group, probably if they were to lose this, it does give them an awful lot to do. One from 6, only 3 qualifiers, so a win would make a big difference. Hampshire, having won their only game so far, have a little bit more leeway.
8 balls left of this innings as Holland comes in again. Again, it's up towards. Well, it's not Barker anymore. It's been changed. Poor bloke. It's been put to extra cover. And I think up there, who's taken his place. Just trying to work it out, actually. Can't quite see. Oh, it's Nick Gubbins himself. The captain is doing the job himself. That's a single. So Allison's moved on to 9, 2:30 for 8 with 7 balls left. Baird back on strike. 7 off 5 to him. Gubbins comes up on the 30-yard circle at mid-off. 4 fielders on the offside, all on the 30-yard circle. Everybody on the onside is back on the rope. Oh, and Holland was just... Again, we've seen that 2 or 3 times where the bowler starts running in and sees a fielder maybe not exactly in the right place in the corner of his eye and just pulls out. Here comes Holland again then from the pavilion end. Bowls to the left-hander Baird, gives himself some room, works that down to short third. Half fielded, that'll be a single. 2:31 for 8. It is a good score, there's no doubt about it. In these conditions, it's a good score. And it's going to take 2 or 3 really good individual innings from Hampshire to win this game, if indeed, of course, they do so. 1 over left then, 2:31 for 8.
Yeah, and of course it is 45 rather than 50 overs as well, so it would be worth a few more in a normal game. But from a very, very difficult start, Essex have come up with quite a defendable score, particularly on this used pitch.
It looks like the 100 game between Spirit and Brave.
That's hit off the back foot, first ball of the final over. It's still Organ and hit up to long off. They're going to come back for a second run, so good placement there from Baird. It's gone along to 8. Organ is bowling the last over of the innings, so 5 overs and 1 ball, number 35 at the moment.
Must be raining in London. Spirit women, Brave women.
Has it been delayed, or is it?
Yeah, delayed. Yeah.
So Organ again going round the wicket, and Beard hits this one in the air, and it should be caught at extra cover. In the end, pretty well judged, because I think the initial thing there from Gubbins, he just got a little bit too far in front of it, and he had to sort of backpedal, because the danger was the ball was going to go over his head. But he backpedaled effectively enough to take the catch, and the 9th wicket goes down in the final over. So Beard out for 10, but Organ gets a wicket, and that gives him his first success in his 6th and final over, and it's 233 for 9.
Just delays the time, isn't it? Is it me? Is it
does,
me?
well, it's 10 to
does
3, isn't it?
Feel like ages.
Yeah. I think it's one of those things. We have a delay at the start. It obviously it makes it feel like sort of like a 4-hour innings, but yeah, it's. It could have, of course, if Webster had been taken on 11, it could be. I was saying downstairs in the press room that could have been a very different equation to this game. We might have had lunch at lunchtime in that situation, the way that the wickets were going down.
Thank you to Joe on the ground, who says the announcer has said that there will be a half-hour break between the innings.
So basically that is as per normal. So yeah, so 40-minute delay, 50-minute delay. We had 10 overs lost. The only thing I just thought about that was that's almost test match over rate. So I was just wondering if there was an extra 10 minutes in there somewhere, but it is going to be a half-hour delay. There might be some capacity to build some extra time in as well. But yeah, Jamie Porter, who'll doubtless have a say with the ball. And a pretty good championship outing, of course, here just a couple of weeks ago.
10 wickets in the game, or was more than that?
Yeah,
wasn't it?
was 12 in the end, I think it was, from memory. But it was a very, very good performance. So Organ is going to bowl to Porter, the last man. He'll just go back into his crease and play it up into the covers, and there's no run. So all told, there's a chance that Essex could yet be bowled out, but there was also a chance much earlier they could have been bowled out for considerably less than this. 233 for 9. As Organ bowls, and that's driven firmly back at him by Porter, but it is a dot ball. So neither side particularly gains. Hampshire can't get the last wicket, but Essex can't add to their total just at the moment. Here's Organ again, going around the wicket, and that's a run here for Porter, who gets it out towards deep square leg, but just the 3rd run from this final over. But still 234 for 9. A very useful score. It's there's around about 20 more than I thought Essex were probably capable of getting a sort of midway through the innings, but of course that partnership went on for a long time. That's what's made a difference. It's given them a bit of a platform. So 1 ball to go, and it's Allison on strike. 234 for 9. As Organ bowls, it's just a little bit short, pulled away, but only for a single. They'll go for the second. It's the last ball, but there could well be a run out here, but in fact the throw is not the best one, so they do get back for 2, and Allison will finish on 11 with Porter on 1. Drops his bat on the way off, does Allison, but he's done a pretty good job there, and I think Essex will be pretty pleased in the end with 236 for 9 from their 45 overs, and no question about the centrepiece to the innings, particularly after those 3 quick wickets for Keith Barker right at the top. It was that partnership between Webster and Simon Harmer batting at number 6, which has really given Essex a platform from which they could well go on to win the game.
Yeah, 121 runs pair put on, Webster and Harmer for the 5th wicket, recovering from 53 for 4, and the ground staff, who looked like they've been itching to put that cover on for about 2 hours, finally get their chance. I don't think it's because it's any rain in the air. I think they're just doing it to protect the pitch, although I think actually as I speak there might just be a little bit of rain in the air, but it's the first chance they've had to actually get the cover on, and it'll be protected during this half hour. So 236 for 9 then, Essex off 45 overs. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with you in just before the start of the Hampshire reply, and with the Essex innings played, majority of the innings played with rain in the air, I think even if we have that later on, we will still get a lot of this 45 overs in, assuming Hampshire bat that long. In fact, they brought it on to protect another wicket. They're not actually worried about the wicket we're playing on. It's brought on.
Must be a 100 pitch.
It'll be a 100 pitch.
Yeah.
Look after the 100, that's what we always say. Make sure that gets played. Don't worry about any other game. But as long as it plays the full 200 balls, then fine. So we'll take a break, as I say, 2:36 for 9. a very overcast and dank Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway. The Hampshire reply to the Essex total of 236 for 9 off 45 overs. That's the Essex total in this Metro Bank one-day 50 over cup group match. Match reduced to 45 overs per side because we got underway 50 minutes late, just before midday. Good recovery from Essex after being 53 for 4. Keith Barker bowling his 9 over quota, 3 for 25. And the Essex innings bolstered by the Australian Bo Webster's 73 off 99 balls and Simon Harmer's 68 of 75 balls. They put on a 121 run partnership for the 5th wicket. And it's, as I say, the conditions have not been the best, but whichever way you look at it, well done to the umpires for keeping them out there in sort of fairly dank and miserly conditions, which caused poor old Scott Curry to be taken out of the bowling attack because of a couple of high full tosses, but really that was only because the ball slipped out of his hand. Anyway, your commentary team for the rest of this game. A little later you'll hear from the former Hampshire and Middlesex left arm spinner Raj Maru, but right now it's myself, Kevin James. I'm from BBC Essex, Nick Gledhill.
Yeah, afternoon, Kevin. The weather hasn't particularly improved, has it? It's not raining, but I've noticed that there's stuff we left on our table during the interval got a little bit damp, so there's still a bit of drizzle around, but in a way Hampshire won't mind that because they don't particularly want it to become dry for the Essex spinners, particularly Harmer, to be able to grip the ball. I mean, that's could be a really key factor. There's certainly something in it for the spinners there. Just one thing of note, in the only previous sort of full game that Essex have played, Notts made 237 all out at Chelmsford and knocked over Essex for 69. So an eerily similar score. Essex will be hoping something similar happens here, but that's certainly, that was a 50 over, of course, innings, but yeah, eerily similar totals. I wonder if we'll get something similar happening here. Hampshire will hope not.
Looks like Aaron Baird is going to get the innings underway, and it's going to be Fletcher Middleton to face.
And here is Beard up to the wicket from this northern end, and there's good carry there, as there was actually in the earlier innings. Pitching round about off stump, going further away, and yeah, Middleton and Gubbins looking to just lay a firm base here. Hampshire batted pretty well in their one previous game. Maybe you could say they had a little bit of a help, the fact that it was shortened and it was curtailed, but they were ahead on Duckworth Lewis. That was a crucial thing. They managed the game pretty well against Middlesex. As Beard up to the wicket, bowls, and that's on the pads and flicked away nicely through a big gap on this onside. There's lots of open space out there. It's the further boundary, and there's a fine leg on the boundary, and there was a square leg, but it was hit perfectly between the two there, and nicely put away for 4 runs. And Fletcher Middleton up and running with very good boundary, and it takes Hampshire underway, and Middleton an even 101 balls in the one previous match. If you can do that again, you'd fancy that Essex might struggle to be able to defend this total. But that's outside the off stump and left alone by Middleton, who's had a pretty decent, maybe hasn't quite cashed in after a strong start to a championship season, but a pretty decent return, and be very pleased getting 100 first time out in this 50 over competition.
Yeah, he had a good start to the season, sort of consistent scores really. They sort of started to tail off in the end. He's only averaging 26 in the championship, but his first team 100 last week against Middlesex, which is warmly welcomed.
2 slips and 5 saving 1. Here is Beard up to the wicket, and good pace there from Aaron Beard. Middleton happy to leave it alone outside the off stump. So we haven't seen any blue sky. The only blueness we've seen really has been the Essex kit, but that's almost a sky blue colour, and who knows, come Thursday we might be bathing in sunshine. But it's been, as I say, a very autumnal day, and you might say that more winter than autumn in terms of the skyline, but very, very grey, floodlights on. Beard bowls, and that's a nice delivery, and it's edged. Now, has it been put down? I think so. Put down behind the stumps, and There's no signal at all. A little bit of away movement there, and Battleman diving across in front of first slip, couldn't hang on to that. Oh, it's quite a pronounced edge actually in the end, and maybe it was even first slip's catch. Don't know what you thought there, Kevin, from that first replay.
I mean, first slip seems to be fairly wide, and it was right in between the two, wasn't it? I mean, you've got to commend the keeper for going for it, but if you're going for it, you've got to take it.
Yeah, dive right in front, quite a pronounced edge in the end. It's an indication of early movement for Beard. There is a single there, 5 for no wicket. It means that he's going to bowl to Gubbins. Gubbins hasn't yet taken strike, and Gubbins will get one that's quite a long way outside the off stump, and he's able to leave it alone. But, well, Beard, pretty useful first over, but there was one ball that he pitched in exactly the right place, and that will be the template for him going forward. Beautiful piece of bowling, which drew quite a pronounced edge. And in the end, Battleman diving across in front of first slip, couldn't hang on. Question is, would it have gone comfortably to first slip fielder, or did he have to dive across? But interesting, 5 for no wicket, and 232 more needed.
Yeah, it's quite interesting though when you watched it on the replay, just how big a gap there was between the keeper and first slip there. And Middleton got one that he couldn't have placed it between the two any better, but that's an area where somebody has to take that.
Yeah, it was Webster at first slip. Used to seeing Webster at first slip in this format. Doubtless that's where he fields in Australian domestic cricket, and Harmer at second. So 5 for no wicket. Jamie Porter, fresh from his very successful championship outing here. He's going to have a short fine leg, a mid-on and mid-off, a cover and a backward point. He's got 2 slips, deep square leg and a third man on the boundary as he bowls, and that's run down off the open face. Nice stroke from Middleton for a single, down to Ben Allison at third man, and it's 6 for no wicket. So Essex will feel they've let one go, and certainly there's no doubt Hampshire let one go earlier on today, because if Webster had been called at mid-off up for 11, would have left Simon Harmer with an awful lot to do, put it that way, with many experienced players around him. But the critical thing was that they were able to build that partnership and get Essex up to a defendable score. The question now is, can they defend it? The left-hander Gubbins on strike. He got 40 last time out. It was a big opening partnership, and this is played off the back foot with no power, straight to mid-on, but because there was no power and just as the field was left, able to get through for a comfortable single. Nice running there between the two, and Hampshire just looking to get a controlled start here. The asking rate is not too much of a problem. It's just around about 5s. Touch more, 5.2 or so. Don't be too worried about that. It's more important for them to lay a foundation. They'll know that Harmer particularly will be a threat on this used pitch as Porter bowls, and that's played to just wide of mid-on this time by Middleton, and he gets a comfortable single. And 2 Hampshire batsmen, dark blue kits with yellow numbers, yellow helmet. 8 for no wicket. Crowd have been patient today. They've had some good numbers there at the far end of the ground, in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand and the Shane Warne stand, and as ever say, good attendance in the top tier of the pavilion. And here this is played with the open face down to backward point, and there's no run. It's 8 for no wicket. Away over to the left we've got the nursery ground. Nobody visible over there at the moment, and of course the golf course here as well, and a very, very large stony car park that I was parked in. I came down earlier in the season. I think the tyres just about survived it, but 8 for no wicket. Here's one that's played away nicely through square leg. Glorious stroke that, just a slightly over pitched ball, and Gubbins has just got right into line and played that with effortless timing away through square leg for 4, and that was a very nice piece of batting there. Takes him on to 5, and it's 12 for no wicket, Hampshire.
Yeah, I mentioned, or you mentioned, Middleton got 100 in that game against Middlesex. Gubbins opened the batsman and picked up 40 as well.
Yeah, and something similar from Hampshire today would be certainly what would be ideal. because they'll know, let's say, Harmer certainly is going to be a threat on this used pitch from what we've seen earlier. And that one shapes back into the left-hander and eludes Battleman, and that will be a bye. So it's not had the easiest of starts. Now 13 for no wicket, Middleton 7 and Gubbins 5. There's a little bit of movement into the left-hander there from Porter, 1 over for 7. Beard will continue. Hampshire 13 for no wicket in pursuit of this 237, which, as I say, was the same score that Notts made in the only full game that Essex have played hitherto in the competition.
Well, let's hope Hampshire not bowled out for 69 then. Yes,
well, he was suggesting one side might be earlier, but didn't quite happen, but who knows, it may yet.
10 for 2, 27 for 3. It was on at one stage before Harmer and Webster got together. Best good carry outside the off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Start of a new over from Aaron Baird.
Yeah, he's got good pace, Beard. Thought he looked a bit nervous in that first over he bowled in the when Vince got after him. In fact, both the openers, I think, got after him a little bit in that slightly deceptive semi-final, of course. Some T20 finals there, it looked like Hampshire were running away with it after 3 overs.
Another Duckworth-Lewis game there.
Yes, it would get interesting to see what would have happened.
Yeah. His Baird runs away from us, bowls. Short, cut, in the air, safe, over backward a point, running away to the boundary, but Porter, I think, is out there. Picks it up just in front of the rope. That's not Porter, is it? Or is it? He's usually out there somewhere.
Porter's 44.
No, it's not. It's. Yeah. I'll tell you who it is. It is Ben Allison.
Yeah, 65 is Ben Allison.
Yeah. That's right. So 15 without loss. Decent start here from Hampshire. They are scoring at nearly 6.5 and over. They need just over 5, so going at more than the required rate at the moment. Of course, the field is up at the moment because of the power play. That's flicked away, square on the leg side this time for a single. Gubbins moves on to 8. 16 without loss, Hampshire.
Good recovery in the only other game, which is the top of the table clash, actually. Leicester and Notts, 214 for 9 Leicester in the end from their 44 overs, and Vian Mulder, 84 not out from 92 balls, 3 sixes and 5 fours. Going to at least give Notts a little bit to think about. So good recovery from Leicester. They were struggling a bit early on in that one. Similar game, 44 overs in that one, 45 here.
I think Mulder got runs in the first game. Leicester
and they've certainly got plenty of batting, Leicester.
Here comes Baird bowled way outside the off stump, left alone.
I'm not covering the game, but I'm sure some Essex fans will make their way to Grace Road because Essex have not played there for a very long time. And it's one of the nice things about this competition is you get the occasional away venue that you just simply do not go to. It may be an out ground or it may be a headquarters ground that's simply just not in the same division. And I think Worcester was a good example of one last year. It was great to go there, see some friends in the press box I haven't seen for a while.
Baird again, straighter this time, pushed out square on the offside. Yeah, nothing's changed at Worcester. And
no,
I can tell you that nothing's changed at Grace Road.
No, it's not. They still got the meet away on the right hand side. But it's amazing how frequently Essex went there at one point. It's a very familiar journey, but. Fortunately, from our point of view, it's not the furthest either, which was a bit of a help. But yes, it would be nice to be playing again there. Ravi Babhara once got 200 there in a one-day game.
Drive past the diving cover fielder. He's just stroked into the offside and it'll go for 4. Beautiful shot that from Fletcher Middleton. Wasn't quite a half volley, but secret to that shot was getting his weight moving into the line of the ball. 20 without loss at the end of that Baird second over. He has 2 overs none for 12 and Hampshire need 217 from 42. And
of course Ravi playing in the 100, but I think he probably burnt his boats at Sussex when he wasn't able to get to a game in the neighbouring county, which I think was the Kent match. I think it was a game here, wasn't it? He didn't get to, or he arrived late. I think it was a televised match between Sussex and Hampshire here, which Ravi didn't get to.
Earlier this season.
I think he was a stay of execution, but eventually he got his marching orders, I think, as this is a first ball of a new over and run down towards third man by Gubbins for a single. Yeah, he never really quite. It so often happens when someone's been with one county for a long time, they never quite recapture the glory with the new county. Admittedly, he wasn't playing in red ball cricket, but the last thing he did of note for Sussex was help Essex get into the quarter-finals, because he got 100 against Kent. Without that, Essex wouldn't have qualified, quite simply, because they lost to Middlesex at Chelmsford in their penultimate match. 21 for no wicket. As second ball of this over from Porter is pulled away. It's a good start this by Hampshire. That's just a little bit short. Middleton has got into line with that and pulled it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And well, Hampshire need a good start here, because you feel the momentum has gone towards Essex increasingly as the day has gone on so far, and they need to just rest it back a little bit. And that's a good stroke from Middleton for 4. 15 to him. Started like a man who's just come off the back of 100. 25 for no wicket.
Yeah, even though it's a week ago. It seems ages
Yeah,
since Hampshire last in action. A week in August. Ages.
Middleton 15. 25 for no wicket. Further 212 required. It's Porter bowls, and that's just taken off the pads. A little bit of movement there from Porter. Taken off the pads and played away to deep square leg for a single. Certainly off the middle of the bat. Bit of a thick inside edge. Away for 1. Middleton to 16. Gubbins has 9. 26 for no wicket.
Yeah, I was just looking at the championship game where Porter picked up all his wickets. He actually bowled Middleton in the first innings for 14. It was Sam Cooke that got him in the second innings. LBW for 8. Yeah. Thought Porter might have got him in both, but he didn't.
Porter turns, starts to move in again, and that's a good delivery with good carry, and it brings Gubbins forward. We're rather drawn into that, and he could easily have got an edge through to Battleman with Webster and Harmer the 2 slips. Essex persisting with 2 slips and 5 saving 1 with the 2 on the boundary at third man and fine leg respectively. 26 for no wicket Hampshire. Set up to be a pretty good game this. Essex have recovered, but Hampshire will still feel with a good start it's within their compass as Gubbins just gets into line and plays defensively up towards short mid wicket, and there's no run. So 26 for no wicket. But the thing about this competition, Kevin, is it proved last year anyone could win it, and no one would have particularly selected Kent halfway through the group stage last year. And that one nice thing about it is open, and anyone can potentially win it. It gives the chance for a Leicestershire, for example, to have a say in potentially the knockout stages of a competition. 26 for no wicket. That's just played out towards square leg, and there's no run this time. It's picked up there by Josh Rymel. Missed out with the bat today. 26 for no wicket. Middleton 16 and Gubbins 9. We've had 4 overs, 41 to go, and a further 211 required.
It's just a mixture, isn't it, of the number of players that are away at the 100 times sort of the number of youngsters that a county wants to play, and depending on that combination, a side that you wouldn't normally associate with a chance of winning the trophy can actually give themselves a chance of some silverware, can't they?
Yeah, and it is interesting. We'll just come on after this ball about what this competition is trying to achieve.
Here's Baird into Middleton. Middleton drives in the air but safe, past the bowler, past mid-off. It was catchable height, but it was in an area where neither player could get near it, and it's 4 runs.
So we know that Luke Bekenstein and Noah Thane and a couple from the Hampshire side as well are going into the England under-19 youth ODIs against Ireland and 5 against Australia. So that's a really good link between this competition and that. But you look elsewhere and you think we've got this 50 over World Cup coming up in the autumn, and then what is the future of 50 over cricket at international level after that? I think it's still to be determined. There's talk about bilateral series in 50 over, which has already been scaled down to 3 matches, almost disappearing altogether unless you're having a year's build up to a World Cup. So it'll be interesting to see what the future of that format is.
Middleton on 20, facing Baird, gets a linked ball, plays that into the ground late, works it down to third. 31 for 1, Middleton 21.
That would be the idea, to prepare players for, I suppose, either youth matches in this case, or indeed eventually for England setup. But of course, there's a big gap in between, and that is, of course, that your first choice county players aren't playing 50 over cricket at the moment in the way they used to in early season, and I wonder whether that will come back at some point.
Here's Baird, bowls, Gubbins forward, good length ball, played out into the offside. Well, the thing that we were saying earlier, what you were saying earlier, is that the youngsters are getting a go in this, but then the best of the youngsters probably won't play in the later group games, or certainly not the knockout stages, because they're involved in these under-19 internationals.
And of course, in many ways, this competition is like it's developing players for the Blast, because you've got the link returners, a good example. Yeah. Who's good at short form cricket.
Here's Baird, straighter, worked away by Gubbins down to deep square leg. Gubbins moves on to 10, 32 without loss.
So it will be interesting. I think a lot's going to depend on how the ICC view. I was going to say the BCCI, because they tend to count more than anybody else, but let's say the ICC collectively view the future of 50 over cricket, and let's see how successful this. It's a bit like the Rugby World Cup. It's going to go on forever. The Rugby World Cup, I think, goes on for about 3 months. England, I think, have a 2-week gap between games. It's ridiculous.
Baird runs away from us, flicked away by Middleton. Should be 2 as it goes down towards backward of square leg. And that'll be 2 to Middleton's total. Moves on to 23, 34 without loss. Well, that seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I've just looked at the fixtures, and it does go on for quite a long time. Yeah, and I think the Cricket World Cup starts sometime in early October, and the finals round about the 19th of November.
That's a bit more compact.
Everyone plays everybody else.
Baird to Middleton again, and Middleton pulls that away. That's going to be 4 runs. High, away over square leg, and that goes for 4. Too short there from Aaron Baird, and Middleton looks every inch the player that scored 100 last week, picking up where he left off. 27 off just 16 deliveries. Hampshire 38 without loss, 5 gone. 199 now they need from 40.
Yeah, and what the start is doing is just restricting Essex's options a bit later on, because also going to have fewer runs to play with, and that will obviously potentially limit their ability to set attacking fields, which they would ideally like to do. If they can get a few early wickets, have Harmer bowling with men round the bat, they'd like that.
He might be on soon, mightn't he?
Yeah, well, may not be too long. It's a good start, no doubt about that, from Hampshire. Here's water bowling, and Gubbins drives without timing up to cover, and there's no run, so 38 for no wicket. We mentioned Leicestershire and Notts. The other game that was due to be today, Glamorgan against Durham at Neath. Great to see Glamorgan using their outgoings. I wonder how many of them they've got on their fixture list this year. Maybe just 1 or 2, but the one I always enjoyed visiting was Swansea, because obviously the sort of rugby connection and everything there, yeah. And the fact that it was the one ground, you'd literally just go across the road and you wanted this massive expanse of beach. 38 for no wicket, that's played up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And I think the one ground from the commentary point you could actually see the sea. I don't think there's another one. 38 for no wicket. But yeah, it was a splendid venue.
Hampshire were at Neath last year. I didn't do it.
Right.
I didn't do that game, but
yes, I remember going to one or two of the out grounds in Glamorgan when they used to use them. Then they sort of cut it back to just Swansea, and I think Swansea's fallen off the rotor a little bit in recent times. I haven't seen too many games there being scheduled. 38 for no wicket as Porter bowls, and that's just played by Gubbins. Check drive up to mid-on, and there's no run. Good start to the over from Porter. To tighter over, just what Essex could do with it at this stage. But they could do with a wicket. 38 for no wicket in the 6th, with less than 200 to get.
Do you think Neath is slowly but surely taking over Swansea?
Yeah, it could be. Hasn't got the beach, mind you, but no, it's a bit further to go, Swansea. But certainly, if it came up on the schedule, it was one I'd really quite like to go there, particularly if it's a nice day. 38 for no wicket. Gubbins on 10. And this is just played up towards mid-off and get through for a sharp single. And don't tell our Radio Wales colleagues this, but I quite like going to Cardiff for championship games. But it was actually quite a decent high-scoring game this year, which Essex had the better of. But generally speaking, you don't tend to go to Cardiff to see great T20 wickets. Often they can be quite slow and stodgy there, aren't they? And often don't make for the best contest. But I do enjoy the longer version of the game there. 39 for no wicket with that quick single. There's just the one slip in. Harmer, backward point cover, quite short, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and short fine leg. So a ring of 6 with 3 on either side. There's a slight adjustment at mid-wicket, coming a touch closer. Middleton 27, Gubbins 11, 39 for no wicket. Just the one run from this Porter over so far as he bowls from the pavilion end, still under heavy cloud cover. And this is just played, just pushed up into the offside, a push and run to Charlie Addison at point. Nicely done, good running, good understanding between this pair. And that's Hampshire with 40 on the board in 6 overs. And they'll be pretty pleased with that. Just the one ball left of this 6th over. They get to 40 within that point. Within this 237 chase, they'll be quite pleased with that, I think.
Yeah. Well ahead of the run rate at the moment, just under 7s they're going at. They need 5 and over from here, but we are in the power play, of course.
As here's next delivery, which is just played up down towards fine leg, and there's one run just slightly straying onto the pads there, Porter, and a sort of easy get out shot for a single down to Ben Allison. And Jeff on our email says actually the Leicestershire game is actually being played at Kibworth, according to the BBC website, so maybe Essex's return to Grace Road is going to be just delayed a little bit longer. And unless Leicestershire can find a way of getting promoted, to be honest, the second place side in that division, we know it's not going to be Yorkshire now. The second place side behind Durham, it's anybody's game. Lots and lots of sides in contention. Worcestershire and Glamorgan probably the 2 favourites. 41 for no wicket, Middleton 28 and Gubbins 12.
Kibworth, that's a new name, is it, or has that been around? On and off? I don't know.
I've not heard of it before. I'm trying to think of where Leicestershire played it on outground before. But it's one of the things about this competition, we are seeing the outgrounds come back. But there's one other thing I'd really like in this competition, which we'll maybe come on to.
Here's Bo Webster with his medium pacers, tall right arm round the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, drives out into the covers where it's fielded by. What's that there? Is that young Noah?
Yeah.
Thane, I think it is. Looked quite neat.
Got number 8 on his back, Thane. I'm still just getting used to some of the newer players.
No, he's got Will Buttleman's shirt.
It's not, he is, so it's 2 number 9, but it might well be him. Yeah. At least we got a chance to familiarise ourselves with Webster's shirt number earlier on, so it's out there for long enough, and he's still wearing the same one, number 18. Oh no, there he is. Charlie Thane has got his own shirt on. There he is. He's coming at short extra.
So somebody else has got
2 number 9s.
Cut away by Gubbins, down to 3rd, runs the first one quickly, and this is a fumble, they won't get 2. Just a single they settle for as the total moves on to 42 without loss.
Of course, what happens then is you need to check, is it actually Buttleman behind the stumps? Well, it is, so it's just two fielders wearing, we've got a keeper and somebody else wearing number 9, that was with Buttleman's name on, so it'll be a process of elimination if that fielder is in the action at some point.
Let's hope not. Hinckley was another one.
Yeah,
Leicester.
That's right.
Can't think of another ground out that way that they play on. Here's Webster then, runs away from us, runs from about 15 yards or so and cuts the ball there across his fingers as it's driven up to wide mid-on. Of
course, Hampshire have been at Cheltenham, I think, a couple of times in recent years, haven't you? And of course that was very well supported. Remember seeing a day of that actually. Nick Gubbins, just after he joined from Middlesex, got, I think, big runs.
He did, actually. A couple of years ago.
Yep, a couple of years ago.
And Hampshire had to win it to get into because there were 3 divisions
yes,
then, wasn't it?
That's right.
That's pushed just behind square on the offside. Gubbins calls Middleton through. Good call. Another single to the Hampshire total, 44 without loss.
Well, 43 without loss. Well, my thought about that day was it was actually a beautiful day of weather. I can't remember which day of the match it was. Might have been day 2, but the way it was staged, it was still pretty much in the thick of the COVID crisis, and the way that they staged and got everything organised there, parking and everything, it was an absolutely brilliant job. It really is. It's a great occasion.
So Gubbins faces Webster. Just gets wrapped on the pad. Come through for another single. 44 without loss. Good start here from Hampshire. Middleton 29.
Gloucestershire keep trying to get Essex back to Cheltenham because Essex have got a terrible record there, but so far they've managed to avoid having to go back. They always tend to make Gloucestershire look like the, if you like, the Surrey side from the 1950s when they play them, which they're not.
Webster comes in again and bowls. Works again into the gap on the leg side by Middleton, who moves on to 30. That'll be the end of Webster's first over. 45 without loss then. Hampshire need another 192 from 38. Gubbins says 13. Middleton was dropped on just 4 when he edged Baird between keeper and first slip, and somehow he managed to find exactly the middle of the gap between those two fielders, and Battleman, flinging himself to his right, couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, but the only thought about this competition, and you know, it's going to last for a few more seasons. I think it's going to stay where it is in August because they can't think of anything else to do while the 100 is on. We know the 100's staying until 2028 at least, so this competition I'm sure will stay where it is in the schedule. 45 for no wicket. Porter to continue his 4th over, number 16. He's up to the wicket and bowls, and that's a good length delivery which Middleton plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. But we had that round of friendlies really where the national counties, formerly the minor counties, play the first class counties, and there's always a few interesting results come up, and that's quite interesting. I wonder if it had been like that if it had been a competitive game and all that sort of thing. But it always seems to be they have this one day when they're involved, but they're not involved after that. And I always wonder, but it would be quite nice to have them involved in this competition because it is a bit of a leveller. As Porter bowls, and this is run down off an open face. Nice stroke that, going down towards the third man boundary, and it will go for 4. Very well played by Middleton because he just used the pace of that ball, got the angle back to it, and run it down with sufficient pace to make sure that the fielder, who was Ben Allison, was going to have a job stopping it in front of us. And I think he got a hand to it, but then it went over the rope. So it's 49 for no wicket, and Middleton is flying here on 34.
You'd like the national counties in playing more than one game?
I just quite like 3 groups of 8 with 2 national counties in each group, and then you sort of do it like the old B&H where the top 2 go through and the 2 best placed sides. As Porter bowls, and this is played just square into the offside for 1, and they're going to come back for a second run just makes it interesting because you've got it's a leveller with obviously the championship, the county sides being under strength, giving these sides more of a chance. And we do see the national counties beating the first class counties. I know Hampshire were fine in the end against Dorset and bowled them out cheaply, didn't they, at Wimborne, but I think 1 or 2 counties lost on that occasion, and it would be just quite interesting, just an extra little dimension into the competition. 50 stand as this is played along the ground but with good timing. Tell you what, Middleton is striking the ball very well, isn't he, in this innings? 36 from 24, 51 for no wicket. He timed that straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he looks very confident out there, doesn't he?
And yeah, hearing good things about him. He might be the long-term, or one of the long-term solutions. I need 2, of course, for the Essex, for Hampshire's opening spot. But yeah, he's certainly playing well. 51 for no wicket. As this is skied. He's having played so well, he should be caught here at mid-off, and he is. And that's a big disappointment because he was playing very well, but just what Essex wanted, there's no doubt about that, because they were really striving there to try and make a breakthrough. It didn't look like coming, but Porter there just hurrying Middleton onto the shot, and Wesley was underneath it and took it comfortably at mid-off. And they needed that wicket, there's no doubt about it, because Middleton was looking very, very good for his 36. But he just got 2 underneath that, and Wesley in the end judged the catch pretty well at mid-off, just had to wait for the ball to come down. And that's a wicket that Essex desperately needed, and they've got it. And just means that the opening partnership is broken, and there's a little bit of a window of opportunity now for the visitors at 51 for 1 with a further 186 required.
Yeah, I think that was slightly ambitious, if I'm honest, that shot. Sometimes when you're playing as well as he is, you can actually just try and play one too many shots. I think there was 2 things there. I think either he didn't think that the ball was as short as it was. I think he thought it was a fraction shorter, so you can actually get a better leverage through the line of the ball on the leg side, which he was trying to do. or you just feel like sometimes when you're playing so well that you can play whatever shot you feel like to whatever ball. I think he just got a bit over ambitious there. But yeah, he's certainly looking good out there. 36 off 25 deliveries. Just go back to your point about the minor counties and the national counties. I actually agree. I actually don't think that's a bad shout, actually, Nick. But because I don't think whoever's in Durham's group doesn't. Certainly, if you're a southern county in this competition, do you really want to be travelling up there as Hampshire did 2 years ago? And especially as you play up there towards the later stages of a group game, and you might be out of the competition already. I don't get that. Whereas if you included some national county teams, you could make the groups a little bit more regionalised.
Yes, and that would be
more sensible.
Yeah, because of course Devon always plays Somerset, don't they?
Yeah.
In these games.
Well, assuming, of course, that you'd have to pick the top.
Yeah, that's the
6
thing.
or 8 national counties.
That's the problem. What would happen to the other national counties?
Yeah.
And I appreciate that could be the.
Well, that's fine. No, I think that's fine. It's just that it might not be Devon being one of the top 8. I mean, I don't know.
No.
That's the thing, isn't it?
But
So
we'll have a look. Actually, we'll just look back on what happened on that Sunday in a moment. Prest is in, and Porter will bowl to him, and he just plays a nice stylish stroke. Actually, he passed the square leg umpire for a single to get up and running. So 52 for 1. Yeah, I mean, you probably have a situation where the two national counties or minor counties would play each other twice, and the other sides would play each other once. But you might have maybe two sides, maybe two of the first-class counties playing each other twice, just get yourself the same number of games. But yeah, I think it could work. And yeah, I was having a look at some of the games that happened. Yeah, Northumberland actually beat Durham by 29 runs, and Staffordshire beat Leicestershire by 2 runs. So we're doing 1 or 2 little surprises.
Webster bowls to Tom Prest, the new batter, pushes that to wide mid on no run.
And yeah, so it's just an indication that it's a little bit of a level. Obviously there were 1 or 2 one-sided games. Nottinghamshire showing what they were about by beating Norfolk by 185 runs and then beating Essex by almost as many in the next game. But yeah, it just shows that and I say Somerset were made to work hard by Devon. So, you know, it just might be interesting. What it does do, it gives the non-100 fan who just likes travelling around the country and going to see cricket at nice, quaint venues. Might be difficult to broadcast from, mind you, some of them, but I mean, it just gives you, a few more options.
Webster bowls and Prest works that to short mid wicket, no run there. The other thing as well, actually, just you'd have to worry about some of these minor county, national county players, whether they can get enough time off work.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Etc., isn't it?
But maybe there'll be some cricket fan who's their bosses and say, oh yeah, you can take the whole of August off, that's not a problem. I'll come and watch you.
Pressed to Bo Webster bowls to him, just pushes that behind square on the offside. Again, he can't find the gap.
I mean, there is still this talk about bringing back an FA Cup style knockout 50 over competition, or maybe even a T20, but so the only problem from that, from the scheduling point of view, is that it can leave holes in the schedule for sides that get knocked out early. But I suppose they can say it's their own fault.
Webster bowls on the line of leg stump. Prest works that away behind square on the leg side. The fine leg is up, so there's runs. Won't go all the way to the rope. They pick up 2, should pick up a comfortable 3, which they do. And Prest moves on to 4. And the Hampshire total to 55 for 1 in the 9th over. We'll have a change at the end of this over.
Yeah. Just both you and Raj probably got memories of these, but it used to be the second round of either the Gillette Cup or the NatWest Trophy, didn't it? That used to, it was the first round, I think, because the second round it was a round of 16, I think. So
in end, playing a missing outside. The off stump, no, he's not. He's edged through to Will Buttleman, and Tom Prest is the second wicket to fall. He goes for 4, and if you're watching on the live picture feed, Porter bowls. It may just have straightened a fraction, but looking to drive that, and it wasn't quite there to drive. Prest has gone 6 balls for his 4. Hampshire 59 for 2. That'll be.
Yeah, there was a lack of feet movement there. I think he just planted his front foot and then played away from his body quite a distance away and got a nick just on the up. It was a sort of a nothing shot, really.
Made 38 from 36 in his game against Middlesex, and that's a failure for Tom Prest here. Hampshire, so they've lost 2 wickets for 8 runs now. Hampshire and Essex will feel that after that quick start from Hampshire that they are very much back in the game.
Yeah, they will be, and Just looking at Hampshire in such a good position at the start, and this field is so big that they could actually just knock it around and run Essex rugged here and come in from there, but no need to play big massive shots just at this stage.
So Jamie Porter has picked up both wickets, carrying on where he left off in the championship game. Picked up about 10 or 12 wickets in that game here a few weeks ago. Enjoys bowling here.
I think this is a good opportunity for Ben Brown to come in, because there's still plenty of overs left where he could actually just bat 35 overs here and spent time at the crease to get him back in nick, ready for the championship games in September.
Yeah, he's found runs a little hard to come by in the last few innings. Just looking at his championship scores, a couple of 30s in the game against Somerset at Taunton, but Norton 16 against Notts at Trent Bridge, 7-1 against Essex in the championship game, and made 11 here against Middlesex a week ago. Here's Porter, bowls. Oh, he's got one that nips back on him and hits him high on the pads. That's a good first delivery from the Essex seamer.
I think it's very difficult for batsmen to come in this light and get yourself. Once you're in, it's not too bad. It's getting yourself in this light in these conditions is a little bit difficult.
So even with the lights fully on, it is a white ball, which does make things slightly easier than a red ball. Now you'd be off, that's for sure, in this light, even with the lights on. But the white ball should make it a little easier, but as Raj said, still tricky. Fielder from deep square leg comes up to square leg now, just in front of the umpire as Porter comes in. Brown on the back foot steers that to point. No run. Essex in their turquoise blue tops. I quite like their tops actually for this competition.
Yeah, they're slightly different, like a pastel sort of blue colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. Maybe in this light they sort of stand out a little more.
You might be able to see them a little bit better when you're batting. Don't pinch those quick singles.
It's not quite fluorescent blue, but it's certainly very bright turquoise. Brown gets one. It keeps it a little low this time, but he turns that to mid-wicket, and there's no run. All of a sudden, those 2 wickets and 8 runs have just turned the momentum a little to Essex's favour. Hampshire got away to a great start. Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins put on 51 for the first wicket before Middleton went in the 8th. But the run rate is just starting to tick back a little bit. They're scoring over 6s, which is still pretty good, and they require 5 and over from here, which is also pretty good, but it's just changing a fraction. As Brown's on the back foot, steers that to point, and there's no run.
I don't think it'll be that much that easier as soon as Harmer comes on, because I think it'll be a little bit more difficult to score freely against him.
He's an absolute magician, isn't he, really? Changes of pace, changes of just the way the ball comes out of his hand as well.
It's just the confidence as well. He's had 2 or 3 good seasons, and he's just taken that on to a different level.
I must feel like he's disappointed when he doesn't take a wicket in any particular over. Brown will get off the mark here as he turns that away on the leg side. End of Porter's 5th over. Good comeback from him. He has 2 for 24 now from his 5. And Bo Webster, the Australian, the tall Australian with his seamers from our commentary end, has 2 overs, none for 10. Middleton for 36, pressed for 4. The 2 Hampshire batters out. Remember, we're playing 45 overs a side. Hampshire from here need 177. 35 overs remain.
Essex will be happier of the 2 counties because the ball's not as wet now. It's slightly easier conditions to bowl with. And the ball probably not coming onto the bat as much for Hampshire either, as the skiddiness or the greasiness on the outfield and the wicket sort of died away.
Where's that Mizzle when you need it? I'm just looking away towards the New Forest. It doesn't look as though it's any nearer.
Webster over the wicket bowls, and Ben Brown just off the back foot. It's a quick slash, very well stopped at backward point, but he managed to come through for a single.
Webster's an interesting character. We like the way he batted. Played very well for his 73 off 99. Just looks as a bowler, he looks as though he cuts the ball with his fingers, doesn't he, across the seam a bit.
I don't think he hasn't got the pace, but he does actually just cut the ball, so drift it away and cut it back in.
Yeah.
But with that height, he should get the bounce as well.
Looks a very steady cricketer.
Change to round the wicket to Gubbins. Bowls. Gubbins plays it to mid-wicket for no runs.
You can see why Essex have picked him up from Upminster.
Well, he would have been a good buy, and somebody you could actually develop into a good long-time player at the county. You give him a good service for a long period.
Mind you, he is 29.
Right.
The Tasmanian.
Well, he'll be certainly used to these conditions then. Round the wicket, bowling to Gubbins, who drives straight down the wicket. Well fielded there by Webster. He threw the ball back at Gubbins and it hit Gubbins.
I don't think.
But he's appealed. He's appealed for a run out. Chances for obstruction of run out.
I think he was appealing for obstruction there, but I suppose because Gubbins came out of his crease, that's fine. But the bowlers aren't really supposed to be throwing the ball back at the batters, are they?
No, and
That's
I think he was just turning around to save himself. Ball coming in at that speed.
Just waiting for the wicketkeeper Will Buttleman going off to get a helmet. Somebody should be there to be bringing it on for him, shouldn't they?
It should be 12th man, but I think the 12th man's they've gone to sleep in the tunnel. If you can watch them under in the little seats there, the two of them, just having a nod down there.
They're using the 100 dugouts, aren't they? The teams.
They're waiting for that 100 game to come on, which is on in a couple of days' time. It's a bit early to turn up.
I don't know when the next.
Well, he's changed. He's changed from bowling seam now.
Ah, that's why.
And he's going to bowl spin. So he's shortened his run up, round the wicket at Gubbins. Comes in, bowls short. Gubbins had punched it off the back foot to wide mid on and picks up a single. A strange middle of the over, turning around to bowl a spin. And he's now gone back after bowling one delivery to bowling seam again.
So we're going to see him bowl off spin to the left-hander and then seam to the right-hander by the looks of it. Just
like
judging by the last
chop
two
and
balls.
change, chop and change, trying to confuse the batsman.
Yeah, it's almost trying to confuse us. But we're not easily confused.
I think we've been round a little bit long to deal with that one. Then he comes back over the wicket, bowls at Brown, and Brown punches it off the front foot to deep extra cover for a single.
We're too long in the tooth for that, Raj, aren't we? We've seen it all.
I think we're been there. Add the t-shirt. I remember playing a game against Middlesex, second 11 at. I think it was at Portsmouth. Where I think I changed every ball. One ball over, one ball round, and just confused everybody. Round the wicket, ball spin again to Gubbins, who drives it to extra cover for no runs, and that's the end of the over. Hampshire 63 for 2, Brown on 3, Gubbins on 18. Webster's bowled 3 overs for 13, and Porter 5 overs, 2 for 24. And Hampshire now require 174 to win.
Yep. From here on in, the rate required is a fraction over 5. The run rate is just dipped below 6, the run rate that they're scoring at.
And Duckworth Lewis is near enough the same as the total now, so Hampshire 3 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis.
I don't think this rain's going to be bad enough, even if there is. Length ball from Porter, start of a new over. Brown pushing that quietly up towards extra cover. Simon Harmer is doing some back stretching exercises at second slip, lying on the ground.
I think with umpire Long making those decisions early in Hampshire's fielding session, to stay out there, I think they'll have to bring cars up there with headlights on to keep them out there. They can't go off now, they've got to stay there now.
That's right. It's going to be something, the weather's got to be pretty bad, isn't it, for them to go off. Brown flicks that away on the leg side. That's a nice strong shot, but straight to the fielder on the boundary. That is our friend Noah Thane.
It's a little bit like Gordon Greenwich there, off the back foot, just one knee up in the end. He just helped it round. But the difference is that Gordon had probably put that one into the nursery ground, and Brown has just trickled it down to deep square leg.
It is the way he plays his pull shots, I have to say. I wonder if he did model it on the great man. 64 for 2 then in the 12th over. Round the wicket comes Porter to Gubbins from that pavilion end. Right arm over and bowls, and Gubbins gets wrapped on the pad there trying to flick that away. Probably feels he just missed out there a little bit. Ball's always a little too straight. Halfway through the 12th then we are. Gubbins has 18. That's off 29 deliveries.
Did catch up with a great man in Barbados over Easter. Was on a school tour there.
For this last Easter?
This is last Easter with him, and also somebody we both played and I haven't seen him for 30 odd years was the great Wayne Daniels.
Did you see him? Diamond?
I did. He came out to have a drink with us.
Did he? Now I've been over there, I've never seen him. As Gubbins driving on the up, doesn't time it, goes out to Harmer, who's now in the covers.
Well, you wouldn't have seen him because he only comes out after 10 o'clock at night, and you ought to be tucked away by then.
Oh yeah, I'm on the bed by then. So he's still around in Barbados, Wayne Daniel.
Yeah, he only gets around when he's got driving. His knees are absolutely shot to bits now.
Right.
So with all that ball running and thumping down on his legs, but he's still around.
One of the first real quick bowlers in county cricket, wasn't he? Six fast bowler. That's pulled away by Gubbins. Quite high actually, that one. Did well. Oh, and he's almost overrun that in the outfield. That's Ben Allison who overran the ball and did manage to stop himself and turn around to pick the ball up, but it looked a bit ungainly, if I'm honest, and clearly didn't trust the outfield.
It looked like he was on an ice skating ring then.
Yes, he did. He looked like it took him a good yard or two to actually turn round, but that's because everything's very damp out there. 66 for 2. As Porter comes in and bowls, Gubbins flicks that slightly aerial up to mid-on. Throw comes in, Gubbins is home. Harmer doing the backing up.
I think it's going to be crucial now that Gubbins bats the most of this innings now. You know, he's a senior player. He's got himself in. He's now got to go on. You know, we've seen too many times this season that he's got in and got out. He now just needs to go on and get a big one.
40 in the last game, as I mentioned. Now here we go. It looks like Simon Harmer is coming into the attack. I suppose with Webster bowling his off-spin to Gubbins, it was sort of almost like two off-spinners in the Essex lineup. But Harmer has decided that now is the time for him to come into the attack.
So this will be interesting. That he should be able to spin it, turn it more than what the Hampshire spinners did. He's an experienced bowler, good international bowler as well. Played some ODIs this winter just gone.
Clever bowler, isn't he? Really, it's not just accuracy; it's intelligent bowling, thinking about the next ball, thinking about what the batter may or may not do. It's all about that as much as anything, isn't it? That's
experience, you know. When you play for a long time, as you start working out batsmen.
Is it me? I can't remember. That's cut out on the offside by Gubbins, slightly short this time from Harmer, and I'll just take a ball or so just to get his bearings. Is it you?
It's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were a bit late on that one.
Yeah, we're just getting carried away with Harmer's experience, but certainly had that first ball he bowled turned quite sharply, but there was no bounce on that one. But I think the longer he goes on, I think he might just find the length he needs to bowl. And they're going to stay round the wicket to Ben Brown. Comes in, so bowls, and it turns slowly, and Brown's tucked him to his square leg. It's just misfilled there by the fielder, and Ben Brown comes back for 2.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of matting there, isn't it, on that wicket, which is not ideal when you're fielding, and that's in your eye line.
Well, they're protecting that wicket for the
100 probably.
For the 100 as well.
It's all important.
More, yeah, 100 is very important. They've got to have about 3 wickets covered for one game. In comes Harmer, and a little paddle dabble around the corner by Brown, and picks up a single. The score moves on to 71 for 2. Brown on to 7. Gubbs is on strike now on 22. And comes Harmer around the wicket. Bowls short. Gubbs goes on the back foot, punches it to extra cover for no runs.
Brymore, isn't there?
Yeah, just looking over, you know, the rainy sort of clouds have disappeared. Harmer into Gubbins again, pitches it up, it turns. You try to whip him through mid-wicket, square leg area, but it got a leading edge and went to backward point, and they came back for a single.
That could have gone anywhere.
That's the sort of line and length he wants to bowl, trying to get the batsman to play across the line. So it's a hard wicket to push it around the corner, and you've got to try and go with the spin. Comes round the wicket to Brown, comes forward, plays the ball straight down the wicket. Harmer picks up, no single, end of the over. Hampshire's 72 for 2 of 13 overs. Brown on 7, Gubbies on 23.
5 runs off that one. After 13 overs, Essex had 47. They were 3 down at that stage.
And it looks like Porter here is going to do the same thing what Barker did. I might even look to bowl out. He's into his 7th over.
Picked up both wickets. It's a 4 so far. Fletcher Middleton for 36. Tom Prest for 4. Comes in again round the wicket to Gubbins from that pavilion end and bowls. Gubbins on his toes pushes that up towards short mid on, and there is no run. Yeah, Hampshire would dearly love a little bit of mizzle here, wouldn't they? Just to get a little bit of more dampness on the top of the pitch, just to let the ball come on nicely. But well, it's quite interesting. Nick Ledhill's assumption that Tom Wesley called. When he called correctly, decided to bat first, which I think a lot of captains would have said, no, in these conditions we're going to chase. But looks like the worst of the weather was when they were batting, which is ideal in a way. That's pushed up to mid-on. Throw comes in to the keeper's end.
Yeah, he started off pretty well with Hampshire with the dry ball and dry conditions, and they got wicket. Wicket was doing a little bit, and then the drizzle started and the ball got wet and the surface got greasy and the ball started coming on a little bit, made it a little bit more difficult for the bowlers, and batsmen played well.
Yeah, poor old Scott Gurry was taken out of the attack because a couple of balls that he bowled slipped out of his hand, and they were a little too high for the umpire's liking, those full tosses, and he was whisked out of the attack. Oh, he's trying to work that down to third. It was past the outside edge. Fairly open face bat there from Ben Brown. I think the ball just straightened on him a fraction as well from Porter. Well, the ground staff, 4 of them, are still 5 of them, 6 of them are still around that hover cover away to our right. Either there's a split in the camp amongst the ground staff and 6 people aren't talking to a few others, so that's why they're the other side of the ground, or because they still believe there might be a chance of rain as Brown works that straight delivery to Harmer at mid-wicket. So I'll leave you to work out which one of those it actually is. But really, the group that are around the covers have not had a chance to bring that on other than between the innings. And they've been there ages.
And the Seagulls are starting to get a little bit noisier, and they may have hinted a little bit of drizzle coming in.
They're trying to tell us something. 73 for 2 in the 14th. Here's Porter, bowls. Brown gets one that bounces on him, hits high on the bat. Down the wicket comes Gubbins, is sent back by Brown. A little too close to Harmer. Brown adjudged it to be.
That sort of gripped in the wicket and bounced a little bit. And Brown really just got hit on the top of the bat or on the glove.
Yeah. He's not the tallest of players, Brown. The cover fielders is sent out to deep. I don't think Essex will mind if Brown gets a single here. As Porter bowls, Brown finds one that keeps a little low this time, and it's pushed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Good over that from Porter. 14 gone here, 31 left, 73 for 2. Just a single off that Jamie Porter over, and he's bowled 7 off the reel, and he has 2 for 29. He was a bit expensive to start off with, but he's certainly reined Hampshire in since picking up Middleton and Prest.
Just giving him that little extra bit of confidence, coming in and hitting the wicket a little bit harder. It's so much easier when you picked up that second wicket.
Yeah.
Harmer's on round the wicket to Gubbins. He's brought in a slip. Bowls, Gubbins sweeps. I think it might have just come off the pad. It has, and he's just picked up a leg by. All they've got to do is just keep the scoreboard ticking over, pick up the odd boundary now and again, and if you've got wickets in hand with the last 10 overs, I think they'll quite get there. Brown tries to reverse sweep Harmer there round the wicket, misses it, and taken by Buttleman.
Well, they're pretty much scoring at what they need. Scoring at 5.2, they need 5.3, so they're all pretty good at the moment.
Brown now just trying to paddles it the other way, the orthodox paddle, and comes back for an easy 2, and the score moves on to 76 for 2. That was quite a subtle shot, you know. He's not trying to overhit it. He's got down on one knee, used the pace of the ball and just guided it down. I think on this wicket it's probably easier to play the orthodox paddle than the reverse paddle, unless you're going to try and reverse sweep the ball hard like the switch hit. That may be a little bit easier with one less fielder on the offside.
Harmer did that well when he played.
He hit it hard. He didn't try to paddle it. He hit it hard, square of the wicket. He's continuing round the wicket. Is Harmer. Brown sets up, tickles it round to mid wickets, right hand. Picked up and thrown back by Allison, but they've gone through for a quick single.
Now, is it me, or has it actually got a fraction gloomier in this over, or the last over or so?
Got a bit look gloomier. That's what the Seagulls are trying to tell you something. In comes Harmer, round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins has a flashy drive. Buttleman's taken the bells off, appealed for a stumping, but umpire Long is not concerned and not moved.
I think Buttleman was ready just in case Gubbins overbalanced, and Gubbins certainly tried to hit that hard on the front foot, didn't he?
Oh, he tried. He gave it everything he had there. I think he's just got to wait. Palmer bowls, good length. Oh, that's turned sharply and just misses the outside edge of Gubbins' bat, taken by Buttleman. Anyway, a good over there by Harmer. He's bowled 2 overs now for 8 runs. And Brown on 10, Gubbins on 24. Yeah, that turned sharply. But, you know, he's going for 4 and over. And I don't think Hampshire need to worry too much about him. Just look to just pick up that odd 1 and 2 and see how you go. And if you've seen Harmer off and he's gone for 25-30, you've done your job, and then you can, you know, catch up with the other bowlers.
That's right. I mean, it's rare that if you need, say, 5.5 and over, you're going to hit every bowler for 5.5.
No.
You're not going to do it. Some bowlers are going to be easier to hit than others, and some batters are going to find some bowlers easier than others. That's just the way it works, but you're not going to hit everybody the same, that's for sure. Ben Allison is into the attack for Essex with his right arm medium pacers. He's taking over from Jamie Porter, so Porter isn't going to bowl his full quota of 9 just yet. And, no slip for Ben Allison. Comes in and bowls, and it's worked on the onside by Brown for a single. One thing that you see with Ben Allison, and he played in the T20 game at Chelmsford earlier, in the group game, he's quite open, so almost bowls over his head, doesn't he? Sort of like, you know, some bowlers will bowl and they're just tall and they'll come down.
It looks as though he's getting over the perpendical line. He gets over the other side.
His head sort of goes over towards sort of mid-on, doesn't he, as he bowls, and comes over. He's round the wicket to Gubbins. Bowls. Yeah, he's very side, isn't he, in terms of his eyes.
He doesn't get his front arm up and across looking over his shoulder. His front arm goes up and open. Yeah. So he's going away from himself a little bit towards extra cover.
Takes his head over.
And then tries to push the ball back in.
Yeah. It's quite noticeable. If you watch on the live picture feed, you'll see that he's not straight up and down when he bowls. Sort of arm goes over where his head would be. He comes in again and bowls. Gets a bit of bounce though because he's quite tall. That's a quick single. That's a mid-off. I think Gubbins would have been struggling there. If that was a hit, I think Gubbins might have just been out of his ground. That was very tight indeed. Gubbins is, yeah, he's out. He's out there.
He would have been out by a long way.
He was, yeah. Normally when you're looking at it straight and down the line of the stumps, it's very difficult to tell, but I think even on that replay you could see that he was out by
just hit that bat ball a little bit harder than he wanted, got to the field a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Allison in again, so you'll see his head is very much over towards the cover side. There's a bottom edge there from Brown, who's trying to work their way on the offside, goes through to the keeper, Buttleman, as he tries to underarm the stumps, as like Alex Carey against Bairstow.
Yeah,
they're all wise to that now.
Brown just didn't have the balance there when he hit that shot. He lost his shape. He was sort of trying to go forward but away, trying to create some room, but there was no shape to that shot.
To see Mohammed Abbas walking around the side of the rope. Down the wicket comes Brown, just eases that out into the covers but can't find the gap. We saw Mo Abbas doing a few laps of the pitch in between the two innings. Now he's going back to his accommodation in the hotel here, having done a few laps and getting himself ready for the start of the championship campaign, which gets back underway at the beginning of September.
He might be going back up to his room for a nice hot bath in bed and sleep, get out of this weather.
Hot cocoa.
Yeah.
It's too cold for him, I'm sure, as Allison comes in again. Brown edges that down towards third. That's going quickly. That'll be 4. Bit of extra bounce there from Ben Allison. But Brown picks up a boundary. And Hampshire are 85 for 2, I think that is. So Brown was well inside the line of that ball. I think he was trying to work that away behind square, but that's gone a lot finer. He moves on to 15, 85 for 2, 16 gone. Raj, you're going to move into my position.
Yes.
You're going to move into my position, Raj, before you start talking. And Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex will come in alongside Raj. I'll just let Nick plug in. He'll be particularly keen to be commentating while Simon Harmer's on to bowl, I'm sure. As Harmer starts over number 17 here. There's a reverse sweep there from Gubbins, goes out on the offside. Well, there'll be 1 run. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, hello, Kevin. Interesting cat and mouse phase of the game with potentially the 2 most dangerous bowlers for Essex on at the same time in Porter and Harmer. Hampshire clearly looking to see out those Porter overs. Porter bowled exceptionally well in the second half of that spell, and they forced the change. They've only got 2 left. Harmer now bowling, and this is a reverse sweep for 4. And are we going to see a potential little bit of a pressure release? They had to really battle through that 20 minutes or so, Raj, when Harmer and Porter were bowling together. Now obviously only 2 overs left from Porter. Harmer is getting the ball to turn. That obviously wasn't a case in point, but we saw a terrific ball from him in the previous over. But I think a big plus for Hampshire to have seen off 7 overs from Porter with just a loss of 2 wickets the way he's bowling. He was exceptionally good. 90 for 2, and this is a delivery which again just turns a bit, and it's come off, I think, the face of the bat and gone down for a couple of runs, or is it going to be leg byes? We'll see. It's gone past the keeper. It is leg byes, shaping to play a shot, so it's permissible. It's gone past Battleman and picked up 2/3 of the way to the final leg boundary. So very interesting phase of the game.
Yeah, very difficult to get an LBW there around the wicket, Harmer, and the ball's turned sharply. So ball to hit the wicket, the ball would have had to pitch way outside off stump to come back in.
92 for 2, and another reverse sweep, and another good execution, but the fielder is at deep backward point and in line to prevent anything more than a run there. 92 for 2. Just a feeling that Hampshire have got through a very tough phase here after the 2 quick wickets went down.
Well, it's crucial.
It's a little bit easier for them to manage now, knowing that Porter's only got 2 overs left.
Yeah, no, the batsmen have got themselves in. Gubbins is on 28. He's now got to bat all the way through. 144
to win. It's just pushed forward and runs down off the open face to short third man. Thank you to Phil in touch with us on bbcscricket@gmail.com, identifying the other number 9 fielder as Robin Das. We have him. He's also wearing number 9 out there. A slip in for Harmer and a good drive down the ground to long off. And there's Ben Allison. and a single. Harmer not quite able to replicate the really threatening delivery we saw in his previous over, which spun past the left-hander's outside edge. So Harmer 3 overs for 15. Allison's first over went for 8. That's quite a contrast to how Porter was going in the second half of his spell. 94 for 2, 143 required in 28. The run rate's not particularly a problem because they've had a little bit of a acceleration, Hampshire. 5.1. Just need to keep this partnership going, I would have thought. Raj and take it a bit deeper.
Yeah, it's not, you know, the run rate for white ball cricket, for one-day cricket, it's not bad. You know, I mean, you're required 5.5. They're going at 5.1. You know, that's sort of normal. That's good. Hampshire will be happy with that. And if you can keep that going for the next few overs, that'll be fine. And
it's still Allison.
It's still Allison bowling to Gubbins there, who slashes it to extra cover, but doesn't pick up a single. Yeah, Hampshire will be happy. You know, if they keep batting this way, and Essex will be more, as the deeper the game goes, Essex will be more in sort of, you know, danger of trying to lose the game. They have to do something different to try and make something happen.
They will need Harmer, I think, to take a couple of wickets. That's for sure.
Allison into Gubbins, round the wicket, open up bowls. Gubbins has just dropped it in front of him, trying to go for a quick single, but Allison's quick in his follow through to pick up and doesn't allow Hampshire to come through. So Hampshire stay on 94 for 2. Gubbins on 29, Brown on 20. There's been a good partnership this so far.
And earlier, Essex, who chose to bat in difficult conditions, were 53 for 4, but then a stand which could yet prove a match-winning one of 121 between Bo Webster, who made 73, and Simon Harmer, 68 from 75 balls, which was very much the centrepiece of the Essex innings of 236 for 9.
Allison round the wicket, bowls. Gubbins goes to pull, takes it on the thigh pad, and Allison follows all the way through down to the batting end, picks up the ball.
Yeah, looked like a good slow ball that from Ben Allison. This has been a better second over from him, keeping it very tight, Porter-like if you like. And but Essex, you feel, need to keep taking wickets here. Hard to see a scenario where Hampshire won't get this target if they, you know, have not lost more than, say, you know,
it's a very
7 or 8 wickets or so.
It's a big field to defend. And,
yes,
you know,
particularly on that far on the right hand side.
Allison round the wicket to Gubbins again, bowl short. Gubbins goes on the back foot, punches it to mid-off. Wesley was quickly onto that ball to Butterman, and there's no run. Yeah, it's a big field, and Hampshire's success in one-day cricket over the years here has been the rotational strike, the running between the wickets, with the outfield being so long.
Yes, I have to say Middleton played extremely well. 36 from 25 balls. Essex really had to get him out. He was playing that well, and they duly did when we took a bit of a liberty against Porter. And Porter bowled really well from that point onwards.
Allison and Gubbins off the back foot, punches it to backward point. No runs. It's been a good over so far.
It has, because the first Allison over just suggested a possible pressure release, but now he's bowled 5 dot balls in a row, and just keeping Gubbins, who's just lost his fluency a little bit at the moment. He was going along at around about 65 runs per 100 balls. That's dropped back a bit. So he's just struggling for timing just at the moment, but he is a key man here for Hampshire.
You shouldn't really panic. You know, they're up with the game. Allison round the wicket. Gubbins trying to run that down to third man, off balance, and misses it. There's been a good over there by Ben Allison. That's a maiden.
Yeah, very good over indeed. Allison 2 overs for 8, Harmer 3 for 15, Webster 3 overs for 13, Porter 7 overs, that's quite significant, 2 for 29, and Beard 3 overs for 24. Was a touch expensive, but Middleton got after him. So interesting to see whether Essex use any more bowlers. Obviously Wesley himself is a potential candidate. Charlie Allison as well, but we shall see what the thinking is. 94 for 2.
It'll be interesting to see how long a spell Harmer has now, whether he'll continue bowling for a long spell or just have one or two more and then come off and come back at the end.
It'll be interesting. Harmer floats that one up, and it's a sweep, and it goes down to short front leg. Quick single, throw comes in, and he's home. There was a very, very close run thing a little while ago where I'm pretty certain Gubbins would have been run out if it had been a direct hit. But by and large, the running has been pretty good. 95 for 2, 142 more needed, and 1 ball short of 27 overs to get them in. And here is another reverse sweep off Harmer, and it goes this time straight to backward point. In fact, short third man really, with the left-hander on strike.
Yeah, it's
Slip still in.
Still in. Harmer's round the wicket.
Yeah, bowls floated up, goes for the orthodox sweep. There's a sort of half appeal there from Battleman as the shot misses. 95 for 2. Not quite able to land the ball and get that turn, but he got a couple of overs back, Harmer. Maybe that's coming. Bowls again. This is lofted away. Good shots. Perfectly safe shot because there's nobody in the deep on the onside in front of square, and it's gone for 6. Very good pick-up shot that. Just picking it up on length and going through with it with certainty. And after being tied down for a little while, Hampshire get to the 100 with a very fine pick-up shot for 6 from Nick Gubbins, who just lost his fluency a little bit for a while. But, just waiting for the right ball to hit, and he certainly found it there. Harmer bowls to him again. That one he just waits for and then just tips around the corner to follow the 6 with a single, which is ideal from the team's cause. 36 to Gubbins now. Brown has 21. Partnership building, 102 for 2. 135 to get. Harmer's still looking for this wicket. He has a drier ball than the Hampshire spinners would have had. This is played defensively from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. Oh, we've got the Gulls are back, who are really staging quite a remarkable display in the half hour I was off the air. I'm glad they weren't annoyed with us, because it would have been quite an uneven contest if they had the remarkable array of seagulls here. But yeah, they've sort of gone into whatever gulls can go into a shell. They have done, but now they're starting to fly around again. 102 for 2 and 26 overs left to get 135.
Yeah, the Gubbins played a couple of attempts to reverse sweeps and orthodox sweeps, which he didn't get a bat on, and then he had enough, and he had a slog sweep at the ball, which just pitched outside off stump and slogged it in front of square for 6. Allison into Gubbins, who's flicked it off his pads to backward square leg. If square leg's come in, picked it up, and only get the Hampshire only pick up a single.
Yep, and 100 continuing. Southern Brave women are in action at the moment at Lords against London Spirit, and Georgia Adams has taken a couple of wickets there. London Spirit 69 for 3 from 56 balls.
Comes Allison, he's changed it over the wicket to Brown. And Brown has just had that little whip off his hips again, just backward as square, as he did early in Allison's first over, and this time goes a little bit finer. In between fine leg and deep square leg, goes for 4. He timed that beautifully. He just one knee up in the air and just flicks it round the corner. It's a tremendous shot, that.
Bit of brightness, which just appearing, which there's no blue sky, but it just feels a bit brighter, and Hampshire won't mind that, because it felt very, very oppressive and filled in for much of a day, but maybe a touch brighter now.
Allison, ball short. Brown gets on the front foot and slashes that over point, just over point, and picks up 2 runs down to third man.
Yeah, Robin Dass there, not far away from getting hands to that, but Essex needs something to happen now, because that's a 50 partnership, and I just had the feeling that spell where Harmer and Porter were bowling in tandem and Harmer had just come on was a real key point, that Essex just needed another wicket there. He didn't get it. Not that they're not going to win the game, but it's just made it a little bit harder for them, because you just feel a slight pressure release from a Hampshire perspective.
Allison in, bowls to Brown, short. Brown looking to dab that down to third man. Doesn't mean there's no panic. You know, the run rate is 5.2 or 5.3. They've just picked up 7 off that over. So there's no panic in trying to accelerate even more, you know, than what you are at the moment. You just got to keep playing.
Yeah, three wickets for Georgia Adams now at Lords. That's the only other cricket that's going on, I think, except for the third T20 between West Indies and India.
Allison over the wicket, ball pitches it up. Brown just slashes it off the front foot, square drive. but slips coming back for the second, so he won't come back. He wouldn't have made it. He slipped as he turned because it is pretty muddied out there with the drizzle earlier on. Talking to a colleague earlier during the break, he said that pitch is a little bit like Stamford Bridge, a bit muddy out there.
Right, interesting, yeah. I'm not surprised with all the dampness around.
So Allison is around the wicket to Gubbins. Comes in, pitches it short. Gubbins punches it off the mid-on. Oh, he went for a quick single. He would have been run out if it was a direct hit again. Wesley, the man at mid-on there.
That was incredibly ambitious. I mean, that was a bad run, actually. And he completely got away with that. He's taken a few risks with the running. Don't know if we're going to get a replay of it, but that was, it's Wesley there. Be disappointed he missed with quite a lot to aim at, but that wasn't a good run.
Well, they'd already taken 8 off the over.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a good point, Raj.
There shouldn't have been a panic trying to take a quick single.
Because that's the sort of thing that could change the course. Because Hampshire got this nicely under control at the moment. They don't want a giveaway run out at this point.
This is where you've got to keep your head and you've got to be adaptable to change to the situation where you've just got to play a normal game of cricket and you'll get to your total if you've got wickets in hand now.
Yeah, there is one other game going on. It's still playing in that Leicester-Notts game. Leicester 214 for 9, Notts 93 for 3, 44 overs aside. They're halfway through there. That's nicely poised, that game. And here's a very good reverse sweep for 4 off Harmer's first ball of his new over. Beautifully executed. And Gubbins there, who just got a little bit tied down of late. I think the 6 did him a power of good, and he's now executed a really fine stroke there. Get that one away to the boundary for 4. And has to be said, it's slightly ominous signs for Essex at the moment. They urgently need a wicket. I just felt, Rise, that was a really big period of play when Porter was bowling so well, but they probably felt they had to keep 2 overs in reserve. As this is a good delivery that pops. That's the best ball Harmer's bowled for a while. It turns, bounces, and beats Gubbins' forward shot. He's still on 42, but his strike rate's gone up noticeably from 58 a while ago to 71 runs per 100 balls, 115 for 2, chasing 237, and Gubbins just comes forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So the ball is turning, but it's turning from just slightly short of that good length where the batsmen are just looking to play a forward defensive shot. If you pitch it slightly further up, it doesn't turn as much.
Harmer bowls goes short. Another reverse sweep was attempted. That was a shorter ball, as you say, and wasn't able to make contact. But Gubbins at the moment, the greatest risk of him getting out is run out, I think, at the moment. He's playing pretty well otherwise. Slipped quite deep, short extra cover and a short third man. And that one's played between those 2 aforementioned fielders. Square through the offside for a single, a good rotation of the strike shot. The asking rate is no problem for Hampshire at 5s, 116 for 2. The target is 237. They're round about halfway, just coming up to halfway through the overs. They're actually ahead of the rate. And Essex now really do need to break this partnership. Harmer over the wicket, bowls, floats that one up, goes for the sweep and misses. Looking to try lots of variations here, Harmer. As you're mentioning, how many overs is he going to bowl here? He's got 5 down, 4 to go. So Harmer has 4 to go, Porter has 2 to go. That's starting to become a little bit of a worry perhaps for Tom Wesley, and probably the 2 most threatening bowlers we've seen so far. 116 for 2, Brown 28 and Gubbins 43.
You do get a little bit of purchase when you bowl it slower on this wicket. If you bowl it quicker, it's coming onto the bat a little bit nicer. But if you bowl it just slightly slower, it's sort of gripping and turning and bouncing. But it's turning slowly. It's not that quick spin you want. But it is turning, and it's harder to hit when you get that ball up and down. Allison continuing round the wicket to Gubbins. So he bustles in and bowls. Gubbins punches it to mid-wicket. Doesn't pick up any runs.
Might see another stint for Bo Webster, but potentially. He's got plenty of overs left, as does Aaron Beard. Interesting to see if Wesley goes to a 6th bowler, perhaps himself.
The options will the experience will sort of run out.
That's bowlers. The thing. I think those figures of overs left for Harmer and Porter will be a little bit of a concern.
And Allison bowls. Gubbins punches it front foot to extra cover to Harmer. There's no single. Ball comes into Buttleman, keeper.
So far, part of the Essex thinking in terms of choosing to bat, I think, would have been Hampshire having to field with a damp ball, and that turned out to be the case, and the ball was coming on, skidding on perhaps a little bit. What we haven't really seen is a notable deterioration in the pitch in what is effectively its 4th innings. It's still playing pretty well, isn't it?
It is. It's just the odd ball gripping in. Allison around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins as he goes forward, but it was a bumper. He saw him coming, bounced him, and on his advance down the wicket, Gubbins had to take action and duck underneath that one.
No further threat of rain at the moment. Just keeping an eye on Duckworth Lewis. I can tell you Hampshire are comfortably ahead if we did have any serious rain. There's 1 or 2 spectators optimistically sitting there in sun hats, but they're not strictly needed today, except as a way of protecting yourself from the drizzle, I suppose, if it comes back.
Allison in. Gubbins down the leg side. That should be a wide, and umpire Long has his arms out wide.
In the T20 we had a couple of games where it looked as though they sort of changed the dimensions on wides down the leg side, because there's a few that weren't being signalled, and we wondered whether they were being more generous to the bowlers, but that one certainly would have been a wide most days of the week in a one-day game.
That's the only run off this over so far, as Allison comes into Gubbins, bowls, pushes it out to point.
Allison's bowling a tidy spell here, isn't it, without quite offering the same level of threat as Porter. I thought Porter in that second half of that spell, Hampshire notably went into their shell against him. They realised the threat, and they looking to see, well, we'll tick off these Porter overs because we're not being challenged on the overall run rate, and therefore we can proceed with an element of caution.
Allison had a good first over, bad first over, sorry. He had a good second over, maiden. Then he had a not so good over, went for 10 off his third over. He's into his 4th over, and it looks like he's bowled another maiden here. Oh no, sorry, umpire Long has come down. He's having a word with him for running down the wicket, just creating that little bit of rough for Harmer.
Yeah, he's got the extra ball, hasn't he, for the wide.
For the wide.
120 to win. Very much within Hampshire's compass at the moment. Essex need to make something happen.
So there's no panic here for Gubbins. He's just got to keep his head. If he bowls a maiden, there's no hardship here. He comes in, bowls round the wicket, short. He goes to pull off the front foot and misses. He's not happy with himself. Gubbins there, but with his experience, he's just got to keep a calm head and just put that over behind him and see where he goes. Going to have a change of bowling now.
So yeah, interesting that Harmer's being kept in reserve, and I was sort of just thinking about this out loud a couple of minutes ago, but they might go for Bo Webster, and of course he could potentially bowl off breaks, so let's see what he does here. Looks like that's what he might be doing, actually.
He's going to bowl off spin. He was
the new Andrew Simons. Trying to think of other bowlers of that type who could bowl different styles, and often did.
Yeah, it looks like with all the rough Allison's creating, bowling around the wicket.
Webster comes in to bowl. That's a little swivel pull down to short fine leg, and definitely no run there. Brown's done pretty well under the radar. We haven't mentioned him much. 28 from 34 balls, but
he has been out of nick most of this season.
That has made a bit of a difference to Hampshire in the championship. As here he goes a little push away just in front of square on the onside, and they've got one come back for the second. Yes, certainly made a very good start with Hampshire very solid behind the stumps, of course. Not quite had such a good season this time. As this next one floated up and just run into the offside for a single.
So it's important that he spends time at the crease here for Hampshire in this competition. So when he goes back into the championship cricket again in September, that he's back to full. Like
Harmer, he's batting higher in the order than he would do in the championship.
Yeah.
Of course, no Joe Weatherly. No Liam Dawson. So 1 or 2 of the middle order regulars missing, allowing Brown to back that little bit higher. 120 for 2 as Webster goes around the wicket with his off spin, and that's just played comfortably just wide of mid-on for a single by Gubbins, who's a real obstacle here for Essex, because he is the man who can play the anchor role in a sort of 5 and over chase without too much concern. And they arguably need to get him out. 121 for 2, more than halfway Hampshire, and that one comes off the pad down to short fine leg. Another quick single. That was a better judged run. There was a pretty awful one a little while ago, and as I say, a run out is still, if you're looking at how the next wicket falls, run out is not a bad bet. 122 for 2, but that was a better run.
That turn square,
yeah.
that turn and bounce, using his height there.
Here's Webster again. Bowl, that's a bit too over pitched to really threaten the batsman in terms of turn, and it's nicely driven up towards mid-on. So, like Harmer, he's getting the occasional one to turn sharply, but not quite, as I say, neither off-spinner has quite managed to pose the level of threat that they would want to at this stage. 123 for 2, 114 to win, halfway there, 23 overs gone, 22 to go. Brown 31, Gubbins 45.
The only problem between the difference between the two spinners is that Harmer is very consistent in the line and the length he bowls, where Webster is a part-time off-spinner.
Yeah.
You'll find that he'll bowl the odd good ball, but there will be 1 or 2 slightly indifferent balls in.
A bit like Joe Root.
A little bit, yeah.
As Joe Root at his best, he looks like a fully fledged test off-spinner, doesn't he? And he'll bowl the occasional poor one. Well, he doesn't like people asking about his bowling, Joe Root. He says, "Oh, don't ask me about my bowling."
Allison is now back into the attack. Comes in, bowls round the wicket to Gubbins. This time he slashes it with a flat bat, like a tennis-like shot, straight past the bowler. Goes out to long off, and he picks up 3.
Yeah, so his timing is coming and going a bit in this innings, Gubbins, as well, but that was an effective shot for 3.
He was just getting a little bit frustrated the previous over when he was played out on maiden.
Don't think he needs to worry. I think you made the point that he's a big obstacle to Essex still being there. He hit a 6 off Harmer, and that on its own was sort of worth gold dust. And Essex need a wicket here and quick. Probably need 2 actually.
Ellison comes into Brown. Brown off the back foot slashes it to extra cover. It's well fielded there on the used wicket, which is covered by the mat. Stopped there by who's that fielding there?
That I think is Rymel. I think who was fielding there.
Right, yeah.
They're swapping anyway now, so.
It's well fielded. But yeah, these two have now got to show their experience and see Hampshire into deep into the innings. Ellison bowls a short ball, and Brown just punches it. He's like one leg going the other way, and then punches it the opposite way, and picks up a single, just like a little swat.
Yeah, and if you like, this is like the Webster Harmer stand in the sense you've got 2 very experienced players. The difference is that there isn't this sort of a stack of wickets that came at the front that was the case in the Essex innings. So they've got plenty of power to add here, Hampshire. Really in quite a strong position now, and they'll bat themselves to chase these down.
Now round the wicket to Gubbins. Short. Gubbins tries to slash it again. Tries to hit it down the wicket. Instead of trying to smack it over point, he tries to hit it too straight from outside off stump, and the ball got big on him because he's advanced down the wicket rather than hanging back. Yeah,
well executed. I think it was a slower ball bouncer from Allison, and he's mixing up his deliveries well here. So it could be batsman error that gets Gubbins out here, because when he's not taking risks like that, he's looking fairly secure.
Round the wicket, Gubbins, short ball, just comes off his thigh pad, goes to backward square leg. Keeper goes round. They pick up a single. It's a leg by.
Yeah, 110 to get. Say Duckworth Lewis miles ahead, Hampshire. And it's a situation where I think Hampshire have taken back the initiative that they had at the start of the day, Raj, with Keith Barker, and was taken away from them by Webster and Harmer, and they've now got it back. And we're almost in the sort of situation in terms of the balance of the match as we were after about an hour's play.
Yeah, Brown on strike now, and Allison's turned round back to bowling over the wicket. balls. Brown punches it to extra cover. Gubbins wants a single, but Brown's not too interested. End of the over. Hampshire on 128 for 2 off 24 overs. Brown on 32. Gubbins on 48. It's been a good partnership.
It has. It has, and as I say, Essex can't afford for it to last too much longer. And Raj back with us in a little while. Yeah, I mean, it's they're well placed to make it 3-2 in the 6-match multi-format series between the two sides this year. Of course, arguably from Essex's point of view, the game that really matters is going to be the last one, the penultimate championship match, having won here, of course, a couple of weeks ago to make it a double. They won't mind the fact that Hampshire got a group double over them in the T20 if they can get a double in the championship. And that's obviously the really important game. But at the moment, Hampshire have got this one under control. And it's going to be Webster to bowl again. This is driven away up to cover, and there's no one. Welcome back to Kevin. And Kevin, I just felt that period when I was off there where Porter was bowling exceptionally well. Harmer had just come on. They went into their shell and they got through it, and they were sort of forced Wesley to make the change and take Porter off because he only had 2 overs left. I think quite an important phase, and the pressure's just released a bit since then.
It has a little bit. I mean, Hampshire have still got to play well from here.
They have, but they're still in a nice position. There's an appeal for LBW here. Good shout, but not out. It's 128 for 2. I mean, they've only 109 off at 5.3 with 8 wickets in hand. Should be relatively straightforward, but say nothing that wouldn't change if Essex can get a couple of wickets as Webster bowls, and that one's hit away without timing, no timing at all in fact, to mid-wicket, and it's rather indicative of Gubbins' innings. Occasionally he is really getting one off the middle of the bat like the 6 off Harmer, but by and large a lot of the time it's been miscues, but he's still there on 48. Webster bowls to him and he goes for the big shot down the ground and completely misses it. There was a long on, so it's a dangerous shot to play if he didn't middle it, but then turn from Webster, defeating the aggressive shot down the ground from Gubbins. But Hampshire certainly would be pleased with this 128 for 2, chasing 237 to win.
Essex just need to hang in there. I mean, there's still 4 more overs of Webster. Now he'll still be all his off spin to Gubbins. There's still 4 more overs from Harmer.
There are. They haven't got a wicket from the spin yet. That's the key thing. That's a good ball that bounces, and Gubbins in the end is happy just to leave it be and go through to Battleman. The spinner's threatened, but what's noticeable is that it hasn't resulted in wickets yet for Essex. 128 for 2. Will that change as Webster goes around the wicket? There's a reverse sweep. That's hits. I thought it was actually going to go a lot finer than that. It actually in the end went out to Harmer at deep cover, and they got through for a single. There's a lot of energy in the shot and a bit of risk for just that one run, but Gubbins keeps the strike on 49. Brown has arguably looked a little bit better touch, hasn't he, for his 32, but it's 129 for 2, 108 required. Say Duckworth Lewis, no problem at all for Hampshire at the moment with these 8 wickets in hand, and there are 20 overs left to get 108 at 5.4 and over.
Yeah, these two are put on 70 so far for the 3rd wicket. I think the Hampshire batters have actually played both spinners very well.
They have.
But they've got to this point playing them very well. They still have 8 overs to negotiate from both Webster and Harmer.
Interestingly, Harmer coming back now.
Yeah.
This, I think, just tells us how important the wicket is for Essex at this point.
So they've got to play equally as well for another 8 overs from those two that look the main threat, don't they, really?
Yeah, Porter certainly in the second half of that spell, I thought bowled really well.
True.
And they obviously were not taking any risks against him.
So Harmer, 5 overs, none for 28. He's going to try his luck from the pavilion end. I think that's the end that he bowled the majority of the overs from in the championship as well. Here is round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins pushes forward. It's out square on the offside with a little bit of a gap, enough of a gap for him to come through for a single, and that's his half century. Really, really good half century here. Always a little bit more difficult when you're chasing, and it's a difficult total they're chasing. Gubbins 50 off 80 deliveries.
Yeah, it's very good. Not great timing from him in the innings, particularly in the second half of it, but he's stuck in there.
There's Harmer staying round the wicket. Ben Brown goes for the reverse sweep, but there is a fielder down there for it. They'll get one. Think about 2, but there isn't really one there, although it's not a great throw coming in. 131 for 2. Nick Gubbins is playing his 74th list A game, and that is his 17th half century. So Hampshire need 106, and we're just under 20 overs. Another gap square on the leg side for Gubbins, who comes through for another single. Just work Harmer around, which they're doing. That's all they need to do. I say that's all they need to do. It's not that easy, just working Harmer around, but they've managed to do it so far. It comes in again and bowls to quicker ball. Goes for reverse sweep, wrapped on the pad. Harmer appeals, so does Buttleman's not watching where the ball's coming in. There's a throw from Porter, which Buttleman was still appearing for. But again, he's coming round the wicket, and it's got to turn a lot from there. It's worth a shout, no doubt about it, but it's got to be doing a lot. It's doing a bit out there, but is it doing that much? As he comes round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins on the back foot, flicks it away, tries to find the gap on the onside, can't.
Yeah, Tom Wesley might have been hoping it was doing a bit more, because obviously part of the thinking in taking the risk against Keith Barker early on was that it might be more difficult for Hampshire to bat in the 4th innings, effectively the 4th innings, the pitch having already been used.
Harmer just making sure that Ben Brown doesn't gain a few feet at the non-striker's end. Stopped when he was just about to bowl. This time he does bowl. Quicker ball outside the off stump, almost a wide, but Gubbins, oh, it is a wide. Gubbins, I thought, had given himself a bit too much room on the leg side, but the umpire Nigel Long at the far end still they're judging it to be wide outside off stump. 134 for 2. Harmer in the game. Bowls. Quicker ball. Gubbins cuts away on the offside. May look for 2 here. There is a fielder out in the deep. And that's 2 more to Nick Gubbins. I just think Harmer looks a little bit frustrated out there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, he's had a better day with the bat than the ball, hasn't he? And probably was thinking, having seen the Hampshire spinners occasionally cause problems with the wet ball, probably was hoping that he'd have a bit more success. I think he, particularly early on in his spell, first spell, he bowled a couple of real rippers that I think would have concerned the Essex batsmen, but so they've got through that, the initial threat from Harmer, who's only got 3 left. And these overs of spin are being ticked off, and then it'll be interesting to see where Wesley goes next. Does he bowl himself, for example? He could do. 136 for 2, 101 to get at 5.3, 19 overs to go. And Bo Webster goes around the wicket with his off breaks, and that's played off the back foot past the square leg umpire for a single. Been a bit of rain around at Lord's. An 85 ball aside game between London Spirit and Southern Brave Women, and London Spirit made 104 for 5, Heather Knight 44, and Georgia Adams took 4 for 11 in her 20 deliveries. 137 for 2. So this is floated up and driven away on the bounce and past the bowler Webster, and they get through for a run, and goes out to Wesley. He's got a bit of thinking to do here.
How much bowling does Wesley do these days?
He bowled in the last match against Notts, but we haven't seen a lot of him, for example, in red ball with the ball, but of course more often than not it's not really been needed, because we've got Matt Critchley, of course. As this is played down towards short fine leg for a single, just nicely played. They're managing to rotate the ball around off Webster at the moment, looking relatively comfortable. And I say there's no great threat at the moment at 139 for 2.
Played the spinners very well.
Gubbins on 54 has a strike, and he goes for the drive and sends it straight to Charlie Allison. It's one of his best time strokes actually in recent times, but he actually hit it straight to the field. It would have been 4, I think, if it had gone past. It was very well struck. Got a short third man and a backward point, and 3 others saving 1, and here he goes on the sweep and gets it past short fine leg for 4. Just straying on to leg stump, and the point that Raj was making, Kevin, was obviously Webster a threat, but the off breaks are sort of not his sort of main weapon. He bowls in medium pace as well, and he will occasionally bowl the bad ball, which perhaps Harmer won't. 143 for 2. Yeah,
and I suppose he just doesn't have quite the confidence to vary it a little bit that Harmer does. A quicker ball, or confidence to bowl a little fuller sometimes.
94 to win, and this is a full toss, and it's driven away into the big open spaces at mid wicket for 4. That was a bit of a gift for Gubbins, and those are 2 rather telling blows from an Essex perspective. With a target below 100, for 8 to suddenly come from 2 balls, really they do need 2 or 3 wickets very quickly now, and it's just starting to move away from Essex. Only 3 overs left of Harmer and 2 from Porter. I'd be tempted to bring Porter back now, actually, to be honest. Brown 35, Gubbins 62, 147 for 2. They need 90, and there are 18 overs, exactly 5s.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Webster's going for, and Harmer's going for nearly 6s. So it's been a fine effort from both Brown and Gubbins, who came together at 59 for 2 in the 10th. That was the wicket of Tom Prest for 4. One of 2 wickets for Jamie Porter. But it's Harmer to continue from the pavilion end. It's bowling to Brown, staying round the wicket. Brown goes for the reverse sweep. It goes to the man on the 45. That's Joshua Rymel. No run.
So Essex had a difficult outing with the bat on Thursday, and this time it's more with the ball. The batting in the end did pretty well.
They probably feel, though, just a wicket would just break the momentum up, and that's what. There's a little deft reverse sweep, but it's gone fine. And that might just go all the way, or will it? Oh, no, I think that's 4.
Yeah.
For me, that's 4. The fielder is on the boundary when he's pulled that back. That's Rymel. I don't think the umpires are going to... I think you can probably hear the crowd, 1 or 2 just below us. I think, well, OK. I don't think we're going to get a proper decision on that. Hampshire's 150 up. We're in the 28th. I think that would definitely have a TV camera on that ordinarily. There's Harmer. It's a quicker ball, cut away by Gubbins to backward a point. That'll be a single. Gubbins moves on to 63, 151 for 2, and these 2 now have put on 92.
Yeah, and I'd say a similar situation to the earlier innings, in the 2 of the more experienced players in the side coming together and looking very effective.
No substitute for experience. And Simon Harmer's going to bolster the offside there, because Ben Brown knew that there was a man on the 45 for the reverse sweep and a man at deep backward point. Now he's got 2, saving 1 outside off stump as he's trying to work that away on the leg side. Gets wrapped on the pad, does Ben Brown.
Yeah, it's a tricky one now, because this is Harmer's 7th over. I mean, there's 2 from Harmer and 2 from Porter left.
Yeah. Quicker ball. Brown works on the 45. No, as it goes to the fielder. Good early call there from Gubbins.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated with the way it's gone with the ball, Simon Harmer, because he had a very good day with the bat, of course, but I think he was probably expecting more than 0 for 38 off 6.5.
Well, there's still time. That's turned a little bit as well and gone to the man on the 45 on the leg side as well. He's trying hard here, Harmer. It's not quite going his way at the moment, and certainly going Hampshire's way, but that's not taking anything away from Brown and Gubbins. They've played the spinners with great skill. 38 to Brown, 63 Gubbins, 151 for 2. Hampshire need 86 from 17. They need just over 5 and over, and they're scoring at just under 5.5.
Yeah, Beard was got after by Middleton, particularly at the top of the innings. So he's only bowled 3 of his 9 overs. This is assuming that Wesley doesn't bowl a 6 bowler, which he could do, of course.
Is this Wesley?
And it looks like he has decided that he needs to use himself as a 6th bowling option, because I was just about to say that if he doesn't use a 6th bowler, Beard is going to have to come back into the equation fairly soon, but he's decided that spin is still the most effective potential weapon, and it's going to be a 3rd off spinner, which we don't often see.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, we know Porter's a class act, so that's no problem, but he's obviously trying to keep the other seamers away from these 2 out there in the middle.
And of course, one of the key reasons that Wesley bowled in the last game, as he comes in to bowl to a left-handed Gubbins, that's a beautiful delivery which bowled him. Wow, that is remarkable. Wesley introducing himself as the 6th bowler, and his very first delivery going around the wicket to Nick Gubbins. Gubbins was basically, I think, just looking to initially leave it alone. It might have just held its line, maybe an inside edge there, but he's been bowled for 63, and Wesley's made the right decision there, no doubt about it. I was going to mention the fact he did bowl 8 overs, 2 for 34 on Thursday. One of the reasons he would have bowled so much is there was no Simon Harmer, but showing he was in a bit of form with the ball, and he struck straight away and broken that big partnership. 151 for 3.
Yeah, they put on 92, did Gubbins and Brown, and they did that in 19 overs. I think with Gubbins, because I think he got used to facing Webster. Webster did actually get a ball to grip a little bit on that line, But Wesley there, it just came in on the line of the ball that he bowled it. So I think Gubbins tried to give himself some room there when actually by the time the ball arrived at him, there was no room at all. So he just got a bit too tucked up. Just shows, doesn't it? It could be an off-spinner, but it's just a different angle, different approach. And Owen Donald is the new man.
Yeah, so Donald, who's been a bit of he's had more injury problems, hasn't he, this season, Kevin? He's been sort of in and out a little bit.
Yeah, he broke his finger in the warm-up of the T20 quarter-final here against Worcester, but still played because Ben McDermott was injured, and but he went ahead and played it anyway, but he hasn't played since that. So we've been waiting for him to get back, and here he is.
As it turned out, of course, that particular game, Essex could have fielded Hampshire could have fielded a side of 8, let alone 10. Although Worcestershire did fight back a little bit with the ball, it was never going to be a real threat. But yeah, well, what a start for Wesley. 0.1001. That's what you want to see. And none of the other spinners have got a wicket so far, and it is a Owen Donald. So, can Essex strike again quickly? They really need to do as Wesley bowls to Donald, and Donald here gets one which just turns gently and he plays it away into a gap on the onside and collects a single. All Hampshire need to do is really just carry on another partnership of 40 or 50. Even 30 really should be enough. And a single to Donald gets him up and running. Brown has batted very well on 38. 152 for 3. 85 is the requirement. There are 16 overs left after this one. But Wesley has taken a wicket with his very first ball. And now he'll bowl to Brown, and Brown will get one that's just short, and he's able to have room just to run it away just back of the square on the onside. And singles are perfectly useful from a Hampshire point of view. They'll be quite happy just to tuck singles away from here till the end of the game, because that's all they need. 84 to win, and Brown 39.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Brown will feel under too much pressure. Owen Donald's a very positive player.
Here's Wesley bowling to him. He comes forward and just steers to short third man, and there's no run.
I think sometimes an Owen Donald just plays too many shots a little too quickly. I think this is quite an important competition for him. Now he's fit.
Yeah,
he's hardly played this season, even when he has been fit.
Donald facing Wesley this time, goes onto the back foot and just works the ball away, back of the square on the onside. No great risk in the shot because there's no close fielders there. It was slightly uppish, but no one close enough to be concerned with that. It runs away out towards Allison, Charlie Allison that is, and the single. So can Essex exert some pressure by getting another couple of quick wickets as Wesley bowls? And again, that one's just gently turning and goes out towards deep mid wicket for a single. And funnily enough, all but the first ball of the over sort of behaved probably as Gubbins thought it would. It just gentle turn. It was the first one he got which went on with the arm, which basically did for him. Brown has 40, Donald has 2, 155 for 3, 82 from 16 at 5.1. But 7 wickets in hand, and Hampshire should, well, they're firm favourites certainly, and Harmer, can he get into the wickets column in his 8th over?
Continues to be overcast here as it's been all day, but the mizzle feels about as far away as it's ever been during this game. Still heavy cloud cover though, but looking in the distance over the New Forest, it looks about as clear as it's ever been today as Harmer's round the wicket. Worked on the onside by Ben Brown to one of the 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. And Owen Donald hasn't played any championship matches this year. He's played 4 T20s. So as I say, quite an important competition for him if he can score a few runs, because he hasn't really had any opportunities. Yeah, you're right, he's been out injured for a little while, and of course had that horrendous spell of a couple of seasons where he had real knee problems. Here's Harmer to Donald. Donald's trying to cut that away, misses. Well, in fact, actually, it's come back at him and I think hit him on the glove. But that was very close to the off stump there to be cutting that. He's got to be a little careful here. But this is where his positivity sometimes works and sometimes is his downfall. Quicker ball. Goes down the leg side. Not a wide, though. That definitely turned.
Doubtless we'll see Wesley probably bowl a few of Beard's overs, maybe.
Yeah.
Allison has got 4 to go. He bowled a couple of very good overs.
Harmer around the wicket again. Donald works that to mid-wicket. No run. Yeah, it's going to be a tight game, I think, either way. 81 needed, halfway through the 30th of 45. Fly tiered, Donald goes aerial but safe up towards deep mid-on. Come through for a single. Donald moves on to 3. 157 for 3.
Yes, and the situation, of course, they can afford a couple of quiet overs and almost see Harmer off.
Yeah.
So an over from Harmer that goes for 3 or 4 without taking a wicket is of no great concern for Hampshire.
Quite interesting, isn't it? The run rate has just dropped a fraction, even with that 1 wicket of Gubbins. And Ben Brown comes down the wicket, flicks it away on the onside, and will keep the strike. Brown moves on to 42, 158 for 3. Hampshire need another 79 or 15.
So Harmer 8 overs for 41 without a wicket. Porter has 2 to go. Wesley will doubtless continue for a few more overs yet. Beard has got 6 left. Webster 3, Allison 4.
Good game this one.
Yeah, and I do think from this stage, unless this is get a couple of wickets quickly, it's one that Hampshire should win. But you never know, as you say, it could get very tight. And Essex not out of it yet, but I think they do need another wicket pretty quickly. They probably need to get Brown out, because I think he's looked more secure than Gubbins in the partnership, and I think he's for someone who's been out of form a bit this season, he's played very well. Here is Wesley to bowl to Brown. He comes down the pitch but plays a nice secure shot along the ground out to Allison at long on, and using all his experience there. No need to go aerial and take a risk. Get to the pitch, make sure the ball can't turn, and then just basically play it up to long on for a single. Go to 43, rotate the strike, 159 for 3.
Well, it's a smidgen under a run of ball from here, which...
Yeah, as Wesley floats that up, and there's a bit of a miscue, bit of a heave from Donald, but he's going to get at least 1. They'll think of the second. Donald wants it. Brown's got no interest as Beard comes in from deep mid-wicket. That was a little bit of a heave. Wesley will have noted that. But Brown very much key here. That's the wicket that Essex have got to take. 43 out of 160 for 3, chasing 237. And here Brown will just tuck it away to short final leg. Quick single shot. The stumps will be tight, but in the end, Porter's throw is over the stumps and gathered in by Buttleman. Been a couple of close things, certainly when Gubbins was batting, with potential run-outs. One that probably should have been a very bad run, a direct hit would have run him out comfortably. And there was another quite marginal one, 161 for 3. That one just played from the crease. Again, good rotation of a strike off Wesley in this over. And yes, Wesley striking with his very first delivery. That's a little bit of variation is what did the trick, and I wonder if he can do something similar here. Brown 44 on strike. Donald went to 5 with that single. 162 for 3. 4 singles off the over. That's more or less what Hampshire won. Wesley will bowl again down the pitch, and that's hit away for more than a run, probably 2 I would have thought. Are they going to come back for the second run? No, they don't, because it's a short boundary out there, and in actual fact Thane did pretty well to get round to make sure that there wasn't going to be a second. Had a little distance, it was well placed, but just the 1 run in the end. But it's the 5th single off the over, and Hampshire will settle for that. 163 for 3.
It feels a little nervy for some reason, I don't know.
Yeah, they're still rotating the strike all right. 163 for 3 as Wesley bowls, and that one just is scooped up into the air by Donald, who's looking rather less secure than Brown, but that's 6 singles from the over. That knocks the asking rate down a little bit more, only marginally mind you, but 164 for 3. Essex really need wickets here. 73 to win from 14 overs with 7 wickets in hand. And is Harmer going to bowl his last over? Looks at the moment as though he will. 8 overs for 41. Remember, 9 is the maximum because looks like it might be Aaron Beard. 9 is the maximum because it's a 45 over a side game. So Beard has got 6 left. Wesley may be bowling a few of his overs, but it looks like Harmer's last over is going to be delayed.
That's interesting. It's interesting, I guess, with a relatively new batter in, to sneak in 1 or 2.
Yeah, or you might have thought of Porter against Donald as well.
Yeah, that's true. Saving Porter, Harmer.
Yeah.
So 73 needed, 14 overs to go. Hampshire are scoring at just over 5 1/4 and need just under that as well from here on in. Nicely played by Donald as it works it down to third off a open face. A little bit more confident there from Donald. Maybe he's preferring the pace of the ball onto the bat a little more. 165 for 3. 72 runs needed. Brown's 45 off 56 here. 36 off 25 Fletcher Middleton. He was the first to go. He looked in really super nick. Tom Prest 4 off 6. Nick Gubbins 63 off 89. 2 to Porter, 1 to Wesley. Brown doesn't know where that is as he's trying to work that off the back foot into the covers. He's got an inside edge, goes out square on the leg side, but it's a single nonetheless. 166 for 3.
Similar match duration, similar sort of situation really at in the game at Grace Road, the only other game going on. 214 for 9 in the one-day cup for Leicestershire, and Notts 148 for 4, needing 58 in just under 12 overs. Lyndon James made 82, so they're favourites there as well, I would have thought.
Yeah, here's Baird from the pavilion end. Bowls. Donald drives, goes out square on the offside. Don't think they'll get 2. It's in from the deep cover boundary. I think that's... Is that Das? No, it's not Das, is it? Who's that?
Deep cover at the moment is Allison.
Allison, yeah. Young Allison or old Allison?
The older one.
23-year-old,
yes.
The old one.
In fact, I think they go 56 and 65, which sort of is, I don't know if that's deliberate or not.
There'll be something behind that. 167 for 3, here comes Baird. Bowling to Brown. Brown gets a length ball, can't do anything with that. Just plays that back to the bowler. Nice tight delivery, that one. 3 off 4 balls in this over. Again, nothing to panic about, but
I'm not sure whether we've had, trying to think of brothers who might have played here in a game since Chris and Robin Smith. Probably 1 or 2, but it's always hard to think of them off the top of your hat.
There's never that many, is there?
No.
What, in terms of Essex or Hampshire?
Well, yeah, just anybody playing here, yeah, for
Currents.
either side.
Here comes Baird, edged down to third. Very fine by Brown. Turns, come through for 2. That's Jamie Porter down below us.
Billy Root and Joe Root have yet to be seen on the same side, I don't think.
169 for 3, Hampshire. Brown moves on to 48. They need 68 from here with 1 ball left of the 32nd. Remember, we're 45 overs aside. As Baird comes in again, right arm over and bowls to Brown. Brown gets one that bounces on him, and oh my word, he just spits at him and he just lets it hit his glove. And it goes harmlessly out on the leg side. Where did that come from?
Certainly a bit of bounce there. I'm going to just bring Raj back in and...
oh, hang on, just let me do
you want me to do your piece?
All right, just for a couple of minutes.
I'll hang on for a few minutes.
Thank you.
So, yeah, 1 for 10 Wesley off 2 overs, and Beard none for 29 in 4. So Wesley's running out of what might be regarded as his more dangerous bowling options, although on paper certainly. Unless, of course, he counts himself in that respect because he got a wicket with his very first ball and he's going to bowl a 3rd over.
Main man.
Yep. But spin so far, it's not quite been the threat that we thought it might be. As he bowls, and that's the short ball and pulled away. A couple of bounces and then trickles along the ground out towards deep backward square, and they get through for a comfortable single. So Brown 48, Donald 9, 170 for 3, 67 required. It's 1 ball less than 13 overs. Asking rate 5.2. Tells you that Essex need wickets. Wesley bowls lofted away but safe into a gap on the onside, the big boundary there. And it's Aaron Beard who comes in to complete the fielding. And 1 more. Hampshire getting the singles. Not much more than that at the moment. There hasn't been a boundary for a while, but the singles will do as long as they don't lose wickets. And Essex are well aware of that. Try and make something happen. 171 for 3. Wesley bowls. That's a shorter one and pulled away again in the air, and 1 bounce out towards deep mid wicket. Just a chance of one of these being miscued and going straight to one of the 2 men in the deep, but it went on the bounce this time to Beard, and another 1. So 3 singles in the over. 172 for 3. Long run of most deliveries going for singles at the moment, but that won't be too much of a problem for Hampshire if they don't lose a wicket. This is again flicked away into the onside along the ground by Brown for his 50th run off 62 balls. Very good effort from him. Looked pretty secure out there. The man has not been in the best of form this season, and playing this very well, realising that singles are fine at the moment, but the odd boundary will come. Essex needing to get a wicket. 50 off 62 for Brown. Wesley bowls, and on the drive, it's a dot ball here as Donald sends it straight back to Wesley, and there's no run. 173 for 3, 64 to get. 12 overs after this, and on the drive, this is going up towards mid-off. There will be a throw, but with no real hope of getting a run out there, because they run that pretty well, realising that there was going to be a run out there to Webster at mid-off, because it wasn't straight to him. 5 singles, and again that will do for Hampshire. 174 for 3. The problem for Essex remains the same. They need to take a couple of wickets to really get themselves back in with a chance in this game. 174 for 3. Wesley 1 for 15 in 3 overs, struck with his very first delivery, but wickets are proving a little bit few and far between at the moment for Essex. Now Donald to have strike to Beard, who'll bowl his 5th over. Coming in from the pavilion end, up to the wicket he bowls, and that's hit in the air, going up towards deep square leg and over the boundary for 6. Took a chance there, Donald, but he's renowned for his big shots, and that one was just a little bit short from Beard. He picked it up, took on 2 men in the deep. There's a long leg and a deep square. He took them on and cleared the rope fairly comfortably. There was no catching chance there, and in a situation where it's just a less than a runner ball ask, any boundary like that is quite a big chunk off the ask. 57 takes the asking rate below 5. 57 needed as Donald bowls. Donald faces up to the bowling of Beard and runs it down to Porter at 3rd man. So the 6 followed by the 1 to continue rotating the strike. Very useful from Hampshire point of view. Really, Hampshire should win this game from here. It's going to take something quite remarkable, I think, for them not to. All Essex can do is try and create pressure by taking wickets, but they're starting to run out of time and the bowling options that are most likely to do it. Here's Beard, who'll be looking to try and get a wicket himself, and that's driven with no timing up towards mid-off, and there's a dot ball there. But the 6 at the start of the over were always very damaging for a fielding side with less than a runner ball to play with. And it's taken Donald to a runner ball 18 with Brown 50 from 63. Middleton 36, and a very good 36 as well. Gubbins 63, pressed out cheaply for 4. 2 wickets to Porter, who has 2 overs left, and 1 to Wesley. And here is Beard bowling, and that's just played from the crease, backward square on the offside. Good comeback by Aaron Beard after the first ball went for 6. If he can get out of this over with no more than another single, ideally he wants a wicket, but at least with damages being limited. But 181 for 3, 56 from 11 overs and 2 balls. Beard from the pavilion end bowls, and that's a swivel pull past the square leg umpire for a single out towards deep square leg. The Thane is out on the boundary there, and that's the 8th run off the over. The last ball coming up. If Beard can get out of this without any more runs conceded, it's been a pretty good comeback. But what Essex, I say, really need is another couple of wickets, pretty sharpish, before this target goes below 50. It's currently 55 to win as Beard bowls, and that's played by Donald, just going forward and playing it up towards mid-on. No run, so the 8 runs from the over, but a good comeback by Beard. Brown 51 and Donald has 18, and it's 182 for 3, so 55 are required, and the asking rate is 5 and over. It's exactly 55 off 11, so should not really be say too much of a concern for Hampshire unless Essex can really make something happen. But it might be that someone, but they're not expecting, does it, because Porter with 2 overs left and Harmer 1 running out of overs. Maybe it'll be Bo Webster who's coming back on from this northern end. A very good outing with the bat today. Bowled some useful off spin. Let's see how he goes here. He has 3 overs to go. First ball just driven back towards mid-on, and there's no run. I'll bring in Raj with Kevin coming back at 182 for 3.
Thanks very much, Nick. 55 needed. Just under 11 overs as that's pulled away by Ben Brown out on the onside. There is a fielder at deep backward square. It's a long way out there, but the fielder gets it in quite quickly. Welcome back, Raj Maru. That's 6 from Anira Donald. Certainly helps when you're scoring at around 5 and over with predominantly singles. A 6 does help things along nicely.
It does, and especially now that you know the main bowlers have only got 3 overs left between them.
Bo Webster bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there. Donald coming forward. Big shout mainly from Webster.
And that just looked like that pitched outside off stump and bounced a little bit more. Umpire Shanstry is just sort of suggesting that it would have just gone over the top.
So Donald is 18 off 20. Here's Webster with his off-spin. Bowls, flighted. Donald's trying to find the angle. Just cuts that to 45 on the offside, no run.
I don't think the batsmen now have to look to try and improvise to score now. They've just got to play proper cricket. They're way ahead of the game here, Hampshire.
Certainly are. As Webster comes in. Flighted again. Driven by Donald. Hard up to mid-off. It's gone quickly. Wesley can't pick it up cleanly. Donald's through. 184 for 3 now. Hampshire need 53.
Yeah, this weather seems to have cleared up a little bit. The clouds have sort of gone a lot higher. They're not as low as they were earlier in the day. So I think we'll get a dry finish here now.
We are. I noticed the ground staff made their way towards the cover, but I don't think that was because any rain. As Brown tries to work that up to mid-on, but Bo Webster is quickly across in front of Donald to do the fielding. End of the over now. Webster's bowled 7, so he's got 2 left with his off-spin, but he's bowling to 2 right-handers now with no left-hander out there. He's gone for 32. Baird is 5 overs, none for 37. Harmer still has an over left. So does Porter has 2 overs left.
So the experienced bowlers have got 3 between them to bowl. And the rest are in it not as experienced as, have not played as many games as the other 2.
Yeah, that's right. Ben Allison's still got how many's he got? He's still got a few up his sleeve, although he bowled quite nicely. Allison has bowled 5, none for 22.
In comes Beard again, bowls. Donald trying to smack him over extra cover, gets a thick outside edge down to third man. Picks up a single.
So 52 needed, and that run rate is just over 5 1/4 from here on in, and that's exactly what Hampshire are scoring at. So do nothing different, but of course it's easy when you're a long way away watching the game. Out there in the middle, that pressure will feel a little more.
You do. And Beard comes in to Brown. Brown off the back foot. Pushes it through covers to the man at deep cover coming in. And 1 bounce to the keeper. Pick up a single. So the groundsmen are just about to make it to the covers now. Where I think they're sheltered from the breeze underneath the covers there rather than sitting in the tunnel where there might be a wind tunnel down that way.
It doesn't look like it's going to rain.
No. Beard hustles in and skips, bowls. Donald pulls him off the front foot over mid-on, ball running away to the long on boundary, but they only managed to pick up 2. That was a good pick up off the front foot, and that's what he's known for, isn't it? He's quick scoring.
Yeah.
But it's got to be calculated as well now, because you don't really want to give it. You've got a good start, you're getting into some sort of form by spending time in the middle. So to push his case for the latter part of the season for the championship cricket, then you want to score some runs. In comes Beard to Donald. Pitches it up, he angles the face open, down the ball, down to third, picks up a single.
Well, you always know that when Donald's out there, you're not going to fall short of a target. That's the first thing. If Donald's there on the last ball of the innings, Hampshire are winning.
Yeah.
But what you always worry with him is that he's just a little too positive at times.
Just gets carried away. And I think with 10 overs got, if he bats another 6 overs, Hampshire will win the game. Beard to Brown. Brown again pushes it through, covers to that man. A deep cover coming in. And I think Brown is now just looking to play that ankle roll and just give Donald a strike who's going to be the aggressor now.
6 runs off the over, scored off every ball so far. That's all Hampshire need to do. But of course, it is easier said than done. But singles don't seem to be too much of a problem, especially off the seamers. In fact, singles haven't really been a problem throughout the innings.
If you look at it, then comes Beard again, bowls, pitch stop. Donald again tries to open the face. He does manage to get it down to third man. The keeper hasn't had a clean game, if you think about it. He's had a couple of fumbles. He's had a drop catch early on in the innings, which hasn't helped Essex. End of the over. Hampshire are 191 for 3 with Donald on 24, Brown 54. 36 overs gone, and Hampshire now need 46 to win of 9 overs.
Run rate required a fraction over 5.
So if you count the balls, how many balls are left now? You need less than a single ball over.
And Hampshire have pretty much batted that way, haven't they, throughout the innings. Simon's emailed, sullencricket@gmail.com. It says, would Adam and Ben Hollyoake have played together here at the Ageas? Because I know Nick was asking how many brothers may or may not have played on this ground. That would have been in very early days if they had. I can't remember when Ben Hollyoake sadly passed away. I can't remember what year.
No, I think it may have been while we were still
at the old ground, yeah. Okay. Here's Webster with his off-spin, cut away by Donald. That's a good piece of fielding at extra cover.
It'd be interesting if our friend Dave Allen knows anything, if he's listening. If you can let Kevin know.
Comes Webster bowls, driven by Donald, past Webster this time, down to deep mid-off. 192 for 3, Donald moves on to 25. Just try and find out the year that Ben Hollyoake passed away. I can't remember exactly. Well, he died in 2002. So
it would have been probably the first year.
First year of this ground, yeah. So they may have done. Now there's a reverse sweep, and it's half stop. That's actually saved 4 runs. Now the ball has ricocheted down towards the boundary anyway, but they'll pick up 3, so it certainly saved a run. That was a very good reverse sweep again from Ben Brown. He moves on to 57.
He's got himself into a little bit of nick by just playing and getting in.
Hasn't done anything silly at all, has he?
No, and this will be good for him.
42 needed then. 8.5 overs left in this game as Webster comes in. There's a reverse sweep from Donald this time, and that's gone out towards backward a point, and that's gone for 4. It was aerial, but perfectly safe.
I think, looking back on today, there's been more boundaries scored off reverse sweeps today than any other shot.
Is there ever a wicket where a batter would look at it and say, well, the reverse sweep's perfect on this? I don't know. 8 off this over so far, and there's still 2 balls left. Hampshire 199 for 3. Here's Webster again. Flights that one. It's a low full toss. Donald drives through extra cover. That'll be 4.
And that's what we were saying, what you were saying earlier on, that if he is there for any length of time playing orthodox shots, Hampshire will win the game.
This is a big over here, just at the time when, well, I wouldn't say Hampshire need it, they don't, but I think it's at a time where Essex will just feel they don't need this. 200 up for Hampshire. It's up towards the end of the 37th over. And this partnership has also put on 50 runs, 52 to be exact, and it's come off exactly 52 balls. Here's Webster again, bowls to Donald. Donald pulls that away in the air, but safe through square leg this time. That'll be a single. And Donald moves on to 34, and that has come off just 31 balls. And 204 for 3 Hampshire at the end of that over means they need 33 here from 8. They have 7 wickets in hand. They are certainly in the driving seat here now.
Listen, they don't need to do anything silly, don't need to take any high risk shots. They just got to be calculated and just play, just bat normally. You will get bad balls because the further this goes into the innings, Essex will have to start to improvise. They'll have to start to do something different, and if as soon as they do that, they're going to bowl bad balls, and Hampshire can then capitalise on that.
At what point now do they bring on Porter and Harmer? Because they have to be a bit careful, because another good over from Donald, and it's almost too late, isn't it?
It is too late, and I would have been tempted to bring on Porter at least see if he could pick up a wicket, break this partnership, and then bring in another bowler. But Allison is now coming on to bowl at the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. And he comes to Donald over the wicket, bowls. Donald pushes it to backward point, just trying to give himself a little bit of room to try and work it through the covers, but doesn't pick up a run.
Yeah, maybe Allison, who sort of angles the ball into the right-hander, maybe the thinking is that they're trying to tuck Donald up a little bit, because he's shown certainly an inkling to sort of just work that ball down to third from fairly straight.
So he looked to get a little bit more bounce than what Beard did, because a taller bowler. He comes in with a slightly angled run-up, comes in, bowls short this time, and Donald pulls it. It's gone to the man on the boundary, but he's fallen over, he's slipped, but luckily it went straight to him. He picked up and got the ball in, then managed to pick up a single. Yeah, that was a little bit like me on an ice rink.
You're not as good as that.
No. In he comes again, Allison. To Brown this time. Brown looking to work him down to third man and misses it. Just took his eye off the ball and to try and hit that ball. Just had to watch the ball.
Could just see a couple of umbrellas going up here, Raj.
Well, that's why the groundsman were moving towards the covers.
Yeah, there's several gone up on the way to our right. There's one away to our left now, just beginning to pop up.
Well, I think it could just favour Hampshire either way now. Brown then, a short ball from Allison, pulls it round the corner, but this time it goes round down to third man, to fine leg, and he picks up another single. Yeah, they're so far ahead, 30 runs ahead of Duckworth Lewis at the moment, near enough.
Yep. Don't think we need to worry about that, do we?
No.
And we also know from the
that not Mr. Long likes to go off. He likes to play in the rain.
Yeah. He'll have to get drenched before he goes off.
Allison over the wicket, this time to Donald. Donald short, Donald pulls it. It's going slightly behind square. The fielder's gone round, picked it up to his right, thrown the ball back in, and Hampshire pick up a single.
There's Noah Thane down there. So yeah, we know large parts of the Essex innings where the rain was in the air. It wasn't really falling, it was just in the air. In fact, it is in the air now, as I can see. But we won't go off in this because they didn't go off in the Essex innings.
No, they didn't. Thane coming into the end of the over, bowls to Brown. Brown just tickles it round the corner. Whether it was of his pads, not too sure, but he comes back. And I think he's going to pick up 2 leg byes.
Or is it?
Or is it? No.
The umpire went to something in his pocket, which was confusing. That's Nigel Long again.
He might want to change the ball again. Anyway, Brown moves on to 58. Donald on 36. End of the 38th over, and Hampshire are 209 for 3.
28 needed off 7 overs here, and that run rate required has come down to 4 and over. And here's Simon Harmer, but he only has 6 balls left to bowl. He'll need to produce something a bit special. He's bowled 8 overs and has yet to take a wicket. And he's gone for 41, which is surprising, especially on a wicket that has actually given him a little bit of help. Gubbins and Brown have played him particularly well in particular. Donald cuts it away, smashes it away as it goes up towards deep mid-off. A little too short there from Harmer. 209 for 3. 210 for 3, I tell a lie. Donald moves on to 37 from 35. This is a typical Anarian Donald lower middle order innings, although he's batting at 5. But this is what he normally does when he comes. Low full toss, which is a reverse sweep, which hangs in the air a little bit. Goes to the man on the 45, but they still come through for a single. 211 for 3. Brown moves on to 59 from 75. 26 needed. And we still have 40 balls left in the game.
Yeah, he didn't try to hit that too hard. He just tried to paddle that round the corner.
So he's trying to sweep that one, Donald. Misses. It's wrapped on the pad.
Yeah, they're just trying to score sweep off him rather than trying to hit the ball down the ground.
Harmer again then. Time's running out for him to pick up a wicket. Hangs that one outside the off stump, but it's hammered away on the leg side by Donald. But there is a fielder out there at deep mid wicket. They're going to take the throw on because he was actually on the ground. Wasn't really in a position to throw that in hard, and that's good batting because Donald realised that. There was no way that throw was coming in with power, and that
it's a
gave
long
him
way
enough
out
time.
there as well, isn't
That's
it?
a big area, isn't it? Away to our right. 213 for 3. Hampshire need 24 as Harmer bowls. Down the wicket comes Donald. Works that along the ground up towards mid-on, and that'll be just a single this time. Donald moves on to 40 from 38 deliveries. 23 needed from 37 deliveries now.
Yeah, there's no room for people with sort of confidence or whatever. Donald was just going to take him on. There's no reputation there at stake.
Last ball for Harmer in this game. Comes in and bowls. Got a reverse sweep back to the pad. It looks close. He's gone. Ben Brown has gone, and Harmer has picked up a wicket. Low full toss. He was trying to reverse sweep that. Brown got wrapped on the bottom of the pad, and Harmer is not wicketless, but he left it until his very final delivery. Brown goes for 59 off 76 balls with 3 fours.
And that's disappointing because you had to see off their most experienced bowler. They only had a ball left. Hampshire way ahead of the game, and the previous delivery he faced, he tried to reverse lap and missed it. He got a little toe on it. He didn't really need to play that one, but he did, and now he's gone. He's disappointed, and Hampshire now got to try and find a way, trying to get to the 23 of the next 6 overs.
So Harmer finishes with 1 for 46 from his 9 overs. There's 2 overs to come from Jamie Porter. Webster with his off spin still has 1 over left. Ben Brown gets a good round of applause from the members and the spectators up at the far end of the ground. And Felix Organ is the new batter for Hampshire.
Yeah, and you just got to play. Felix Organ's just got to come in and just got to bat. You know, he's got to stay in there. He's got to bat for Donald. Just give him the strike, let him play. As yeah, Porter's got 2 overs left, and Allison is he's got 3 overs left. But between them, they've got 5. They've got to find 1 more from probably Webster.
Yeah, I would have thought so, wouldn't you? The ball is still sort of gripping into the wicket for the spinners. Wesley bowled 3 overs, 1 for 15, but he's still pretty much part-time. I think they'll give that over to Webster. Be interesting to see who comes on at Harmer's end. But Ben Allison to continue. He's bowled pretty tight for his seamers.
Yeah, Allison over the wicket to Donald. Tries to run it down to third man. Donald off the front foot. The ball just bounced on him a little bit.
This is where Donald has to be careful, isn't it, really? Because he doesn't want to get out now.
He doesn't want to get out. You know, you don't want 2 batsmen starting from scratch. When you're on 40, you want to see the game through. You want to finish it off now because you only need 23 to win. So just see it off. Just score 17, 18 runs yourself off the next 6 overs.
This is not done and dusted yet.
Allison in to Donald. Short. He picks it up. And that goes for 6 into the stands, just backward of square. That was a great pickup. A length ball, and off the front foot, he's just picked it up. That takes a little bit of that pressure off Hampshire. There's only 16 to win now, 17 to win.
46 off 40 deliveries and Aaron Donald. We do miss him when he's playing like this.
Pressure all back on Essex now, and then Allison. comes in, and he'll have to try and do something. He comes in, bowls it short, angled into Donald, who goes on the front foot and tries to run it down to the third man, but tucks him up. He doesn't play that comfortably. Sort of skidded on him again as well, with that little mizzle in the air again, and the skiddiness, the greasiness is trying to come back onto the wicket.
Yeah, don't fear anybody, because Hampshire are well ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis, even if the rain did come, but it's I think it is, yeah. Although the ground staff, I'm not sure whether they just favour sitting on the cover because it's nice and bouncy, or whether they actually do believe there might be some rain.
Allison into Donald, and he just tucks him round the corner down to fine leg, picks up a single. And that's all that will be, a single. I think they're sitting there because as soon as the game is over, they can get that cover quickly onto the wicket to protect that 100 competition again.
100 must go ahead at all costs.
At all cost.
I don't think there actually is a Southern Brave game here before the next 50 over game. I'm just trying to check.
I think they got Leicester on.
There's Leicester here on Sunday, yeah, before the Brave are at home again against the Birmingham Phoenix. That's a few days after.
To Organ for his first delivery, who tucks it off nicely into backward square leg, picks up a single. So down to 15 wanted now.
Still a couple of umbrellas up though, which suggests that there is still a little bit of rain in the air, but it's literally only, I can see 3 umbrellas at most. Everybody else quite happy to sit outside.
Especially Mr. Long.
Yeah, Nigel Long, yeah, he must be loving this weather. He loves this weather, Nigel Long, the umpire. In fact, he's probably hoping it rains a bit more.
Allison into Donald. Oh, that one kept low. He was trying to cut that ball. That just went very low. That's the end of that over. And end of the 40th over. 5 overs left now. Hampshire on a double Nelson. 2-2-2 for 4. Donald on 47. Organ on a single.
So just 30 balls remain in this game. Hampshire need 15 to win. Duckworth-Lewis is showing 201. They're 2-2-2 for 4, as Raj says. So nothing to worry about there in terms of the Duckworth-Lewis. And Tom Wesley has decided that he will take over. He could have Bo Webster, but he's decided to trust his own off breaks instead.
And I think if Donald gets on strike early in the over here, he's going to try and finish it in this over. That is my thinking on my prediction on this bowling change.
It needs some big hits on this leg side because it is the biggest boundary. Wesley bowls. Reverse sweep there from Organ. Misses. It's not gone past the off stump by very much, I don't think, judging by Buttleman's reaction behind the stumps.
How many wickets have fallen today with the reverse sweep?
Gosh, I'd have to do a very quick count up, actually. Well, certainly not off Barker, who picked up the first 3 wickets in the Essex innings. That's turned away easily on the leg side by Organ. And may look for 2 here. No, Organ says no. Donald wanted 2. Organ was a little slow off the mark. I don't know, because I'm just wondering if he hasn't been out there for a little while, then he's probably thinking, well, is this safe footing underneath? I don't know. Donald was certainly way ahead of him.
Well, I think the Organ's thinking may have been that it's easier. The best place to bat is at the non-striker's end.
Yes. Let Donald take the credit. He's 47 off 43 in Iron Donald. Hampshire need 14 as Wesley comes in and Donald works it away. Good stop at mid-wicket. Simon Harmer there. That's a particularly good stop because he's got that matting just in front of him and you never quite know what that's going to do. And he stopped it with one hand, diving to his right. 2-2-3 for 4. The score remains as Wesley runs away from us and bowls. Donald goes big in the air now. He could be out caught at deep mid-wicket and goes.
Why?
Well, it has to be a massive hit away on the onside. There are 3 fielders patrolling that boundary and that didn't come anywhere near out the middle of the bat. And Donald goes for 47 off 45. And 2 4s and 2 6s there for Anarin Donald, and Hampshire are 2-2-3 for 5.
That was my prediction, wasn't it? He was going to try and finish it. He wasn't going to wait for another over. But then he didn't really have to do that. He was on 47. He was just getting into some nick. He was playing well. He just had to. there's plenty of gaps on the leg side, and just knock it around and pick up ones and twos and just wait for that bad ball.
It's just not in his nature, is it, really, just to see out the game, and he could have seen it out very easily.
Yeah,
But he always wants to go big. He's always thinking big.
and that's been disappointing for me. You've got 3 experienced players who've played a lot of first team cricket: Brown, Gubbins and Donald, and they've all gone out to poor shot selections.
So we are in over number 41. So no need for Hampshire to panic quite yet. Experienced player out there, Ian Holland, with another experienced player out there, Felix Organ, and you do feel that they do have the noose to see this off. 14 needed or 26 deliveries is not particularly hard in one-day cricket circles, but you just never know sometimes. Until the game is over, it's never over.
No, it's a funny old game.
So it will be Ian Holland coming in at number 7 to face Tom Wesley, who has 2 for 16 in his 4th over. And here he is bowling, and that's short down the leg side, and that's turned away. That's a nice easy ball. Nice easy get off ball, isn't it, for Ian Holland? Just works it away with the intended spin.
And the way Wesley bowls is that he doesn't get the drift to get away from the batsman, and then he pushes it into the batsman. So with that big gap between the man at 45 and mid-wicket, you can always try and look to tuck him up sort of square leg area for a single.
It's the difference between your main spinners and your part-time spinners, isn't it? As Wesley comes in and bowls, Organ again gets an easy one to turn away on the leg side. Have to hurry though, Ian Holland, but he's home. And that is the end of the over. But Tom Wesley will feel that he's done pretty well in that over. 4 overs, 2 for 18. Thank you very much, Raj Maru. That's his stint done for the day. Enjoy that. Good man. Sorry, he's already turned his mic off. So 225 for 5. Nick Ledhill from BBC Essex is coming in to see this game home, with Hampshire needing 12 of 24 deliveries.
Yeah, and I suppose they have just made things slightly more awkward for themselves, but that's a bit of a giveaway wicket in the last over. But it's an enormous ask to defend this. Now, presumably, if Beard is going to bowl this over, Porter will bowl 2 of the last 3. He hasn't previously bowled from the northern end, but they're going to switch him.
Maybe he's not going to bowl.
Yeah, I was slightly surprised he didn't bowl the last over that Allison bowled, because they really needed wickets then. But yeah, interesting. Beard 6 overs for 44. So presumably, more logically, it could have been Porter and Wesley bowling out. But anyway, Beard bowls. Let's see how he gets on. That's a good sort of slower ball delivery to start with, which they can't do much with that organ. So two batsmen relatively new to the crease, but the asking rate is not a problem, even with the couple of wickets going down. I mean, 3.1 and over. So it's basically 23 deliveries to get another 12 runs. All Essex can do is keep taking wickets. And if they started the process a bit late, but there'll still be hope that they can do something remarkable here. But odds are firmly against it. But you never know. Here's Beard up to the wicket from the pavilion end. He bowls, and that's driven without timing up towards mid-off. So it's a good start from Beard. But as I say, dot balls won't necessarily be a concern at the moment for Hampshire, but they want to be wary about creating pressure where there really shouldn't be any. It really looked as though, certainly with the way Donald was playing, that there was no real possibility of Essex getting back into the game. And certainly if he'd stayed, he would have found the 4 balls to hit. As it is, we've got 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. 225 for 5 with 12 needed. And here's a delivery which takes the pad and rolls away into the onside. Just wait for the umpire to confirm that was off the pad. No, it wasn't. So inside edge. That means that Beard was going up for an LBW shout. And had it not got the inside edge, it might have been quite a good one. He went across his crease there, did Organ. But there was an inside edge there, so he's gone to 4. It means there's 11 to get now from a further 21 deliveries. 45 overs aside after we started at 11:50. Game of fluctuating fortunes. As Beard is bowling a good over, bowls, and that's driven back past him, and might have just got a hand to that, and it goes up to mid-on, but he's keeping it very tight. But it's the wickets that Essex need can't see them keeping Hampshire down to with an ask of 11 from 20 balls, but this is a good over from Beard, who's been relatively expensive so far. He's got a very tight over here. Holland on 1, faces Beard and hits that away, gets it out towards deep square leg, didn't time it, but has got a single. Takes the arse down to 10 from 19 balls, but still 5 wickets in hand. Just the one thing you'd say there about Hampshire, I think you've sort of alluded to it, that Donald really didn't need to do that. I mean, he was getting enough balls that he could hit for 4s or 6s the way he was going, 47 from 45, 2 6s and 2 4s. Yeah. And that would have been that. As it is, Hampshire still in control as Beard bowls, and that's taken off the pads, and quite a nice stroke here from Morgan, just playing it along the ground out towards deep mid wicket with no risk. So in the end, 3 singles off the over. Now, would it be Porter or Wesley? 228 for 5, and it means 18 deliveries to get 9 runs.
I just can't believe Porter would be left this late, even if he was going to bowl again. It's not as Wesley to continue. Yeah, I think either Porter's got a little niggle or something, or they've
you would
just
presume so, because he bowled so well. And I think Wesley would have brought him in for the over that Allison bowled once Donald got out with about 6 overs to go, to see if he could really unsettle, get a couple of wickets. But maybe there's an issue there. Yeah,
they maybe just said, look, just bowl one spell. Yeah, definitely looks something's going on anyway. 228 for 5.
Bowled really well.
Here's Wesley, certainly did. Got his first 2 wickets. Nice sweep shot there from Felix Organ. Goes out into the deep square leg. Just fumbled a little bit on the boundary. And again, they haven't really attacked the first run, so it's just a single. Maybe they don't feel they need to, but still think that you should still be aggressive, even if you're just going to run between the wickets. 8 needed, and there are 17 balls left. Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Sunnet and the closing stages here at the Ageas Bowl. A very gloomy Ageas Bowl, but the game's been a bit better than that. Sweep shot there, attempted sweep shot there from Ian Holland. Goes down the leg side, must have just flicked the pad. So 229 for 5 here at Hampshire. They need another 8 to win this game, and we have 16 balls remaining. Tom Wesley, with his part-time off-spin, has done a pretty decent job, 2 for 19. But the batters for Hampshire have done a better job in the middle order. I'll come to that in a moment. That's a reverse sweep there from Organ, who moves on to 7. 231 for 5. 236 for 9 Essex made off their 45 overs. There were 27 for 3. Barker picking up the first 3 wickets, finished with 3 for 25. Bowled his 9 overs out. And there was a recovery there between Bo Webster, the Australian, and Simon Harmer. Come to that as well, as that's turned away on the leg side by Organ. It is Organ this time. He moves on to 7. 231 for 5. Hampshire needs 6. They put on 121 for the 5th wicket, with Webster making 73, Harmer 68. It looks to have been a really good total, and for a large part of the Essex innings they were playing in light rain, and the ball was very difficult for the bowlers. Saw 1 or 2 balls that were just slipping out of the hand, and poor Scott Curry was actually taken off because of 2 full bungers. Reverse sweep, attempted reverse sweep there from Holland, who misses. And in Hampshire, needing 237 to win, started very bright and breezily with Fletcher Middleton, who looked in very good nick, 36 off 25 balls, backed up by Gubbins, who made 63, Ben Brown made 59, and Irwin Donald 47. And Hampshire in a decent position here, needing 6 off 13 deliveries. I'm Kevin James, Nick Gledhill next to me from BBC Essex. As the field just changes. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps today, Nick. Not surprising, there's 2 fielders behind square on the offside. Wesley switches to round the wicket to Ian Holland. Holland sweeps on the leg side this time, doesn't quite time it, but will pick up a single. Runs the first one quickly, won't get 2. It's 5 needed, 232 for 5.
Yeah, some very good contributions from really 4 of Hampshire's top 5. And I think that innings from Middleton at the top was a really good one. 36 from 25 balls. He took the attack to the Essex bowlers, didn't let them settle, and really was looking in top form. Gubbins, as I say, playing the anchor role, not quite at his most fluent best. Ben Brown, I thought, played particularly well for his 59, and Irwin Donald managing to score at better than a runner ball, and was really taking Hampshire home with great comfort until he got out. It's just made it a little bit shall we say, less straightforward since then, but that's really all I would say it goes as far as. Surely Hampshire are going to win this with 12 balls to get 5 runs, and it is Beard, and this is driven away up towards mid-off and picked up there, but that does suggest to me that Jamie Porter may have a little bit of a niggle, because they're certainly going to want him to be absolutely fit for September, but there's no way I think that Tom Westley would choose not to have bowled Jamie Porter's last 2 overs. He's bowled 7 overs for 2 for 29, and after a slightly expensive start he was getting to the point where Hampshire were just happy to play him out. He was bowling that well, but he hasn't come back. 4 from that single, 4 now from 11 balls, and that's going to be going down the leg side but not signalled as a wide. Very close to the leg stump, and certainly there might have been a thought from Organ's point of view, the batsman, that it could have been called as a wide, but it wasn't, so it's now 4 from 10. And I suspect with Westley having bowled 4 overs and 4 very economical overs, as 5 overs now, 2 for 22, he might regard himself as as good a candidate as any to bowl the last over if it comes to that. Hampshire will want to try and get it done in this over if they can. As Beard bowls, and that's hit away and caught at mid-on. It was a complete miscue from Felix Organ. He was trying to effectively what hit would have been more or less the winning runs, but it was a complete miscue. It's gone straight to mid-on, and well, Essex keep fighting. Josh Rymel there takes the catch, 6 down, and they are slightly limping over the line. Hampshire, they should still get there, but they're just making them life a little bit more difficult for themselves than was needed, because he didn't need to play that shot, Organ. All they had to do really was to keep running the ball around for singles, and there wasn't going to be much that Essex could do about it. As it is, there's still 4 to get from 9 balls, but now only 4 wickets left.
Well, it's not over until it's over, and there is still a little bit of life left in this game, you think. The surprise really was that with the wicket taking a little bit of spin, that Simon Harmer only took a wicket with his very last ball of his 9th over, and it looked very much as though he was going to go through his spell and not take one, and he looked a bit frustrated at times, and it was Ben Brown that he picked up with his last ball, and Ben Brown was playing very, very nicely indeed for his 59, and you just feel since then, you didn't want an Irving Donald to get out too quickly after that. Well, at 2:14 for 4 when Ben Brown went, 2 overs later Donald did go, and you just feel that a game that Hampshire had pretty much under control, and they should still win it, as at times just been a little harder. They've made it a little harder than perhaps they needed to. Well, here's more experience out in the middle. It is Keith Barker, who bowled his 9 overs out earlier on today. He's been a little bit short of wickets in the championship, but bowled beautifully to take 3 for 25, knocked over Josh Rymel, LBW. Tom Westley was actually caught in the deep, and Robin Das bowled was one that came back, and he looked a little bit more like his old self. Hasn't quite looked like at times in the championship. And he's got a chance here to see Hampshire over the line.
It's been a good spell from Beard, who's effectively bowling instead of Porter, and here he comes in to bowl to Barker with 4 to win, and Barker will loft that one away, and it's got good bat on it. It's going to go up towards extra cover. It's just going to creep over the boundary. Well, there's Keith Barker, of course, a man with all the experience, getting one in the slot, and he didn't particularly time it as well as he could do, but he got enough bat on it to clear the infield, and it rolled in the end slightly apologetically over the boundary rope, but it didn't matter from a Hampshire point of view, and Hampshire have done what they've more or less threatened to do from the start of the day, with the exception of the excellent partnership that we saw between Webster and Simon Harmer, because that's really been the only exception to the general rule of Hampshire being on top. They were on top at the start. Essex fought back well, but Hampshire batted particularly well. The top of, say, 4 of the top 5 batting particularly well, particularly against the Essex spinners, and in the end Hampshire running out winners by 4 wickets, and they had 8 balls to spare.
So 2 defeats and a no result for Essex. For Hampshire, it's a 100% record with 2 wins from 2, and but at the moment with the live table, that still keeps them in 3rd place, because Leicestershire have 4 points, the same as Hampshire, but Leicestershire's run rate is better than Hampshire's, or net run rate, and Nottinghamshire, who have just won in the last few minutes as well, they have 3 matches that they've played and they've won 2, so they have 5 points. So Hampshire stay 3rd, and Hampshire will play Nottinghamshire on Friday, so that will be a big game. But thank you to Nick, thank you to Raj Maru as well, and Hampshire have won this game by 4 wickets with 8 balls to spare.